Hey everybody, welcome back to the Slypatch channel, and today we've got an exciting set review for you.
Yeah, this is not our normally scheduled podcast. This is a special, separate podcast we're doing. This is going to happen once every few months when the new sets come out for Magic. I'm super excited. I always love watching, other people like I said, Jimmy and Josh. We brought out, Command Zone before, but then there's Marshall and LSV, who are the limited resources. They do it for limited things like that.
I always like watching Jim Davis's set reviews. He live streams them on Twitch and then puts them up on his YouTube channel afterward, and those are usually the set reviews that I always tend towards. But yeah, there's a lot of people who do set reviews out there, and I, this time, have avoided doing all of them so that I could have my unbiased and raw opinions for our own.
Same here.
And
same here,
I'll watch all of the ones I want to watch after today. But yeah, we've got some exciting new cards coming out, but we want to let you know that primarily the set review is geared towards Commander stuff, so we're primarily going to be going over mythics and rares and some uncommons and commons that are relevant to our format. And among the mythics and rares, ones that aren't super relevant to Commander, we're probably going to just talk about it for a few seconds, gloss over it.
Yeah.
If it's not really intended for the Commander format. I'm super excited. I've been geeking out about this set ever since it was announced because I've always been a big fan of the sort of cyberpunky kind of aesthetic, and always happy to be back in Kamigawa.
I mean, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. And
I think when we were in Kamigawa, I was 5, and I've only been playing since I was 15. But, I love the Kamigawa cards, the original ones. A lot of them are staples in my format, and there's just so much flavor here.
Yeah, it was. I was about your age, as well. Actually, was what I was going to say. Now, going back to dating ourselves, I was 20, 21, something around there when Kamigawa Block first came out. It was a great set for me to draft back then. As we brought up in the previous podcast, there was some people that had some not so much love for it. There's some people that think that the old Kamigawa was one of the worst sets that we've ever had from a mechanic standpoint and things like that. But from a lore standpoint, there's so many great characters that have come out of there, and we're gonna have even more. Now that we're revisiting, there's not really that many people that they revisited as far as characters from there. But I mean, the first one brought us some very special cards that are just known. And we brought up one of them before, which is Sensei's Divining Top.
Yeah,
it was an uncommon. That's how insane it was back then. Is that that card was an uncommon.
And people talk about power creep.
Oh man, that card was creeped beyond belief.
Yeah.
There's actually an old deck that was from a constructed standpoint. It's now not playable because of the banning, but it's called Countertop, and it was it's from my mind's going blank. It's a 2-mana enchantment. Reveal the top card of your deck, and if it shares the same CMC, Counterbalance. That's the card. It's called Counterbalance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a 2-mana enchantment called Counterbalance. That's why it's called Countertop.
Yeah.
But you would play it.
I thought it was called that because that's where they were playing the deck.
Oh, yeah. But no, that's great. But no, you play Sensei's Divining Top with Counterbalance because that combined with Brainstorm to be able to put things back from your hand on top, you basically could counter pretty much anything that your opponent's played because you just.
That's pretty powerful.
It was a super powerful deck. So again, a card like Sensei's Divining Top helped to make that possible. It's also a great card in our format because we play 100-card decks with singletons and things like that.
Pretty important to get the cards you need when you need to get them, and when you can look at the top 3 and pick and choose which one you need at the moment, or even just have the foresight to need to shuffle your deck that turn.
Yeah.
That can be very important in some matchups.
Knowing whether you want to or not use that fetch lane that you have to shuffle your deck. Maybe you want to keep that card on top.
Yeah.
Or maybe you've seen the next two cards coming, and you're like, all right, I'm just going to go ahead and shuffle my deck. And then it has the ability, of course, to tap and draw a card off the top to replace itself and put it back on top and makes it the next card you draw yourself. But if you really need that card right now,
it works.
Yeah. It goes and gets it for you. So, and again, that was an uncommon. So it was a very powerful card from back then. Nothing like that now, from what I've heard. Again, I haven't looked at the full spoiler myself. Of course, you talk to people, you see stuff on Facebook. I mean, with social media, back in my day, Spencer, when original Kamigawa came out, we didn't have the spoilers like we do now, and we didn't have access to knowing what those cards were.
I suppose at that time you probably just opened the packs on pre-release and these are the cards we have to play with. That's wild.
100% how it was.
Totally unfamiliar to that. Every time I've gone to a pre-release, I've known what's going to come out of the packs. And so that's kind of, as much as I appreciate the ability to see things ahead of time, that's got to be a unique experience to sit down before, the week before the set actually drops with a bunch of people and have no idea what cards you're going to open yet.
Yeah.
That's probably really fun. I kind of feel bad that I missed out on that era of Magic.
That's why we loved pre-releases back then, because that was the time to learn about what was going to, and it especially applied to constructed formats at the time, because at that point Commander wasn't a big thing. Mm-hmm. Actually, Commander wasn't even around until 2011 or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I mean,
so the
EDH
formats
wasn't developed until 2010, I think.
Yeah, so at that point, our big formats were standard, so the standard sets, and then we had Legacy and stuff like that. Back in them days, it was tap 1 and tap 2 and stuff. But yeah, I mean, you were playing to see what was going to be like in the next standard format, and seeing how those cards would go along with the cards that were either not rotating or rotating and things like that. But yeah, from a limited perspective as well, it was great. It was fantastic. Took a little longer. It was harder to build your deck back then, because now
it's true. That I can imagine.
Because now, going into a pre-release with a sealed deck, you can look at the cards you can see. Look for 5 or 6 different cards. I have those?
You can also know about cards that other people might have, which might give you insight into the cards you need to put in your deck.
Exactly.
If you're coming into a set and you know that there's a lot of Planeswalkers, like War of the Spark was, if we didn't have spoiler season, we didn't know what War of the Spark was going to be about. Black players might not have been running those destroy target Planeswalker stuff.
Yeah.
Or I think Price of Betrayal, remove 5 counters from target Planeswalker for 1 black mana.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good in War of the Spark Limited.
Yeah.
But if people didn't know necessarily what they were getting into sitting down, they might not have run stuff like that, which was probably pretty important.
Especially compared to the rarity of what Planeswalkers were prior to that set. Now,
all mythics. Now they're uncommons and rares too.
Yeah, and so it was very rare for you to see a Planeswalker. And if you went up against someone with a Planeswalker, now that's going way forward into Alara and things like that when they came out. But when you ran into a Planeswalker, it was just oh man,
it's just I don't have anything.
I don't know if I can beat this card. So
I wasn't expecting to run into this, and here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, for the set today, or for the show today, what we're going to do is, and you can probably already see that, the first card's up on the screen here. What we're going to do, like you said, we're going to scroll through the rares and mythics, may glance over a common or uncommon or two, but not very likely. And we're going to, again, be commander focused today.
Yep.
Commander focused. There's a lot of podcasts for, you said, different formats. Jim does his on limited as well, right?
His is primarily for limited and constructed for things like modern,
standard,
like that, historic, alchemy, that kind of stuff.
So I mean, we'll let those guys do that, and there are other commander reviews out there.
Yeah, tons.
But this is ours. This is again our opinions. Like we said, we tried to keep ourselves as spoiler free as we could. Obviously, we talked about Jin Taxis on the one.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a lot of these spoilers, but I didn't want to look at a lot of other people's opinions on different cards, so that I could take a look for myself and kind of see where things are sitting.
Yeah.
But first, I think we want to do what we normally do on our podcast and start off with something positive going on with our warm-up round.
Yeah, absolutely.
And first, Tyler, I believe you have something.
Oh man, so yeah, my positive is going to be pretty selfish here in the sense of just talking about the podcast in general. So, our very first podcast, as you guys know, came out about a week ago because we're recording this on a Monday. Actually, our second podcast came out this morning, and we've already had over 100 views. We've had
almost a couple dozen of the second episode today.
Yeah, and then subscribers, like we originally had like 9 subscribers, when we just had the video up, and it was literally the 9 subscribers, like me, Andy, our family, my wife, people like that, right? And we're up to like 38 subscribers or something.
I don't even think I was
No,
a subscriber until that.
So we've had a bunch of subscribers. We've had so much positive feedback. So thank you guys. The thing about it is, we thought, hey, if we can reach 12 people or something like that, and just give them something cool to listen to, then it's worth our time, whatever. We were going to do this either way because we wanted to do it for us. But to see all of that.
It is a lot of fun.
It is. It's a blast. And for everyone to have the type of feedback that they've had, luckily we're not big enough to have any of the trolls yet.
Yeah.
We'll see if we get to that point.
It's a weird hope to be there one day.
Right? It's like, we'll get there someday. But,
I hope at some point I get hated on by the internet.
There's an old saying though that haters are your biggest fans.
It's true.
So
I mean, they come to every video to say how much they hate you.
Exactly.
So hey, a view's a view.
Exactly. So, but yeah, that's my positive today, man. My positive is just this right here. This is awesome for me, and
yeah, me too.
It's been great. So, what about you, man? What's going on with you?
I'm gonna be talking a little bit more about school. I know my positive thing a couple weeks ago for our first podcast was about me getting back to school, and that was just after 1 week. Not even. I think I hadn't even finished my first week when we did our first episode. Now I am in my 4th week, and it's going awesome. I am. It's surreal. I never thought I'd be this happy to be in school, but I'm getting all my homework done. I used to be a big procrastinator. Getting homework done was a real challenge for me in the past, but it's going really well. I'm very much enjoying the content that we're getting into with my classes. I've been meeting a lot of cool people in my degree. One of my classes is a intro to programming class with learning C#, which is very much it's a lot of review for me since I did do some programming in high school, but that was also 5 years ago. So
Yeah, it's complete because you say C#. I'm like, are you learning the piano or? I think music.
It's a programming language. But yeah, and so I've done this stuff before, but it's also been a long time, so it's been a nice refresher. But also because I did it before, it's coming back to me a lot faster than some of my classmates are picking it up. And so I've had the opportunity to help tutor people, which has been very fulfilling to me, helping people learn the subject matter, and it's also been it's helped me reinforce the subject as well. And I'm learning web design, and I'm learning databases, and it's just a lot of fun.
That's awesome, man. I mean, and it's way different when you're wanting to go to school versus back in the day where you had to go to school.
Exactly.
Right?
And I was there. I did a semester of traditional bachelor's degree program at Carroll out in Waukesha. And I thought it's what I wanted to do, but it really wasn't, and it didn't vibe with what I wanted to do at the time. And now that I'm going back of my own free will, which it was my free will at the time, but it was also a social expectation from my family, and now it was totally my own decision without any influence. I was just kind of at a pause in my field of work, and I'm so I could go back to delivering pizza, or I could go back delivering pizza part-time and go to school.
and be doing the thing that you want to be doing,
and
getting paid for that later on down the road. So
I'm very proud of my decision, and I'm having a great time with it.
I'm proud of you too, man. I'm so proud of you. We've talked about it for a while. Like I said, me and Spencer have been friends for a good while, and he's and it speaks back to the subject we were talking about last week with you, which is being in that good headspace and being and you can tell if you know Spencer personally, you can just tell he's in such a better place now with doing the things, man. So I'm proud of you. I'm super proud of you myself.
I appreciate that. But I think it's time to get down to the meat and potatoes and talk about some Magic cards.
Man, those meat and potatoes. That's why we look like this.
Meat and potatoes.
We're meat and potato boys.
Yeah.
All right, so Spence, you're going to be. He's closer to the monitor that's also got the card up, and the one that you see on the screen is a little bit smaller lettering. So I'm going to give Spence a chance to read most of these here. So tell us. Our first one obviously is the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about this when you mentioned Kamigawa the other week, and I'm very excited about this card for the purposes of limited and for the purposes of standard, but for Commander, it's fine. So the Wandering Emperor is 2 and 2 white for a 3 loyalty flash planeswalker, and as long as the Wandering Emperor can
enter the battlefield this turn.
I can read. You may activate her loyalty abilities at any time you could cast an instant. So when she enters the battlefield and she has flash, you can activate one of her abilities at flash speed, and her abilities are pretty geared around the idea of being like a combat trick sort of thing. So the first is a +1, which gives a target creature a +1/+1 counter and first strike until end of turn. A -1 creates a 2/2 white samurai with vigilance, and the -2 is exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Commander, this is primarily going to see play in mono white decks where they're either big on the idea of tokens, or it's just like a card that you have and you need more removal. Because it's kind of like a Swords to Plowshares in a way with her -2, but it's potentially repeatable, which is good. I don't know if I'd run this card though over like a Swords to Plowshares. No, maybe in addition to.
Yeah, you're definitely not going to. The thing with this, that I see is it could also be in those Super Friends solid decks because you don't run as many spells. Like maybe you're one. It's definitely on the casual level. It's not certainly on the casual not competitive level at all, right?
Yeah.
So let's say I want to make so for those that don't know, Super Friends means a lot of planeswalkers in the deck. Okay.
Yeah.
The deck is mainly comprised of planeswalkers. That's how you win, is the planeswalkers and their abilities. So I could see someone being like, I want to play this instead of a Swords to Plowshares solely because of the theme. So it's your Timmies, the guys that really want to be like flavorful. But yeah, overall, this is a constructed card.
This is very much a constructed card, and I love it. I love it for the constructed scene.
Even more a limited card. Even more limited card.
Limited bomb. One of the best, probably one of the best 4-drops you could pull in a pack for draft.
Yeah.
This is going to be an absolute bomb in both draft and sealed. It's going to be pretty good for the white aggro decks in standard. I don't know how relevant, but it's going to be, I think, relevant enough, maybe even as a sideboard card for mono white.
It's also good in the control decks in constructed, because you're already playing all your spells as you want to play things at instant speed a lot of times anyway, like your counter spells, things like that.
That's true.
So it has the potential to be a finisher in the sense that you can build it up. You can put a counter on like your one finishing guy, or even make the tokens and have them be. And because you're not investing a card into the token itself, if you play your board wipe, stuff like that, you don't feel bad about wiping your board. So
true.
But yeah, commander standpoint,
it's fine.
You'll see somebody play it for sure, but it's not that scary.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Not impressive, but not bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
Next we've got, I've struggled with this name for years. Ao, Ao, O,
So
the Dawn Sky.
yeah, so there's a I want to say he's either Chinese or Japanese, but
I think it's Chinese.
yeah, but there's a god named Ao Kwang that is a dragon god, and so and so as far as the traditional pronunciation of how that's spelled, it's Ao.
It is Ao. Okay.
Yeah, so it's Owl the Dawn Sky.
3 white for 5/4 flying vigilance dragon spirit. And when Owl the Dawn Sky dies, choose one. Look at the top 7 cards of your library. Put any number of non-land permanent cards with total mana values 4 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Or you can put 2 1/1 counters on each permanent you control that's a creature or vehicle. I think it's pretty good. I mean, we see a lot of the original Kamigawa dragons in Commander already, and this is pretty great for those low-to-the-ground white or maybe Selesnya or maybe even Naya decks. Great for token decks if you want to just put 2 1/1 counters on every creature you control. I think it's pretty solid. Like, it's not going to see a ton of play, but it'll definitely see play in the kinds of decks that it belongs in.
For sure. I mean, the whole restriction of, total mana value 4 or less, so like you're looking at the top 7 cards. It means you can put a 4-drop in or a 3 and a 1 or, things like that. Just explain for those that don't know what that means.
Sure.
That limits you, so, you're not playing in your big decks. You're probably not going to see it in the other dragon decks, like your 5-color dragon decks.
Oh yeah, I would not put this in my dragon deck for sure.
Yeah, it's not. It
just doesn't belong.
It's got cool stats, like 5 mana, 5/4 flying vigilance. Still a good card, cool card. But yeah,
it's all like at base, it is better than Sarah Angel.
Yeah,
and then it also has a pretty great death trigger on it.
Yeah, the death trigger is good. I think I'm with you in agreement. Like, you're going to see in those Abzan decks. Like for me, for example, I play a fairly competitive Abzan deck where it's a hate bears, is what we call a hate bears deck. So the majority the majority of my deck is three CMC. It's Anafenza the foremost, so the majority of my deck is 3 CMC or less. So I could play this in that deck, and I'm either going to put 2 counters on all like my mana dorks, which is fine.
That's great.
Makes my guys into threats at that point, or I'm going to look at the top 7, and I'm probably going to get 2 things like a Drannith Magistrate, a Collector Oof, something like that. That's one of my hate pieces that I want to put out anyway. So definitely a card. And actually, it says non-land permanent cards. So
you don't even have to get creatures.
I could hit my Stony Silence. I could hit
one of the things that I thought about is like in a deck that's sort of like mid-rangey in nature, not super high in mana value, not super low, it's still very good because you have a lot of play because it's total mana value 4, not a spell with CMC 4 or less. So, if you look at the top 7 cards of your library and there's a Smothering Tithe there, get that. If there's a even Mind Sensor and a Soul Ring, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things you can do with this, and 7 cards out of 100, it doesn't seem like a lot, but like there's probably going to be 2 to 4 lands there, and then 3 decent cards. You're probably going to get at least 1 or 2 cards for
depending on how the deck is constructed. Obviously,
it does depend on how your deck is constructed, but
again,
just playing with the idea of a deck, and I see the first one being good in most instances, and the second one certainly being good in decks that like to go wide.
Yeah, in the decks that it's good in, it's going to be good. As far as it's still again on the more casual side.
I agree.
Do CMC and stuff, but yeah.
But we love casual here.
We do love. We love casual for sure.
Farewell. 4 white sorcery. Choose one or more. Exile all artifacts. Exile all creatures. Exile all enchantments. Exile all graveyards. Anyone who's played any medium amount of Commander or more is going to see a lot of similarity with a card called Merciless Eviction, which is the same cost, but it is 4 white black instead of 4 white. But with Merciless Eviction, you only get to choose one option, and it's exile all planeswalkers instead of all graveyards.
It's also compared to Austere Command.
Austere Command is another very similar card.
Austere Command, you do pick 2.
You do get to pick 2, but you still can only choose all creatures because it separates.
It's creatures 3 higher and 4 and higher, or
4 and higher,
3 and lower. Right?
Which, if you want to destroy all creatures, that takes up both of your options.
Yeah.
So, but Austere Command is also very similar. This is easily far better than both of those.
Yeah, it's 2.0. It's 2.0 for
this
both.
This is a ridiculous card. For one, Austere Command does destroy. This does exiles. And you can choose all of those options. You can exile every single creature, every single artifact, every single enchantment, every single graveyard. If you're an enchantment deck, you can exile everything but enchantments. If you're an artifact deck, you can exile everything but artifacts.
Yeah.
If the board is really heavy in your favor in terms of creatures, but there's a reanimator deck and there's an artifact deck across the table, you can exile everything in that respect. It's got the wonderful amount of choice that Merciless Eviction and Austere Command has with so many more options.
Yeah.
And I am very frightened of it.
And the fact that it has the graveyard hit, which white usually doesn't get.
True.
White does not.
There is some,
but
like Rest in Peace, but it isn't super prevalent.
Yeah, it's not very prevalent. So, real quick. Just pause. Okay, you might see a little pause in the recording there, what seems like a little step. I apologize. Had to run to the restroom real quick. Nature called. You gotta do what you gotta do when nature calls.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
But to finish up on this card real quick, like you said, Austere Command, or I said Austere Command, you said Merciless Eviction 2.0, definitely fantastic. I want to speak to, just because I love one of my favorite artists, a lot of people's favorite artists right now. If you look at the artwork here, that's Seb McKinnon. His artwork, I've never been disappointed with anything he's done. It's a beautiful picture of it. It's called Farewell, okay? And she's just blowing, is it a dandelion? Is that what they're called?
Yeah.
She's just blowing the wisps off of a dandelion, and it's like, it's awesome.
Yeah, I love the art, and Seb McKinnon is a wonderful artist. I've been a fan of his art for a long time, ever since I noticed him first with his Growth Spiral.
Yeah.
From I believe that was War of the Spark. It was I know it was the Ravnica block.
It was that block, yeah.
The most recent Ravnica block, but yeah, love his art, and this card I'm excited to play with. It's very good.
Yeah, you won't see it on CDH tables. There's not a whole lot of things in this that you're going to see at CDH tables, but definitely will be played still, as a great board wipe. At 6 mana, it can still be played in more casual decks, or I mean more competitive decks than casual. But yeah, What we got next, Spence?
Invoke Justice. 1 and 4 white for a sorcery. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then distribute 4 1/1 counters among any number of creatures and or vehicles target player controls. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's not going to see play in any multicolored decks, I don't think, because it's really hard to cast if you're in even just in 2 colors. This is going to be pretty tough to cast, and there's kind of just better reanimation and better recursion out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Being able to put 4 1/1 counters on things is good.
Yeah.
But
well, and what I see when you say that, so the cool thing about that, it says on target player controls. You don't even have to put on yours.
Yeah, you could be political about it.
You could be you could be very political with this card. The fact that it returns a permanent card, though, so from a 5 CMC mana cost, you're thinking of things like Rise from the Grave or Unburial Rites or things like that, right? Which would give back a creature. Yeah. I mean, this can get back your a Chroma's Memorial and things like that. So, but again, it's so restrictive on the mana cost at 4 white that if Iona was still in the format, maybe you see it play.
True.
But yeah, I mean, I'm with you.
I think it's fine. Like if you're in a mono white deck or a very heavy white deck with one other color that's maybe more of kind of a splash, and you don't have a lot of recursion, and you just have one of these, like, it's probably fine.
Yeah.
But I think generally this just isn't going to see a lot of play in our format.
And you'll see a whole cycle of these where there's, it's 1 plus 4 of the color.
I'm looking at the 4 others right now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's like 1 or 2 of them that are okay. But yeah, you're not going to see a lot of them.
Yeah, I agree. Next, we've got a March of Otherworldly Light for X and a white for an instant. As an additional cost to cast it, you may exile any number of white cards from your hand. This spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value X or less. I like the design of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool design. I think it's lacking, though.
So it is in a way. Again, it's restrictive because it's exile white cards, and again, there's another cycle of these too. It's all X, plus. They do the whole reduce the mana cost for discarding the color of its choice. The only thing I see this as a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
In the competitive scene from Commander is like this is 1 white exile someone's mana crypt.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
I think this is certainly more of a card that's going to see play in like much more competitive scenes because you can cast it for just 1 white and get rid of a really good mana rock, or if you have a dead card in hand, you can even get rid of like a 2-drop or maybe like an 8 Mind Sensor or something for just 2 mana. And I think it's fine. I'm interested to see where this gets played and how it does. I don't think I'm gonna play it though.
And again, you may not, but you do tend to play in the more casual scene. Most of you guys are like you're high end.
Yeah,
casual.
I'm on the high end of casual.
You guys are like the 7 or 8 range. You're not like 9s and 10s and then CH and So that's what I'm saying. Like I play the more competitive range, a lot of times, and that's where like I see this card being in decks that run white solely because of the versatility of I can. It's just like Force of Will looks like a horrible card to most people. It's 5 mana, to counter a spell, but it's also a free spell with this, disadvantage to card disadvantage, right? So like this card right here, we talk about, I can pitch any other white card in my hand, plus pay a white, and hit something that's 2 CMC or less, which is very prevalent in the competitive scene.
True.
So. I can hit someone's Sylvan Library. I can, like you said, certain mana rocks, things like that. So I do see this, seeing some play in the competitive.
I suppose that makes sense.
A little more than the casual, but your guy who's running like your Shram deck that's mono white, but it has a lot of artifacts. Does he want to run this? I mean, really? Like, even though it's a mono white deck, do you really want to run it in Shram since the majority of your stuff's artifacts? Like, probably not. Because you're not really you don't have things to pitch. So.
Yeah, I think it's fine. It's definitely going to be better in competitive scenes, like you said. But moving on here, we've got Cloudsteel Kieran. For 2 and a white, it's an artifact creature, 3/2 flyer. Equipped creature has flying, and you can't lose the game, and your opponents can't win the game. And it has Reconfigure 5, which is a new keyword.
Mm-hmm.
What Reconfigure means is, in this case, you can pay 5 to attach it to a target creature you control, or unattach it from a creature. And Reconfigure only as a sorcery. While attached, this isn't a creature. So, it is a 3/2 flyer, or an equipment that says the equipped creature has flying, and it is a Platinum Angel.
Yeah.
I think the Reconfigured design, very cool. I'm excited to play with this card. I think Reconfigure is so awesome.
I think the Reconfigure mechanic is awesome as well because of how timing rules and things like that work. If it's attached to a creature and someone plays a board wipe, now it's left over, and so we had a mechanic very similar to that back in the original Theros, which was Bestow.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So when you bestow an enchantment creature on somebody, if someone wiped the board, you still had your creature left behind. Same thing with this. It's either a 3/2 flyer on its own, which for 3 mana, like those stats. And actually, I do know this as a fact because I saw something about it. Again, trying to avoid spoilers, but I did see someone say something about it. It is actually the first time that White has had a flyer at that stat value for that cost.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
White has always had like 2/2 flyers for 3 and stuff like that.
I suppose.
They've never had a 3/2 flyer at 3 mana
Well,
like that.
good for you,
So
White. Glad to see you moving up.
they're trying to add some stuff. But yeah, but the fact that you can make something into a Platinum Angel, like if you've never played with that card, it's a 7 mana 4/4, and it says the exact same words on it. It says, you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game. Talking about my friend Nick Robinson before, and this is a little tangent, so I try not to do too many of these because we don't want to make this a 7-hour-long video. But Nick plays a deck in Legacy called Mud, and it's all artifacts. So it's all artifact deck, and he literally had one of those out with a lightning greaves on it. and the guy he's playing against, I forgot what the name of the deck was called. It has a name, but it was the green-white deck, Maverick. He had the Maverick deck.
Oh, okay.
And so all of his removal was targeted. He had a ton of enchantment or enchantment artifact removal, stuff like that. But everything was targeted. Well, Nick also plays Goblin Welder in that deck. So the guy has to blow up the lightning greaves first before he can kill the Platinum Angel. But then he would blow it up, and then the next turn Nick would play some dinky little artifact, and then Goblin Welder the lightning greaves back out, put it back on the Platinum Angel, and the guy just couldn't kill it. It was hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Nick was at like minus 24 life or something when he beat the guy.
Yeah, but going back to the Cloudsteel Kieran being a 3/2 flyer, like in some decks, a 3/2 flyer for 3 that also does something decent is usually good enough.
Oh yeah.
And I think the upside on this is pretty big.
Oh, another cool fact, because it's an equipment, you can get it with Stoneforge.
You can.
You can get it with Stoneforge. So you can actually tutor out a creature, which is really awesome.
Yeah, anything that tutors equipment, anything that tutors creatures, anything that tutors artifacts.
So yeah, it's super good. It's going to see. I think it'll actually see more play than people think.
I think this is a little bit of one of those surprising
diamonds in the rough kind of thing, like
diamonds in the rough
little
kind
gem.
of thing.
It's like
a lot of people are focused on the big things like Jin Cataxius. I think this is going to be really cool.
Oh yeah, I'm excited for this card.
Sagas are back, everybody, and these sagas are real slick because the new sagas flip to creatures. But for this one, the Restoration of Eiganjo, 2 and a white for a saga. The first page is search your library for a basic plains, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. We've seen that on a saga before. I believe it was it was a 2-mana one. It was from a few sets ago.
Yeah.
I think it was the most recent Theros set. But it made like a 0/4 wall, got you a plains, and then gained you 2 life. And this is a big step up from that. Because,
big step.
Because now, number 2, you can discard a card, and if you do, you return a permanent with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. That's pretty good. And then, not to mention, you exile it and return it to the battlefield under your control. And we didn't, when setting up the recording, think about
the backside of these.
The backside of these. I'll just tell you what it is, since we can't get it on screen easily right now. But it is Architect of Restoration on the other side of it, and it is a 3/4 vigilance that whenever it attacks or blocks, you make a 1/1 colorless spirit token. This card is fantastic. This is going to see a lot of play, I think, in low-to-the-ground decks, more casual Hate Bears decks. I think this is going to see a lot of play in token decks.
Enchantress as well.
Yeah, that's true.
You're going to see a lot of these sagas be in Enchantress decks because, and we talked a little bit to that point when we were talking about it in the first episode. In Enchantress decks, you don't play a ton of creatures because you want your enchantments, because a lot. So Enchantress refers to an old card where when you play an enchantment, you get to draw a card. So a lot of the effects in your deck are like that. You want to play as many enchantments as you can to keep drawing cards to keep your hand full. Now you got it, and you got creatures on the back. And that one, for example, it's a 3/4 vigilance. Like, that guy's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of view this. But by the time you need the creature to like attack and block and stuff, it'll be turn 5. Because it's transforming, it doesn't have summoning sickness when it transforms. Unless you played
No,
you like
no,
pro-
actually, that's not true.
Really?
Yeah, they again, try not to look at so many sports because it exiles itself and comes back.
Oh, is that how transform technically works?
Yeah, it's not actually yeah. Well, so like Delver, for example. So I actually have,
oh yeah, it does say exile
Yeah.
it and return
Yeah.
it to the battlefield.
So,
Transformed.
yeah, so
Okay,
Delver,
never
for
mind.
example, is a famous transform card. It just says you can reveal the instant or sorcery card and then just transform Delver.
Okay, yeah,
So transforming, you just flip it, but because these exile and come
Yeah,
back.
I misread it. I thought it was just
Yeah.
transform, but yeah, no. Unfortunately, it is not the way I just said it was,
Yeah.
and I'm a dirty liar.
But that's okay. But here's what's really cool about these two, though, and this is what's really awesome about them. And again, going into like Enchantress decks, you don't run a lot of creatures. A lot of times you do run a bunch of board wipes, though, to keep other people's creatures off of you. You know, you can have this out for a couple of turns, play your board wipe everybody else's creatures. Next turn, the Saga flips, and now you've got a creature on the field that you didn't have to pay any mana for. So
True.
so that's really awesome interaction.
Another thing that would come to mind is I know a lot of Enchantress decks run a lot of enchantment recursion, board wiping even after it's turned into a creature, and then just recurring this Saga, get another Plains to hand, get another 2 CMC permanent back from the graveyard, and then get your 3/4 Vigi back. Like
Yeah.
I think these are really cool design and very exciting to see how they play in Commander. I'm also very excited for the idea of Enchantress being around in constructed formats because as I said on the last podcast, I do play a little bit of MTGA, Magic the Gathering Arena, and I play some historic, I play some standard, and I'm excited to see how it affects standard.
So I'm wondering from that standpoint, because there's also a deck I was going to speak on for Commander, that I know people are running in the competitive scene, is Sithis.
Yeah.
So Sithis is one of those Enchantress commanders. It's a green and a white for a 2/2, and then it has the when you play a enchantment, you draw a card and gain a life.
Yep.
So like, is that something you think could be a constructed deck for you on
I
MTGA?
I totally think that Sithis could be a at least moderately competitive standard deck, which I think is very exciting. And I'm also very excited because I've been planning to build Sithis in paper for Commander too, and I'm just excited. I've always loved the idea of Enchantress, and these new sagas that turn into creatures are pretty cool for that.
That's awesome, dude.
Next, Brilliant Restoration. 3 and 4 white, return all artifact and enchantment cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. It is a sorcery. Hey, enchantment recursion.
Right? We were just talking about that.
It's a little tough to cast, but at 7 mana, 4 white, it's not as bad as the 1 mana 4 white that we saw.
Yeah,
earlier.
because you're talking about turn 5 versus turn 7.
Yeah.
Or 5 mana versus 7. You're talking about your turn 5 versus like your turn 10 or 12. Like
Yeah.
This is obviously a late game play. You're talking about building Sithis like we were just talking about, and a 2-color deck like Sithis coming up with 4 white by turn like 10 or 12.
And especially in a green deck with so much ramp and color fixing,
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be as much of a problem. And, in competitive play, cards like this, I don't think see as much play, but this is going to be great for the semi-competitive / casual scene in Commander.
Yeah, if Golos is still around, because like my buddy again, I'm talking about Nick, even though it's a 5-colored deck, he played mostly artifacts. Again, basically made his Mud Legacy deck into an EDH deck, and he had the way to fix the colored mana, to be able to play Golos's ability. Like if Golos was still around, this is something that he might have put in there just because he ran so many artifacts.
That makes a lot of sense.
But without Golos around, like without ways to cheat this card, you're not gonna see it in the competitive stuff.
Definitely not.
But yeah, good card though. I mean,
Yeah,
real cool
excited about it. Lion Sash, 1 and a white for a 1/1 equipment cat.
card. Meow.
You can pay 1 white and exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a permanent, you put a 1/1 counter on Lion Sash. And equipped creature gets +1/+1 for each 1/1 counter on Lion Sash, and it has reconfigure for 2. This is pretty great.
White Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
It's a white Scavenging Ooze that
becomes an equipment, which
is an equipment instead of just a creature. It's only a little bit smaller. You don't have the life gain. That's the trade-off.
Right.
But it's awesome.
But you can exile any card too.
You can exile any card.
You can exile any card. So, like, going back to another card that was, pretty popular for a while too, which was Deathrite Shaman.
Yeah, Deathrite.
Deathrite's, people call it the 1 mana planeswalker.
It is the 1 mana planeswalker.
But even it was restricted to, the mana you could spend versus what you exiled, things like that.
Yep.
You could pretty much exile any card, but you had to spend like specific mana, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. This, it's just 1 white mana, and it doesn't tap. It doesn't tap, which is awesome.
As much white as you have open.
Which Scooz doesn't either,
Yeah.
But yeah, to not tap, I mean, it's literally Scavenger's ability, but instead of, like you said, instead of gaining a life, it puts a counter and then becomes an equipment. Mm-hmm. And the reconfigure 2 is so cheap.
Yeah, the reconfigure is really cheap on this. Unlike the Cloudsteer Clearin', which, great card anyways, this is only reconfigure for 2. I mean, you bounce this around for only 1 more than you do Swiftfoot Boots, and I think it's great. One other thing I noticed that I didn't notice before, you get the counter whether it's a permanent card. Scooz is only for creatures.
Yep.
So this does get counters more often than Scooz would.
Yep.
I think it's great. I'm excited to play with it.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I've already mentioned this deck just because I know someone who plays it, but Shram, like this card.
Oh, this is going to be awesome for Shram.
Shram, like this is the meat and potatoes card from this set for Shram,
Yeah.
Like this and the Kieran could also,
this and Cloudsteel Kieran.
Yeah, but this card's super dope. Not a lot of equipment based stuff in your more competitive scene, as far as like, we're going to like CDH stuff. But not to say that it couldn't still possibly see play in the.
I mean, it's a hate bear. Because like it is an equipment, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But for competitive play, it's also just a 1/1 Scooz in mono white.
It is. The only problem that with this particular card and gives going into hate bears, like for example, my Anafenza deck, I run 0 artifacts because I run Collector Roof and Stony Silence, and effects like that.
Fair enough.
So that's the only reason it might not see play there. But then that's not to say that we don't get a commander, because which we won't be going over these cards in this particular set review, but there's 2 commander decks for the set that are coming out, and one of them is a vehicles deck.
Yeah.
So who knows? It could be something, but yeah, cool card. Love the card. I think it's I'm still gonna play with it in something.
I just thought of something that's tripping me out. You could crew a vehicle with Lion Sash, and then equip the vehicle with Lion Sash.
Yes.
That's so silly to me, and I love it.
Yeah, that'd be sweet.
All right, Kayadai Soul of Kamigawa, 3 and a white for a 3/3 flash flyer. And when Soul of Kamigawa enters the battlefield, another target permanent gains indestructible for as long as you control Kayadai. You can pay Wooburg, 1 of each color, and it gets +5/+5 until end of turn.
And it's repeatable.
It's repeatable.
So as many times as you pay Wooburg,
which is a lot.
But this speaks to all of these white mana costed creatures that are Wooburg creatures now. So we've had in the past few years like Kenrith, Captain Sisay, things like that. I don't know why they keep doing it for the creatures in white.
I don't know either. Like, some of them are cool, but like I also don't understand it at all. Kind of Golos too. I mean, Golos wasn't white, but it was kind of the same in the same realm of things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. I don't think I'm ever gonna play it.
I'm personally not. It's not my style specifically. The thing about it could see play in the dragon decks because it makes something else.
Oh, it's a dragon. I didn't even realize
It is
that.
a dragon.
Okay, I might actually play this in my Ur Dragon deck now.
It could see play in there because it makes something else indestructible.
Yeah, that would be the reason I ran it.
That could be there. I could see people running it as a commander, as a 5-color commander as well, solely because it has that ability. So you play like super ramp in that deck, get to the point where you can make, infinite Wooburg or whatever, and you can just, hit somebody for 1,000,000, kill them with commander damage,
Yeah.
But it's, again, on the more casual, lower side of things.
Yeah, I agree.
But the one thing that it does have that and why I think it will see play from certain people is it has flash. Flash from the command zone.
It's pretty powerful usually.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful having that. Hey, if I've got 4 mana up, and especially in a 5-color deck, so you got 5 color, you can be playing anything. I've got 4 mana up. It could be my commander. It could be an Ocean Thief. It could be any types of things. So
I wonder if there's a weird deck that you could build that's just 5-color control with all like instant speed, counter spells, and removal.
Oh yeah.
And then this is the commander just in all right, I didn't counter anything this turn. I'll just play Kaiodai and pass.
Challenge accepted.
I think it's cool design. I might play it in like an Ur-Dragon deck. I'm not particular. I'll only do that if I get a copy.
Yeah.
Like in a pack.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna buy one.
Well, and that's if you get it in the pack, it'd probably be from limited, which would be a limited bomb.
It would be very.
You're never going to pay the Wooburg to make it bigger, but a 4-mana 3/3 flash flyer still.
That makes something indestructible.
That makes something. Yeah, that's good. That's still good. That's a great combat trick there.
Going in with my 2/2 against your 3/3.
Yeah, I mean that. Even if you just have if you both have 6/6s on the board, right, and then you flash it in and make that 6/6 indestructible.
That wins you the game. Wins you the game.
Get them right. So yeah, cool guy.
Lightpaw's Emperor's Voice. 1 and a white for a 2/2 Fox Advisor. Whenever an aura enters the battlefield under your control, if you had cast it, you may search your library for an aura with mana value less than or equal to that aura and with a different name than each aura you control. Put that card onto the battlefield attached to Lightpaw's Emperor's Voice, then shuffle. This is really cool for Voltron. A lot of the whole text about it being a different name doesn't matter for our format because we're Singleton.
Yeah.
So, you play.
We'll get to a card later that's very sad because it says search for something that's the same name, but we'll get to that card later.
Damn. But yeah, I think this is really cool for Voltron. There's a lot of really cool mono white Voltron out there.
SRAM that we just talked about.
SRAM, Isamaru, just because 1 mana 2/2 is good.
Man,
but
going back to old Kamigawa right there, Isamaru.
Oh yeah, that is old Kamigawa. I wonder if this is sort of a callback to that. Then I don't know. But yeah, the ability is very powerful. Being able to play a 3 mana just +2/+2 aura and go get Spirit Mantle.
Yeah.
Like it's really good. I think it's really cool. I'm excited to see what people do with it, and it makes me actually want to build a mono white deck for the first time ever.
Oh yeah, so I mean, it could definitely be in the mono white, but also going back to like you were talking about Sithis. I mean, if you wanted to make Sithis into a Voltron style.
Yeah. It belongs in any Voltron deck that has white, as well as being its own.
Like
Voltron
Tuvasa. I played Tuvasa for a long time.
This would be really good in
Dude,
Tuvasa
I mean, if I was still playing, I actually gave that deck away to someone for their birthday.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I gave it to one of our patrons at the store. But yeah, I mean, if I still had Tuvasa, that'd be great. I mean, that card's definitely. But again, it just speaks to all of the enchantment style things that are in this set. Like, it's really cool how they're going with. But it's not the same feel as Theros. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like Theros was an enchantment based. This one is actually enchantment and artifact, as you'll see with a lot of cards in here. It's like I love how they're kind of having that balance. It's really awesome.
Are bestow cards from the original Theros considered auras?
Yes, they
are. They, yeah. I mean, if they are, then this would be really good with bestow too.
Yeah, I mean, I think. Well, they're considered enchantment.
Let's get a ruling.
Yeah, let's look up. Trying to think of Boon Satyr. So it just says enchantment creature on it. Okay?
It's an aura spell with enchant creature. It becomes
if you bestow it.
Okay.
If you bestow it. So
Yeah.
no, you would not be able to search.
You wouldn't
out.
be able to search it, but it does count as an aura when it enters the battlefield. So it does. It would.
It would still trigger. It would still trigger.
It would still trigger, but you wouldn't be able to get these cards with Light Pause. But Light Pause is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm excited. Then we've got Goshin Tai of Shared Purpose, 3 and a white for a 1/3 legendary enchantment creature shrine. Shrines are back, baby.
Shrines are back.
It's got vigilance, and at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1 colorless, and if you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit token for each shrine you control.
Ooh.
Shrines have always been interesting and cool, not like definitely nowhere near competitive, but in a casual scene, they've always been interesting, and they keep adding more.
Yep.
You know, originally we only had the 5,
Yep.
and then we got 5 more, and the 5 color one in one of the core sets a few years ago.
Was it M19 or M20?
I think it was M20.
Yeah.
I don't, because M19 was it was M20 because
Yeah.
M19 was like Nicol Bolas the Ravager.
Yeah, that's what that stuff was. Yeah.
So it would have been the year after that. But yeah, I'm excited that they're bringing shrines back. I think shrines are cool, and the more that they add to the game, the more a casual deck make a casual shrine deck is viable. And I've always been interested to see a shrine deck like actually work, and it usually is like a nut hand, and it goes really well, and they win super fast, or they don't do anything for most of the game.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Because the reason why is because we run a lot of copy enchantment effects in those styles of decks. So like I've run a shrine deck before, and you had to run like the things because we didn't have so many of them. We had to have things that would copy them. Mm-hmm. Well, you end up with a hand. You open your open hand, and everything is your stuff that copies the shrines, but you don't have the shrine to copy. And you're just like, and you don't have your tutors to go get them and things like that. So just to speak to a different point, from an LGS owner standpoint and stuff like that. And these are uncommon shrines, like all like the Hondus and stuff that we were talking about from the original Kamigawa. They've all shot up in price because of this cycle.
Yeah.
So
I believe it. But yeah, I'm excited. I know for a fact after this, we will see someone at Slypatch play a shrine deck. Someone will build one, and I can't wait to see it.
Oh, absolutely! It's probably going to be Thor. It's probably going to be Thor.
You're not wrong. I think we're gonna probably scroll through most of these uncommons until we see something that's interesting, but I do think Michiko's Reign of Truth is interesting.
Michiko's Reign of Truth is an interesting card, yeah.
We've seen this kind of effect a couple of times in the past. So it's 1 and a white for a saga. Target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each artifact and or enchantment you control, and then you flip it into a creature, and the other side, if I remember the card correctly, it is a 0/0 creature that has +1/+1 for each artifact or enchantment you control. We've seen this a couple of times in the past, whether it's an equipment that gives it, an aura that gives it, a creature that just has it. There's not a ton of... there are a ton of decks that would run something like this, and it being something that gives something else that ability, and then becoming its own creature, I think that's pretty cool. And
definitely you speak to your Voltron decks like you were talking about, you know.
Great for Voltron.
Or even if you didn't build your Sithis as a Voltron style deck, right?
It's still just good in Sithis.
You could still run it because it would give you that ability to possibly one shot somebody or something like that. It becomes that late game solid card for you. So yeah, totally cool card. We're gonna skip through the other commons and uncommons mostly. There's not really a whole lot that apply to the format, and even those that do, they're not super duper powerful. Like, we want to kind of just make sure we get to again, the big old meat and potatoes of stuff.
I actually kind of like this Fall of Lord Kanda here.
Yeah, again, I don't mind speaking on the sagas and stuff because it fits the theme of what we're talking about. It's just like the Selfless Samurai, for example, it's above it. Like, we don't need to talk about him, that kind of thing.
So this is kind of like a mini Elspeth Conquers Death.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 mana, exile target creature within an opponent controls with mana value 4 or greater. Then each player gains control of all permanents they own, and then it flips into a 1/3 called Fragment of Conda with Defender, and when it dies, you draw a card.
Yeah.
It's not incredible, but like if you're just getting into Commander and you want to build a casual Enchantress deck, this is a great thing to run. It's removal, it's potential card draw, it's a blocker.
Yeah.
It's everything you kind of need.
I mean, whether it's Enchantress or not, I mean, this is the kind of card where someone comes in my shop and they're like, I want to build a white control deck, or something, white blue control or something like that, right? But I only have X amount of dollars to spend, and it's on the lower end. It's like
great budget option.
This is a great budget option to put in there. This is a removal, like you said. The gain control of all permanents they own is very good to have in your lower level decks, because some of your higher level decks will have stuff that gain control of your stuff, and now you get to get it back, and you're not having to get like a homeward path that costs like $20 or whatever.
Homeward path $20.
I don't know if it still is. It was at one point.
I have like 7 of those.
I mean, it may have been reprinted, so maybe it's not. But like when it originally came out, like that card was super expensive.
I wasn't even alive back then.
You were alive.
I know.
But yeah, super cool card. Definitely casual budget options for sure.
Yep.
I don't think there's many other.
I actually, we haven't really been introduced to the samurai warrior type tribe yet, but if you're interested in kind of niche tribal decks, Norica is pretty awesome. Yeah, I love this idea.
There's a whole theme, and there's actually probably a rare that we go over that talks about it too.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm excited about the idea of samurais and warriors being a tribe together.
So, well, to speak on that and to speak on the old set, so there was an old mechanic called Bushido.
Yep, I remember it.
And so it was whenever it attacked, if it was blocked, or if it was blocking, it would get Bushido, like Bushido 1, Bushido 2, so that was the amount of +1/+1 it would get. There is a card in the set that is a kind of a samurai lord. It's in the multicolor that we'll get to, but it says whenever a warrior samurai, I couldn't think of this. We were just talking. I'm looking at the card. Whenever a samurai or a warrior attacks alone, it gets +1/0 for each warrior samurai you control.
Oh, that's kind of good. So it's a little bit like
a throwback to the Bushido. But
it's also a little bit like that card that gives all your creatures exalted. Mm-hmm. Not quite as good because it's not +1/+1. It's
it doesn't help the toughness, but
but it is cool.
Yeah.
I like that. That's interesting.
Yeah, just so there's no dead air time, and that's the only reason I was speaking on it a minute ago. Is like we're not going to go over every single card in the set. That there are people who do all that, and we will definitely maybe in the future when we have more time to edit things like that, maybe we'll do it.
Yeah.
But for right now, we just want to give you guys our view on the things that we think are going to be played in our format. So.
Do we want to go to blue next, or do we want to go just continue down the line?
I think we want to go to blue. So there's going to be a slight pause while we change the screen for a second, but we'll be right back. We'll probably be in the same position as you see us in right now. We're back.
So first, very excited about the new Tezzeret. Betrayer of Flesh, 2 and 2 blue for a legendary planeswalker, Tezzeret. He starts at 4 loyalty, and the first activated ability of an artifact you activate each turn costs 2 less to activate. Already, before even reading the abilities, that's pretty awesome.
These planeswalkers that have come out in the more recent years with these static abilities are just insane.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I mean, even like in World of Spark, where we saw like the uncommon ones, like the Multicolored Ashiok or the Narset that sees so much play.
Narset and Ashiok are the bane of Commander players' existence. Even if they're in your own deck, everyone recognizes that. They're so powerful.
Because in the past with Planeswalkers, if you got them down to a certain loyalty, sometimes they just weren't that dangerous. You didn't have to worry about them anymore, right? with the static ability on there, you have to kill it. Like if you don't kill it,
it's a static ability that they get to use every turn. It's then the plus or the minus ability that they get to use every turn. And if they get too high, you can ult, which usually ulting is pretty bad.
So I want you to get through his abilities real quick, but then I want to come back to the static ability because there's a card already that I want to say. Okay, but go ahead.
+1, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact. We've seen a couple of cards like sorceries or instants that have this kind of ability recently. Thirst for Meaning was one from Theros. It was a 3-mana instant. It was draw 2 cards, discard 2 cards, unless you discard an enchantment.
Well, Thirst for Knowledge is the artifact when it's actually in this set.
Oh. Well, hey. But yeah, this is that kind of effect we've seen a couple of times. -2, target artifact becomes a creature, an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has power and toughness, base power and toughness 4/4. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Tezzeret has, the previous Tezzerets throughout the line have had these type. It used to be 5/5, and then there's some that's like, based off of their CMC, things like that. But like he has that. That's been a kind of a Tezzeret thing for a while. Is like turning a non-creature artifact into a creature that you can attack with. So.
Yep. And then for the alt, we have got a -6. You get an emblem with whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Absolutely terrifying.
So, I'm going to go back to the thing up top in a second, but speaking on this emblem, Urza players, here's a new toy for you.
Happy birthday!
Like, this goes right dead into the Urza decks because now it gives them the draw effect off of his ability to tap them to make the mana. It's like
I run a Galazeth Prismari deck, which is very similar to Urza, but a little bit less powerful, a little bit more niche. But it has red, and I also think it's a hell of a lot funner. Galazeth Prismari says you can tap any artifact you control for mana as long as you use that mana to cast an instant or sorcery spell. So it's a kind of storm control deck. He also makes a treasure when he comes into play, and my version of the deck is make a lot of treasure, because I can just make a lot of treasure tokens, and all of those tokens can then be tapped for mana to cast big X spells. This is going to be amazing in that deck. I can turn my treasures into 4/4 vehicles. I can tap them to draw cards, or I can just draw 2 cards and discard a shitty artifact that I don't need at the moment. This is going to be awesome.
Oh, it's going to be great in that deck. Yeah. So you play a lot of Dockside in that deck, huh?
I don't own a Dockside.
No Dock. Oh, okay. Well, I know what Spencer's getting for his birthday then.
I'm okay with that.
Got to get him a Dockside. So those who don't know, Dockside Extortionist is a 2-mana Goblin Pirate or something like
Goblin Pirate.
Yeah, when he enters the battlefield, he makes treasure tokens equal to the artifacts. Is it artifacts and enchantments? Right?
Artifacts and enchantments
that your opponents control. Yeah, so like there's been a lot of talk about him being banned as well, though, too. So like a lot of people.
Well, you should get it to me sooner rather than later.
Right. Hey, I mean,
I don't think he should be banned, but he might
just get it to you for my birthday. My birthday's sooner, right?
I'm okay with this. That's not how birthdays normally work.
Well, it's Valentine's Day too, though. So.
Aww.
He could be my Valentine. My wife doesn't want to
be. So, what artifact were you going to talk about for that passive ability?
So there's a couple of them. So again, there's other things that can make things go infinite anyway. But
I have one in mind. So.
But like Basalt Monolith.
Yep, that's the one that came to mind.
Basalt, but the thing about it is like even though it doesn't go infinite with it because it only says the first activation, right? It still nets you.
It's a soul ring, pretty much.
Well, so you tap it for 3, you have to pay 3 to untap it. So it costs 2 less. So it's going to net you that 1 extra mana at least. But that it turns it into what's the one that taps for 4 anyway? The 4 mana cost one.
Taps for 4?
Yeah. Oh my goodness! It looks like a.
Are you sure it's not
Dynamo.
For 3?
Dynamo.
It taps for 3.
For 3, sorry.
Costs 4.
Costs 4. Taps for 3. But yeah, you're right.
The way that I think about this with Basalt Monolith is Basalt Monolith effectively becomes a soul ring because not like you don't you don't have to untap it right away. So you can tap it, untap it, and you just have two net mana there.
That's true
And then
too.
use that other 3 mana on your next turn.
That's true.
Or if you just need 5 mana right now, you can also do that.
So I'm not familiar. You tell me, does Chainveil have an activation cost?
Yes, it does. It costs 4. Yeah, I mean, this is going in my Super Friends deck that I've built with my friend Brad. We run Basalt Monolith in there. We run Chain Veil. We run some other artifacts that this would be good with. Not to mention his plus, minus, and alt are just good with the rest of the deck too.
Dude's insane. And even from a limited standpoint, because of how many artifacts are in this set, like, he's still a limited bomb. Even if there wasn't a ton of artifacts, like the +1 being able to, at the very least, loot you 2 cards. Because there are a bunch of artifacts, that, being able to turn them into 4/4s. I mean, this guy's good. This guy's super good. Like I said, the first thing I thought of when I saw him was Urza. You're welcome. Here's another card for you. Obviously, probably not in the more competitive Urzas like the CDH lists, because
I don't think so either.
They're so tight and they're so tuned with the cards that they already have.
Yeah.
But your more casual ones, like they go up a little bit of a step. Not necessarily a full power level or anything, just by adding this card, but it does add some power to the more casual Urzas. And then, like you were talking about, the Prismari deck that you have.
Yeah.
Those types of decks. Another deck I could think of is the Saheeli Planeswalker deck that came out not too long ago. It's very artifact based anyway.
True.
So like you're probably gonna see it in something like that. Anything that's heavy artifact based in blue, obviously. But yeah.
Oh, I just realized that alt works with artifact creatures as well.
Yeah.
It's not activated abilities when they get tapped. It's just when they become tapped. So this works really well if you're like a wide artifact deck with like a bunch of Thopters or Servos or something too.
Well, and that's why I was thinking about the Saheeli deck, because I couldn't think of the other legendary creature that came in it that copies, it makes all your tokens. What's that guy's name?
Brutaclad.
How do I not remember the Scottish guy?
I wasn't even thinking about Brutaclad with this guy, but Brutaclad's going to be nasty with a Tezzeret alt on the field. I'm excited for Tezzeret. Also, Strionic Resonator for free. That seems pretty cool. But yeah, we're excited to see this in play, and I think we've spent 10 minutes on him, so we should move on.
We will, yeah. The other thing, just as you're moving to the next card, all your swords equipped for free at that point.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
You can reconfigure all your stuff for less, too.
Yeah, so, good dude.
I like to see it. And here we've got our next entry for the Kamigawa Dragon Spirit dudes, legendary dudes. Kyrie the Swirling Sky for 4 and 2 blue. 6/6 Dragon Spirit, legendary. Flying and Ward 3. For those who don't know what Ward 3 is, it's akin to a hexproof kind of ability. But what it says, the reminder text is, if this creature would be targeted by a spell or ability an opponent controls, that player must pay 3 mana or that ability is countered.
Yeah. Whatever the ward number is. Yeah, for this one it's 3.
For this it's 3. There's cards with Ward 4, Ward 1, Ward pay 3 life, Ward discard a card.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You have to pay the ward cost, otherwise the spell
whatever
is
the
countered.
ward card cost is. And then when Kyrie dies, you choose one of the following. Return any number of target non-land permanents with total mana value 6 or less to their owner's hands. Mill 6 cards, then return up to 2 instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand.
That's nasty.
I think it's pretty cool. This is gonna see some interesting play in it's hard to remove, which is great.
Yep.
I think this will see play in Dragon decks. I'm going to run this in my Dragon deck if I can get my hands on a copy.
What about the Prismari deck? Because of the instant sorcery stuff. Like, you get to return any.
I certainly would if it weren't so expensive.
Yeah.
Or if it was an enter the battlefield ability.
Fair.
Because it's a death trigger, I feel like it's not super powerful for your Spellslinger decks. Like if you're running it in a deck that has a lot of good instants and sorceries, but they aren't like the focus necessarily, and your focus is more like in the mid range, I think that's great. I think this would even be good in my my Planeswalker deck because we run a lot of extra turn spells in that deck.
Yeah.
That I would love to get back from the graveyard, and it's a good blocker for Planeswalkers that's also hard to remove.
Yep.
I think this will see play. I don't think it's going to see play as much in the places you'd think.
Yeah. I mean, the cool thing about the second line of the text there, of the mill 6, it doesn't have to be from the 6 cards that you milled.
Yes.
So it can be any instant or sorcery that's in your graveyard. That's why I brought it up for like their Spellslinger, because maybe there's something that you want to have a repeatable effect. But at that point too, you're better off just for the mana cost just running it Monarch Wall. It's 5 mana and enter the battlefield effect, right? So I mean, I get you. I definitely think it's better probably for your Super Friends deck. Like you said. I mean, it's a cool card. It's limited bomb, obviously.
Most mythics are.
I mean, yeah. I mean, flying 6/6 Ward 3, like they're never gonna kill it. It's a beast.
It says win the game.
Yeah, basically, it's like remove this or lose. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely again speaks more to the casual players. What is that guy? What's the 7 mana?
Nezahal.
Thank you. How did you see?
I am
this right here.
Big brain.
Nezahal.
You said 7 mana. I'm like Nezahal.
Yeah, like I could see it either being in Nezahal decks or being like even like a second commander in Nezahal deck type of thing.
Yeah, I love Nezahal. Nezahal is good design, and this does have a little bit. This does remind me a
little feel. That's kind of what it reminded me of was Nezahal.
Gives me the feel.
Oh goodness, here we go.
And you guys have probably already been looking in dread at the name of the next card. We've got the boy back, the original boy, Jin Gitaxias Progress Tyrant. Jesus Christ, 5 mana. I can't speak around him. He just terrifies me.
That's what he does. Yeah.
Progress Tyrant for 5 and 2 blue. He is a 5/5 legendary creature, Phyrexian Praetor. Whenever you cast an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once each turn. Whenever an opponent casts an artifact, instant, or sorcery spell, counter it. This ability triggers only once each turn.
Yeah. We've already talked about him a little bit.
We have already talked about
but for those who may not have seen the episodes before.
True. You might be viewing the channel for the first time. In that case, we welcome you. And this is terrifying.
This card is... So we spoke about this in the first episode. I talked about how you're going to have multiple counter spells to counter anything that I play.
Yep.
And then, and then something I didn't even think about in the last episode when we did talk about it is you're going to have multiple counter spells to combat my counter spells on your turn.
Yes.
So, like, you go to play something, and I play my counter spell on it. It's going to copy it. I'm going to have 2 targets. They're both going to, target your spell. If you want that thing to resolve, you're going to have to counter both of my counter spells.
Yeah.
He just makes it to where he's a must kill. He's an on-site must kill.
Yeah.
But the worst part about it is like
it's hard to kill.
You got to have 2 things to kill it. It's definitely. If you see this and he's on the other side of the field from you, that is the time where you look at your other 3 pod mates and say, "Okay, guys, what are we doing? To deal with this. Like, do you have something to deal with it? If you do, which one's going to be better? You play it first, whatever. Like, you have to communicate and have politics with this card out. Otherwise, it's just going to take over the game."
I do want to note, though, something that I glossed over the first time I looked at it, and I didn't realize it until just rereading the card. The countering of an opponent's artifact, instant, or sorcery spell doesn't trigger once for each opponent. It only triggers once each turn.
Exactly.
So it is easier to get rid of in the sense that if you do team up against Jin Gitaxias, one person can play a removal spell, and then the next person can play a removal spell.
Well, the other thing,
if you don't have enough mana to do it on your own or enough cards to do it on your own, I can Doomblade, and then it gets countered, and then my buddy to my left also Doomblades. So that does work. So it isn't quite as hard to get rid of for that reason.
Well, you can also do the
than
bait
I
thing
thought.
where, like, let's say you're in turn 15 and you draw your Soul Ring, and it's like, I don't need this extra mana.
True.
You can play your Soul Ring, have it counter, because they don't get to choose. It's the first.
Yeah.
So you can play your Soul Ring and then play your removal after.
Yeah.
But the point is it's still taking you two cards and the resources to play those two cards. Like, it's very attrition-y. Like, it's...
Yeah, if, like, best scenario I can think of against him is you're in a... If you can't get help from your allies at that point, is late game Soul Ring Doomblade.
Yeah.
And that's a very specific set of cards, and like you have to have the removal in hand, and you have to have something to bait the counterspell, and the person playing Jin Gataxias can't also have counterspells in their hand.
Exactly.
Because like if I've played Jin Gataxias and still have mana open, or a Pact in my hand, or anything, you play your Soul Ring, you play your Doomblade, well, I'll Force of Will it. You're going to play another one? Okay, I'll Pact it.
Yeah.
Like, it can be pretty brutal if in the right kind of deck, and even not in a, like, control-y counterspell deck.
Yeah.
It's also going to be really good.
I mean, he's I won't say he's not as bad as the first one.
I agree.
The first one, for those who don't know, it did cost 10 mana.
Yeah.
But it had Flash. It was a 5/4 at the time, so he's got a little tougher butt now.
Mm-hmm.
He was a 5/4 at the time, but that one made your opponents discard their hand at the end of turn.
He's been getting gains in the back.
He's been doing those squats.
Yeah.
But he would make you discard your hand at the end of your turn, and then you would draw 7 cards the person who controlled him would draw 7 cards at the end of their turn. So they're getting a ton of cards and resources, and then like you had one turn, if you didn't have anything to remove it, now you've discarded your hand. Now you're playing off the top of your deck. Like and
they have 7 cards to counterspell.
That card was way harder to play against, I think, from a standpoint than this one. So they did bring his power level down just a little bit from that standpoint.
But it's good in a different way now, because the things I'm thinking about are this in my Calamax deck, this in my Galazeth deck, and this in my Super Friends deck.
Yep.
In my Super Friends deck, playing my Expropriate twice is pretty good.
Yeah. Or we talked about Time Stretch, things
or
like
Time
that.
Stretch, or even just Time Warp.
Yeah. That turns your Time Warp into a Time Stretch for 5 mana?
Yeah, turns a Time Warp into a Time Stretch. That's really good. In that deck, we have a lot of ramp. We play Ramos as the commander, so I can just remove 5 counters, play Jin Gataxias with 2 extra mana, Time Warp for 5, and get 2 extra turns. That's insane. That's fucking insane.
So let me ask this. Do you run Joda in the deck?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Because that's what I was thinking. We were talking about like a 5-color commander to play.
Yeah.
Just because he is big mana dot deck. Joda.
Oh, yeah, he is.
So for 5, for Wooburg, you can just play this guy, type of thing.
I think we run Fist of Suns, but not also Joda.
Yeah.
Just because it's a little harder to get rid of, and also we didn't need to.
No, for sure. I mean, but can you imagine though? Can you imagine the old Jin Gataxias as the commander and this one in the deck?
Ew.
And then
I don't want to imagine that.
playing
Stop putting
both?
these thoughts in my head.
and then you're talking about, do they have the counter spell? Well, they're mono blue.
They're mono blue. They just drew 7 cards, and the first removal spell is gonna get countered no matter what they have.
Yeah.
Jeez, that's gross.
This guy's good. This guy's really good. Again, we're not going to spend too much more time on him. Like, he's awesome. He's good. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this next card either, but we're going to talk about it.
Yep. 1 and 4 blue sorcery. Gain control of target artifact or creature. Untap it. Just not very.
I mean, this is in the same cycle.
Fine.
This is in the same cycle that we talked about.
Well, the difference with the last card though is that if it were differently costed, I would run it in white decks.
Yeah.
There's just better steal
treachery
stuff out
treachery
there.
where you get to untap your mana. Like, I mean, it's one of those things where like Will it see play? Absolutely. Like, it's
Yeah,
absolutely gonna see play.
someone will play it,
This is
and
gonna.
it'll be fine.
You guys can visit Slypatch. This will be in our dollar box. I can guarantee you.
Yep,
You know
it's
what I'm
not.
saying?
It's going to be bulk.
It's gonna be in the. It's gonna be in the dollar box. But and by the way, when you come to Slypatch, not only do we have our dollar boxes, but you actually get 12 for 10.
Yep.
So we have a discount on that.
I bought like 40 cards yesterday out of
Yeah.
that box.
Exactly. I think you got 36 exactly because you got the discount on 3 times. You know.
No, I bought a little bit more
Oh,
than.
did you? Okay.
Yeah, I bought 36 plus like 8.
Oh, okay. Man, you should have just got a couple more.
I was tired of standing around by the dollar boxes. I was there for like an hour.
But yeah, this card, I mean, gain control of our effect. The fact that it untaps something is still okay. Like,
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. And if it's a really good artifact, like a chromatic orrery that came out recently,
Yep.
something like that. If you're using it for something, to gain control of something like that, sure, it's a cool card. But again, it's so heavily costed in blue, you're only going to see it in certain decks.
It's fine.
You'll probably still see it in your blue-green decks because of the mana fixing and stuff.
That's true. I can see it. A lot of blue-green decks don't. At least not that I've seen. A lot of blue-green decks that I've seen don't really do a whole lot of thieving.
No. I'm talking
So-
about. I'm talking about more of the casual. Well, I mean, I'm thinking like super casual. I'm not thinking of like your level of casual. I'm talking
yeah,
about
okay, yeah. No, that makes
I'm
sense.
talking about the guy that
The 5s and 6s.
exactly the guy that bought the precon, wanted to add a couple cards.
And liked the idea. Of
Yeah,
stealing
you may
something.
even see it in like colors other than blue green, like maybe it's blue white, whatever. But it's just like that new guy came in, saw the card. The card's the card is not a bad effect. Like if I can steal your Vornclux or
Yeah,
your
like,
Elishnorn,
yeah,
whatever.
Stealing of all kinds is usually good.
But that mana cost, for the same converted mana cost, like I said, 5 mana, you can play a Treachery, you can play.
There are better options.
Just so many options. Yeah, you can play a Mind Control actually, and that's an uncommon, and it's still an enchantment, versus a sorcery. But yeah, you can play Mind Control at 4 mana, for 2 colors and 2 blue. And yeah, it does the same type of effect. It's only creature, but still, yeah, it's an okay card.
It's fine.
It'll be in the bulk box.
March of Swirling Mist. We've got another cycle here. X and a blue instant. We talked a little bit about the white one. As an additional cost to cast it, you can exile any number of blue cards from your hand, and the spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled that way. And up to X target creatures phase out. I think this one's awesome.
Yeah.
This is in mono blue. It's not nearly this good, but I'm making the comparison anyway for argument's sake. It's kind of like a little Teferi's Protection.
So yeah, that's a card to compare it to for sure. Is Teferi's Protection. I think in a lot of your mono blue decks, like your Nezahals, things like that, right? That we were talking about before. You don't run a ton of creatures. It's more of a spell slinger or other things based. Even your Urzas, like we talked about, run a bunch of artifacts. Being able to save your creatures from a board wipe, in the vein of like even if you don't have a ton of mana, like you can still just have 1 blue up. It's going to cost you some cards, so it's still a resource that you're losing. But if the resources on your board are more important than those cards in your hand, and you can, and it phases them out, so it's for the entire turn. So like if the first opponent after you goes to board wipe,
yeah, it's not just an ephemerate,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
it stays that way until your next turn, which is
so it protects you from everybody, in that cycle. So yeah, I mean it's obviously better the earlier you play in the turn cycle. Obviously, like if the person after you is the board wiper versus the guy who was right before you. Mm-hmm. But still, yeah, I mean. It's not super good. Like it's not like groundbreakingly like busted or anything like that. But it's definitely a card that I think should see play in those casual levels that you're talking about. Because it's something in a different color that gives that type of effect that Teferi's Protection does.
Another thing I like about this card design is that it does cost cards out of your hand if you want to make it cheaper, but you can also just pay it for 3 and save 2 creatures. And you don't have to save all your creatures, right? If you're kind of wide at the moment, you can just pay 2 total mana and exile a dead card in your hand and save your 3 best creatures like that as like a sort of medium middle of the road usage of the card, that's pretty good.
Save that guy that's got the Cloud Stoker and, reconfigured on it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Like, everybody else can die. I want to keep this guy with this attached to it. Like, things like that. Yeah. So.
Moving on, we've got more sagas. Inventive iteration for 3 and a blue. First page, return up to 1 target creature or planeswalker to its owner's hand. Not bad. 2, return an artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. If you can't, draw a card. I think that part, I'm going to get to this in a moment, is the most important part of this card. And then for the creature on the back, we've got Living Breakthrough, who is a 3/3 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell, your opponents can't cast spells with the same mana value as that spell until your next turn.
So that's actually pretty cool on the backside there. Like,
yeah.
That goes kind of into the counterbalance thing that I was talking about earlier. It was kind of funny.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. But, like being able to keep your opponents from playing something of a certain CMC, especially if their commander is that CMC, you just play, they got a 2-mana commander. You're like, I'll just play this 2-mana spell and then...
Here's my arcane signet. You can't cast your commander. Fuck you.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So tell me why you think the second part of the saga is most important.
Cards like this are very, very good when you need to return, when you need that recursion, right?
Mm-hmm.
The problem with recursion, the only problem with recursion, is that on its own, an Eternal Witness, for example, is just a 2/1 for 3, and that's horrible.
Yep.
If you have a good card in your graveyard that you would like back, whether you milled it, whether it died, whatever, then it's a really good card. The problem with recursion is that it's dead if you have nothing to get back. This is not. If you have nothing to get back, you draw a card, which is awesome. The decks that want to run this are artifact decks, and if you draw this in your starting hand, you can still play it on turn 4, and if no one gets rid of an important artifact, you just draw a card.
Yep.
It's great.
I 100% agree with you, but I want to add something to that. It says return an artifact, not target artifact. They can't exile it in response to the saga going off. Because it says an artifact, so it's not targeted.
But you can't return it from the graveyard, though, if it's an exile.
No, what I'm saying is this, is like, once they let that ability trigger, you know how, like, for example, if you had a recursion, like you're talking about an Eternal Witness, right? If I play my Eternal Witness, and I say I want to get back my Abrupt Decay, and you have a Scooz out, or like the other guy, you can exile that in response to the trigger for my target, right? If you let me get to that second part of the saga and it has triggered, I can return whatever card. You don't have a chance to respond at that point. Because it...
You sure?
100% sure. Because it says return an artifact. You're not actually targeting anything. So once
I understand the argument for target, and the only reason I'm confused is because I run a Marchesa deck, right? Marchesa, I don't remember the specific name, but it's the Grixis one, and the whole idea of the deck,
Blackthorn or whatever.
Yeah, the black, red, green.
Yeah.
Black Rose, Marchesa
Black
Black
Rose.
Rose.
That's what it is, Black Rose.
That doesn't target either. But it says when this creature dies, return it to the battlefield under its own or under your control. If that triggers and a creature gets exiled, it still gets exiled.
Well, yeah, because they're responding to a trigger, right?
Yes.
So, but
and they would be here too.
So this is what happens. This is what I mean by this. Is that thing triggers? They can it goes to the trigger, right? But once I start the action of what I'm doing, they can no longer target anything in my graveyard. Because I'm not targeting anything. It just says return an artifact.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It's like once that starts to happen, now they can't do anything. Now they can do it if they think they know what I'm going to get back, or if it's like the only artifact in my graveyard.
Oh, you mean that they... Okay, you mean that they don't know what you're going to target.
Correct.
Okay.
And so because you're not targeting anything, they
Okay, I totally misunderstood.
there's no middle step in that sequence.
Okay,
You know what I'm saying?
yes, that is correct.
So that's what's really cool about it is like if they let it go off and they don't and they haven't already exiled whatever artifact, or if I have multiple artifacts in my graveyard, they got to choose, right?
Yeah, they like if they exiled everything, well then you draw a card.
Right, and that's what I was.
And that's fine.
And that's what I was going to go to next. Is like if they go to Tormod's Crypt before the ability goes off. Well, now, like you said, I don't lose it. I draw a card. That's what makes this card so cool to me.
Yeah. Okay. I misunderstood what you meant at first. So yes, because you're not targeting, they don't know what you're going to get back.
Yeah.
And they can respond to the trigger still and exile something that they don't want you to get back, but you will get back something else or still draw a card.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's really cool. But it can also hurt you in that sense because like maybe you have like a crappy artifact and a really good artifact, and then they exile the really good artifact, and now you have to get back the crappy one. But either way, you're still getting a card back.
Run your own exile stuff to get rid of it, so that you draw a card instead.
Exactly. But yeah, no, this card is super cool, especially the backside that we talked about.
Backside is awesome.
Backside's awesome.
Also very good for artifact decks because
Yeah.
you don't really want like a lot of artifact decks might not run a lot of creatures. Like there are plenty that run lots of creatures, like especially stuff with like Mer Battlesphere and stuff like that. But there are also Brutaclad. There are also a lot of artifact decks that don't run a lot of creatures, and having a bounce, recur, or draw, and then a 3/3 flyer that heavily controls what your opponents can do.
Yeah.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, pretty good card. Again, won't see competitive play.
Oh yeah.
But still a good card.
Tameshi Reality Architect for 2 and a blue. 2/3 legendary Moonfolk Wizard. Whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn.
It's interesting how they've added that to a lot of cards.
Yeah, Jin Gataxias has that as well, and I have a whole rant about it. Then you can pay X and a white and return a land you control to its owner's hand. Return target artifact or enchantment card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Activate only as a sorcery. This is great for artifact decks. This is great for enchantment decks. This is good for just blue-based control decks that like to bounce things to hand. This is awesome.
Well, and because of the commander rule, this is actually a blue-white planeswalker.
True.
Because of how the color identity works. The thing with this that I find really interesting, and again, this goes back to the old Kamigawa, is Moonfolk have a kind of a thing about returning lands. So I can't remember the name of the card right off the top of my head, but there's an old one where like you pay a blue and you return a land to your hand and you make a 1/1 spirit. But it's all like Moonfolk have that whole thing where it's like about returning lands and then replaying them and stuff like that. So I love that they stuck with that type of flavor for the Moonfolk thing.
Yeah.
Overall, and you guys will notice here as we keep going because we're an hour and a half into this already and we're not even halfway through blue. So I'm gonna be
too excited.
We're gonna get a little bit faster on some of these. This is our first one, so bear with us, and we don't expect you guys to watch the whole. If it ends up being 5 hours,
skip to your favorite parts.
Skip to your favorite parts. Actually, yeah, we'll tag where the different colors and stuff are for sure to let you guys know. But anyway, this card I think could be a cool multicolored commander. I mean, there's obviously way better blue-white ones like Iron Grand Arbiter, for example. But I'm mean like that. But yeah, for those people, whenever like it says, whenever one or more non-creature permanents are returned to hand, draw a card. I mean, anything that says draw a card on it is usually good.
Yeah.
Like it usually has.
It's usually at least good enough.
It's at least good,
for at least casual play.
And I'm sure someone's going to break this. Like someone's going to find a way to, some way to break it.
Yeah, like it being, there's probably some weird infinite combo with sacrificing your Mox Amber, using that to pay a white, or Mox Amber, pay the white, return a land to your hand, and then return the Mox Amber to field and then do something.
Yeah, there's probably some kind of weird thing that can happen that we just we're not smart enough to figure out right now.
I figured out part of it,
Yeah.
but that is going to return all of your lands to your hand. There's got to be something else in there, but yeah, I mean it's certainly interesting, and yeah, I mean I'm excited to see it in play.
Yeah, for sure.
The reality chip.
It's a jellyfish.
It's a jellyfish.
It's a jellyfish.
It's also a computer program.
I know, it's awesome.
The reality chip is 1 and a blue for a 0/4 legendary artifact creature equipment jellyfish. You may look at the top card of your library at any time, and as long as the reality chip is attached to a creature, you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library, and it has reconfigure for 2 and a blue. So it is a 0/4 kind of wall type thing for 2.
Mm-hmm.
That gives you a little bit of that precognition of sorts. You get to see a little bit of what's coming, and then it becomes a future sight if you equip it to a creature.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
There's not much more to say. Future Sight is good in Commander.
It gives you the peekaboo, and it doesn't have the restrictive cost of Future Sight, which is good.
Yeah, it is much more accessible. I'm pretty sure Future Sight is 3 and 3 blue. This is effectively, for the total effect, 3 and 2 blue. Probably a little bit easier to remove since it's an artifact and a creature, and you have to have a creature to equip it to, but... you
can live the dream.
It's great.
Live the dream, and I'm going to try to live the dream of, I'm going to look up Jellyfish Tribal on Gather. At the very least, I can play a Mana War, even though he's probably not listed as a jellyfish. He looks like a jellyfish, so I'm going to play this, and
Mana War should be a jellyfish.
I'm going to play this in 40 Mana Wars, and let's just go. But
rule 0 that bitch.
I mean, well, it doesn't have to be Commander. I can do it. I guess I can't do that. I mean, I'll play 4 of these, 4 Mana War, 4 Phantasmal images, and just copy all my stuff. Just the clone effects, and I'm just going to play a bunch of jellyfish.
Mana War reality chip in every clone you can find.
Exactly.
Next, we've got Thousand-Faced Shadow, 1 blue and for a human ninja with ninjutsu. It's a 1/1. It is 2 and 2 blue for ninjutsu. It has flying. When Thousand-Faced Shadow enters the battlefield from your hand, if it's attacking, you create a token that's a copy of another target attacking creature. The token enters the battlefield tapped and attacking. So, it's a 1/1 flying for 1, which in, blue tempo-y decks is fine, not necessarily as much in Commander.
Well, it's really good for ninjutsu, because,
but
flying...
It's the ninjutsu ability that gets you.
Well, the ninjutsu ability itself gets you, but it helps you with, this is going to go straight into Yuriko, because it's a 1-drop, 1/1 flyer. So, automatically, they're probably not going to have anything on turn 2 that can block a flyer.
Yep.
Maybe they're Birds of Paradise, but do they want to lose it? Stuff like that. And so now you attack with this, you ninjutsu in your Yuriko, and you get to, hit them for 16 with a Draco or whatever off the top. This guy is super good for the ninja deck that we already have. The fact that it copies another dude when it comes into play if it's attacking. So if you ninjutsu it in, you get to... your fallen shinobis and things like that are really good from that standpoint.
Yep.
But really, this guy's going to be in that deck. There's also Edric, the Edric deck. Edric is a green-blue guy where, whenever one of your guys... or whenever a creature deals combat damage to an opponent, you get to draw a card. So, that deck already plays like Flying Men. Okay, so and this is a power creep. Okay, let's talk about power creep. You were talking about power creep earlier, right? So, Flying Men is an old card. Very old card. It was an Arabian Nights originally. It was a 1 mana, 1/1 blue flyer. That was it. That was all the abilities on that card. And now we have this.
Yep.
He's a 1 mana, 1/1 flyer with ninjutsu, with all this text on it. That's the power creep we have.
Now, I, being a more casual player, am very excited about the ninjutsu ability for being able to copy other attacking creatures. I think that's really cool, and I don't know. It's cool. It's going to see some play in certain decks, and I'm excited to see it.
The only thing it won't do, just so you guys know, is it won't copy attack triggers, because the card is already coming in tapped and attacking. So, anything that's an attack trigger, it won't copy. But if you've got a creature like a Blightsteel, and
I just realized Thousand Faced Shadow, you don't have to ninjutsu it to get that ability. If you get it in with something like Ilharg,
Yeah.
it still works.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Not that you would,
But still, yeah.
but
It's-
you don't technically have to ninjutsu this card to
To get its
to
ability.
get its ability to work. So, moving on, we've got Mindlink Mech for 2 and a blue, 4/3 flying vehicle, crew for just 1, which is pretty low.
Yep.
Whenever Mindlink Mech becomes crewed for the first time each turn, until end of turn, it becomes a copy of target non-legendary creature that crewed it this turn, except it is 4/3. It's a vehicle artifact in addition to its other types, and it has flying. I'm trying to think of ways that I could break this, and nothing really comes to mind immediately. It's like kind of neat, but it's also like super niche, I think, and it doesn't particularly excite me.
Yeah, there's not really many non-legendary creatures that have like attack abilities and things like that. You know, I mean, you could copy something like what's his name, Hellrider. You know, something like that. You know, in that type of casual, type of deck or whatever.
But like also in such a case, why not just attack with the Hellrider?
Exactly.
Right.
Well,
I mean,
the only reason is because if it becomes a copy of it, then you get double triggers.
No, because you have to tap the Hellrider to crew it.
That doesn't matter because the Hellrider just is based off of creatures attacking. So you would essentially have 2
Oh,
Hellriders.
I don't actually know what Hellrider does. So
it does 1 damage to each opponent for each attacking creature.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Fair
like,
enough.
Like that's like the most outreach, like type thing I
Yeah.
can think of. Like you want to copy something that has some kind of triggered abilities and stuff like that, but otherwise,
and I've always loved copying stuff. I actually recently, you haven't seen this yet, but I built a non-black 4-color token copy deck. That is just a bunch of things that I make token copies of, and it's going to be hilarious. And I'm running a bunch of populate cards and everything. It's going to be fun. And I've always loved copying for that reason. I also run a lot of copy spells in like my Yarok deck, and it's a fun time. And I don't know, it's just a lot of the copy stuff that I like to do is all like ETBs, and this is just like I don't know, it's just kind of boring.
Yeah, this is a gloss over card.
Yep, it'll be fine in certain decks, and that's it.
So now we're into the uncommons.
Yes.
We're going to skip that guy. We're going to go to the shrine just because we want to talk
The
about the
shrines! We've got to cover the shrines. Goshen Tai of Lost Wisdom, 1 and a blue for a 0/4 flying shrine. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, target player mills X cards, where X is the number of shrines you control.
Constructed card.
Yeah, constructed.
It's not one of the... you'll see it in the shrine deck solely because they want the number of shrines.
Yeah.
But
they're probably not going to use it much. I mean, you usually, like, unless your explicit goal is to mill your opponents, most people don't like milling your opponents because most decks will have recursion, or they use their graveyard as a toolbox, or they just run the Eldrazi Titans that shuffle their deck back in, or Blightsteel, or, like, milling in Commander, unless it is your sole goal and you're, like, regularly exiling graveyards... Mill is just not that good, but it being a 0/4 flyer that is a shrine is good for the shrine deck.
Yeah, it's gonna sit there and block. It's gonna be a thing. From that standpoint, and it's gonna be in there just because it's a 2-mana shrine.
Yep.
To add to the other shrines' abilities and stuff. But yeah, I mean, you're definitely not gonna see it be used a lot.
Yeah.
As far as
unless your shrine deck has a lot of recursion, you might mill yourself.
Possible.
Because, like, I mean, if it, like, going along the line of earlier when we were talking about Enchantress decks running a lot of enchantment recursion, and specifically that 3 and 4 white to return all artifacts and enchantments to the field, if you had that in your hand...
Which there's better ones.
You might...
There's better ones that do... So replenish. Like replenish is 3 mana and a white. And it returns all your enchantments. So but
talking from the same set, there's other cards that do similar things. You might mill yourself with this card.
What is that 7 mana? Or no, it's 5 mana. It's a black and a white spell. Returns all legendaries.
Primeval's Glorious Reaper.
Yeah, so that because these are because these are legendary enchantments.
Are all legendary.
Yeah, so if you're running like a primal, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah,
I could see you milling yourself.
Yeah, I could.
Something like that.
Yeah, and because it says target player, that's a perfectly valid.
Sure. So
approach.
yeah, maybe you use it on yourself, but yeah. Let's just skip through most of these blue. So go down just a couple. So Thirst for Knowledge. That's the card we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
So draw 3 cards, discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. That card is super good.
Yep.
I actually play it in Commander in an artifact based deck because.
Oh yeah, I mean, if unfortunately Thirst for Meaning, which is the one I mentioned earlier, is blue. Otherwise, I would run it in the Sethis deck I'm planning on.
Yeah.
Running.
Well, I mean, I ran it in Tufasa, but yeah.
I would too, 100%.
Keep going. I don't think there's much more in the blue commons and uncommons. Oh, actually, no. Go down.
Prosperous Thief. It's not like super powerful, but it is cool for those rogue and ninja decks because this is ninja or rogue deals combat damage to a player. So I know some people are getting into rogue decks.
Rogue decks are definitely a big thing because Anna one that came out, and then I was going to have you look at this one, and there's another one, but ninjutsu being a thing, like being able to create those treasures and get the mana ramp in a blue black
for a Dimir deck.
Yeah, for a blue black deck, yeah, for sure. But go down real quick. This card right here, Reality Heist.
5 mana for 5 and 2 blue for an instant. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each artifact you control. So effectively affinity for artifacts. And you look at the top 7 cards of your library. You may reveal up to 2 artifact cards from among them, put them into your hand, and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
Yeah, this is an artifact dig through time.
This is
an artifact dig through time. So those who don't know dig through time, it was a spell that cost like 8 and 2 blue or something like that, but it had delve. So
8 and 1 blue.
Was it 1 blue? No, that's Treasure Cruise.
Oh, Treasure Cruise. That's 7 and 1 blue.
Yeah.
Dig through time is.
Or maybe it's 6. It was 8 total. It was 8 total.
6 and 2 blue.
6 and 2 blue.
Dig through time. Yeah.
Yeah, but so it costs 1 more than this, but you could delve. So delve is exiling cards from your graveyard to pay for the cost. This one is tap the artifacts, or you don't even have to tap the artifacts. You just control the artifacts. Yeah. So again, going back to Urza decks, like this is going to play in your Urza decks.
Oh yeah.
Because you have all your artifacts out there. You pay 2 blue as an instant. Get to search in your top 7 cards for 2 artifacts. Like this card is so good.
And there's been a couple of these kinds of cards recently that look at the top 7 and get 2 cards. This specifically says artifacts, but we have seen Drawn from Dreams a couple years ago, which is just 2 and 2 blue. Look at the top 7, get 2 cards. And then we also have Memory Something, which is 2 and 2 blue. Look at the number of cards at the top of your deck equal to the mana you spent and get 2 cards. So at first it's 4, but then it has flashback for 7.
Yeah.
This reminds me a lot of both of those cards, but instead...
And both those are rares, right?
Yes, both of those are rares.
That's why I think this is such an insane card.
Yeah, I think this is gonna see play in Constructed for sure, and I think in Commander, any artifact deck is going to want this.
Oh yeah, I mean this. I mean, you could even. I don't know that'll happen, but I could see it even being like a one of in vintage where you're running your Moxes and your Lotus and stuff like that, and for 2 blue instant.
I mean, I could see it, but I also know nothing about vintage, so I won't challenge you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's probably not going to see it just because it costs 2 blue. Like, if it costs 1 blue instead, maybe. Yeah. But otherwise, man, like, this card, yeah. I mean...
Good card.
Yeah, for the most part, this card is not going to cost more than 2 blue for most artifact decks, and to be able to search 7... Just so you guys know, too, because we talked about it a minute ago, the whole top 7 thing is based on a constructed standpoint, not Commander.
Yes,
because technically in Constructed, you're having 60 card decks most of the time, so you're actually getting to see more than 10% of your deck when you actually use this card. From a limited standpoint, you're seeing
almost a quarter of your deck.
Yeah, almost a quarter of your deck.
Well, a quarter of your deck easy because you have 7. You've already drawn at least 7 cards by then.
Yeah, so I mean, the thing about it is like the look at 7 cards thing is geared towards limited and Constructed and things like that. But even in Commander, where I mean, at the point where you have 99 cards in your deck, you have to draw your first 7 cards. You're going to have some cards out to play. Like by the time you use this card, you're almost looking at 10% of your deck.
True.
Like not fully, but it's pretty close. I mean, 8%, whatever. But
you might not find in Commander. You might not find the specific card you're looking for, which is the difference between Constructed.
Yeah.
Whereas Constructed, since you're looking at 10% of your deck, and
you're playing multiple copies,
you're going to get 3 or 4 copies of the cards that you really want to see. You're probably going to see the cards specifically that you want with these kinds of cards.
Yeah.
But in Commander, because we deal with the singleton rule, we have a lot of redundancy. And so you might not get the specific card you need, but you're going to get something good that will help in the situation you need it for.
And the majority of the time, it's 2 mana, draw 2 cards out of 7 cards you got to look at.
Sure.
Which makes it, I mean, we play cards that are 2 mana, draw 2 cards. I play that all the time.
I play 3 mana, draw 2 cards.
Right,
just
divination,
as a budget option. I mean,
yeah.
Recently I've gone into my collection and consolidated the cards that I wanted to keep and looked at some of the old deck projects that I had laying around that I never finished, and I'm like, I'm just going to finish these with the cards I had lying around. And I had like 7 copies of Read the Bones, and they ended up in every black deck that I was looking at.
Absolutely. Disruption Protocol is a common, I think it's pretty cool.
Scroll up a little bit.
So Counterspell itself is 2 mana. And then we have Cancel, which is, 1 and 2 blue. So this is, it could be a cancel at times, but if you're playing the artifact deck, especially with static artifacts that don't matter whether they're tapped or not, this becomes a counterspell. Another copy of counterspell for you in that deck.
Yep.
At common. So that's pretty cool. We're gonna again pause the video for a second to do our repositioning for the black, but we'll be right back. And we're back. Thanks again for the pauses. I'm interested to see when we do the editing and look at it.
Yeah, me too.
It's gonna be back.
It's gonna be so bad, and I can't wait.
It's gonna be horrible. But guess what? This is only like our 3rd time recording, so we're gonna be terrible at it. It's okay.
Coming back, we've got Nashi Moonsage's Scion, 1 black 3/2 Rat Ninja,
Legendary.
Ninjutsu. Legendary. She is a commander. They are a commander.
Yeah.
Ninjutsu for 3 and a black, which I don't think we mentioned before, but in case there's anyone who aren't familiar with Ninjutsu, Ninjutsu says you can basically swap this from your hand with an attacking creature as long as that attacking creature wasn't blocked.
Yep.
So I attack with a creature, you don't block it. I pay 4 in this instance. I return the attacking creature to my hand. I put Nashi on the field, tapped and attacking.
Yep.
And then it will deal combat damage and do whatever.
Yep.
So whenever Nashi Moonsage's Scion deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of each player's library. Till end of turn, you may play one of those cards. If you cast a spell this way, pay life equal to its mana cost rather than paying its mana cost. Boom! I love it. This is awesome.
Bolas's Citadel on a dude, basically. From that perspective.
Combine Thief of Sanity and Bolas's Citadel.
And and Atali. Like Atali has the ability.
Oh yeah, no. Combine Atali and Bolas's Citadel and give it ninjutsu.
Gives me the shivers.
Atali is a little bit better because you get to cast them for free.
You get to cast all of them,
but it's also a 6 mana dude. This is
it's a
6
mana
mana,
dude.
Or it's 4 mana for ninjutsu, and you're guaranteed to get the hit. I love it.
Yeah, because Atali has no evasion too. So
Atali doesn't have evasion.
Yeah.
This has sort of evasion built in that you bounce in
the sneaky stuff.
Yeah,
sneaky
you
stuff.
do the sneaky stuff.
This guy's awesome.
I'm in love with this card.
So
I don't play ninjas, I don't play rogues, but this card is very cool. I can't wait to see other people play it. I don't think I'll put it in anything, but
dude, also because it's a rat, you have things like Rat Colony and Relentless Rats,
Rat Tribal with ninjas.
Yeah, you got to do. I mean, there's other rat commanders out there, obviously. They're probably better, but just again, like having this one. Yeah, exactly. Marinara is really good. But dude, this guy, Straight up, obviously goes in Yuriko, as we talked about too.
Yep.
It's a great Yuriko card.
Ninjas with ninjutsu are usually good in those rogue decks too. So I mean, it doesn't fit with the rogue tribe necessarily, but this could easily go in an Anawan deck and just be a good card, even though it doesn't fit the tribe.
Yeah, I mean, because a lot of rogues have evasion, can't be blocked, stuff like that.
Or just have flying.
Yeah, exactly.
Touch.
Yeah, have things like that where people don't want to block it. So yeah, this card's going to see play.
100%.
As a commander, I mean, I think it's better off in the 99 than a commander, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Yuriko has commander ninjutsu specifically, so you can pull her from the command zone as a ninjutsu.
And you have the blue.
And you have the blue as well. Nashi doesn't have either of those things. Mono black ninjas is probably fine, but it's less.
Yeah, you get to like the 1 mana changeling that can't be blocked and stuff like that.
Yeah, like there's still good
things,
stuff.
There's things, but yeah, I mean it's definitely just a card that wants to be in the 99.
Yep.
From a constructed, or I mean, not sure, but a limited standpoint, dude, this card's really still really cool. Because you're gonna have either your flyer that they don't block, or like you said, something with death, something that even if it's just poking them for one, right, and you're like, boom, put this in. Now you get to exile the top card of both your guys' decks and play one of them. So from limited, that's really cool. But from from commander standpoint, especially in the ninja deck, dude, I mean, can you imagine? You're talking about I'm playing against you with ninjas, right? And you're playing your Super Friends deck. Oh, I just exiled Spencer's Expropriate.
Take 9, but
take either 3 permanents or some extra turns. I mean, it's
good.
This card's awesome.
It's real good.
Yeah.
We got the next Dragon Spirit.
Jumanji. No.
Jumanji! Not sponsored. Junji, the Midnight Sky, 3 and 2 black for a 5/5 flying menace. Legendary Dragon Spirit. When Junji, the Midnight Sky dies, choose 1. Each opponent discards 2 cards and loses 2 life. Put target non-dragon creature card from a graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. You lose 2 life. I am cripplingly sad. I really, I was reading this, I'm like, I kind of want to put this in my Ur Dragon deck, and then it goes and says non-dragon creature.
There's a reason.
I know there's a reason, but I don't like it. I know there's a reason, but that doesn't mean I like it.
I'm just saying, there's a reason.
I know.
I mean, obviously for the infinite self-recursion type thing, but also, yeah, I mean, yeah, I get you. Like it can't be in the Ur Dragon, obviously, because it's not, it's non-dragon. But it still could be in the Ur Dragon. Here's why. Because it says from a graveyard, so you can still hit your opponent's stuff.
Oh, okay.
You don't.
It also does have menace, which is pretty sick on a 5/5 flying dragon.
Flying menace basically makes it unblockable. Not truly, but. It's
going to be tough to block.
Like Flample, which is flying and trample. Flample's probably better, which is on like the red one we'll get to later.
I don't know. I think Flying Menace is better.
Well, I'm just saying, from a standpoint of if what you were trying to do was it had to get damage through type of thing,
But it doesn't.
I'm talking about if something like you have some kind of triggered ability, when you deal combat damage to a player or something like that, right? Flample in most cases is better from that standpoint. But Flying Menace, yeah, most of the time they're not going to have 2 flyers, and even if they do. The 2 flyers probably aren't big enough to kill your 5/5.
And if they are,
you get a trigger.
Yeah.
This guy's insane.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? You sold it to me.
This guy's insane. In my personal opinion, from a commander standpoint, and again we'll get to the red one in a little bit. He may be better if you have some kind of infinite recursion or sack outlets and things like that. We'll talk about why here in a little bit. But from my standpoint of the ones that I've seen, I think this is the best one of the cycle. Flying Menace 5/5, again, worst case scenario, you're making each opponent discard 2 life or 2 cards and lose 2 life. That in itself, especially it's a 5-drop, right? So you're later in the game, your opponents may not even have 2 cards. They might have to discard their whole hand at that point. This guy's good.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely exciting, and even though it is sad that I wouldn't be able to get back Ramos with him or something, I'll take it anyways. It is an exciting card, and I am excited to see it in play. Blade of the Oni, 1 and a black for 3/1 artifact, creature, equipment, demon. Equipped creature has base power and toughness 5/5, has menace, and is a black demon in addition to its other colors and types. I don't know if I mentioned if it was a 3/1 with menace naturally, and it also has reconfigure for 2 and 2 black. Like I said earlier, man, I love these reconfigure cards. I think they're super cool. I think this is awesome. Definitely going to see play in certain kinds of Voltron decks. The tough part about it is that it makes base power 5/5, which, depending on the creature you are trying to Voltron, could be a step down, so you just wouldn't run it in those decks. But in a lot of cases, your Voltron commander is going to be a 4/4 or a 3/4 or a 4/3 or something like that. And then the base power and toughness doesn't affect auras and counters that would bump base power and toughness.
Yeah.
So, and then giving it menace, great.
Yeah, a lot of times you're going to be putting this on the smaller creatures to make them bigger, into 5/5s anyway. Giving them the menace ability is really awesome. From a commander standpoint, you're not going to see it a lot in commander. This is a constructed card. Like this is totally a limited bomb. Obviously, limited bomb to make one of your dorks really big, and then it's more of a constructed card. You're going to see this in your standard decks that you were talking about. You may see like a blue black artifact style of deck, and this is the kind of card you're going to see in your constructed. But from a commander standpoint, you're not going to see it a whole lot. It'll be played in something.
It'll be played in some Voltron decks, but that's probably the limit of it.
I mean, you could even play this in Yuriko because it has menace, right? As a natural creature.
It is just a 2-mana 3/1 menace. That's
right,
good.
And so then that way you can get your ninjutsu, and then later in the game, because you've returned it and stuff, now you get to make you've got your Yuriko on board. She's only a 1/3. Now you make her into a 5/5 with menace herself, something like that. I could see.
There are niche circumstances where
Yeah.
Blade of the Oni will see play and be good.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near like a staple, or it's not going to be super common.
No.
Invoke Despair. We're back to the 4-symbol cycle.
Do you know what invokes despair for me?
This card in this cycle.
The cycle for one, but all the words on these cards. Have you noticed how every card, which rares are usually like that, they have a little bit more text on them. But oh my goodness, everything's a paragraph. Everything is by the time we're done with this, we will have read War and Peace to everybody. As many words, but anyway, go ahead.
1 and 4 black for a sorcery. Target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life. You draw a card, and then you repeat this process for an enchantment and a planeswalker.
Yeah.
It's
not going to be played. It's not going to see play. It's only for one opponent.
Yeah.
The worst you're going to do is 6 damage to someone and maybe draw 3 cards. Probably not going to happen. That's living the dream, right?
Yeah.
And even for 5 mana,
if this said each opponent
would be different.
I would love it. Even if it said each opponent and you both lose 2 life and you draw a card.
Sure. Yeah.
I would totally run that in a mono black deck.
Yeah, but being that it's target opponent, this is a constructed card. This is a limited card.
Limited
is a bomb. Limited, it's freaking awesome. No. Especially because it has Planeswalker on it.
Yeah.
So if you're automatically going to at least, make them lose 2 life and draw at least 1 card, no matter what.
Or it's just an answer to their bomb planeswalker that they got in their limited too.
That's true too. The problem is too is sacrifice a creature. You're rarely going to hit their bomb creature with it because they're going to have some other dork or something. They're going to sacrifice that thing. Yeah. And then from an enchantment standpoint, there's so many enchantments in this set that
they're going to get rid of their worst one.
Yeah, or the enchantment's already done what it's supposed to do. It came in, it did whatever, right?
Yeah.
I
don't think this is constructed. I think this is purely limited. super, super casual mono black deck might run it because they have nothing better to run. Someone
yeah.
who's new to the game and just building a collection.
Yeah.
But
Come find it in my
that's
dollar
it.
box of Slypatch.
Yep.
Like,
More cycle cards. March of Wretched Sorrow. X and a black instant. As with the other three, I'm not going to repeat the whole paragraph. Exile black cards from your hand to decrease the cost by 2. March of Wretched Sorrow deals X damage to target creature or planeswalker, and you gain X life. It's fine. It's a I don't know, it's like a...
so
It's a slightly better Banefire in mono black, which is kind of weird. You just can't hit players, though.
yeah, so it's not Banefire because Banefire can be countered. But here's the thing about it, like
That's true.
So the one deck I can possibly see this being in, like in playable, is like Carrick, because you're playing the Phyrexian mana for stuff. So you want to get you want to have some cards in the deck that help you gain life back, right? The other thing, because of the color it's in, because it's in black, and it has the you're going to have a lot of recursion. You want this card so that it's a discard outlet. It's a discard outlet for so like your Marin decks, like your Marin, the green black person like that, something like that. Like I could see this card being in that type of deck where you want to discard cards from your hand.
Well, it exiles cards from your hand.
Oh, it exiles?
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible. Never mind. It's not. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Like
I was
said,
about to say, like, is he going somewhere with this, or did we misread the card?
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah,
exiled.
no, it's exile.
Never mind.
It's if these cards were discard,
they'd be way better.
I would love almost all of them significantly more.
You're right. I was living in a dreamland that Wizards actually cared about how the game was played, and
he didn't. That was a joke in case we're ever sponsored.
I'm kidding, Wizards.
For legal reasons, that was.
They know me. They'll understand. But yeah, like
it's fine.
It's fine.
It'll see play in casual decks, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you'll play it in limited. You'll play in limited.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, oh yeah.
Because it's a kill spell.
Yeah, going into limited, this is certainly fine.
Yeah.
As
it's a kill spell, and it's
life gain's also pretty important in limited. So
yeah, because what's really cool about it is like even if you can overpay the X, you can kill a 1/1 and pay 7 into it. You know what I'm saying? Just to gain the life.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So like from a limited standpoint, it's fine.
Okay.
All right, we're going. Oh, I'm trying to do this with, yeah.
Soul Transfer. 1 and 2 black for a sorcery. Choose one if you control an artifact and an enchantment. As you cast this spell, you may choose both. Exile target creature or planeswalker. Return target creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand. I think this is great.
I think it's a really cool card. The problem I have, because of all the, requirements and stuff like that, like, I think it should be, creature or planeswalker to the battlefield. Personally. Even at 3 mana, I know that would be...
Well, no, I disagree because...
I mean, maybe it should be 4 mana at that point, but the point is, like, 3 mana...
I would play this...
It's sorcery.
It's just... Okay.
If it was an instant, I could see, not... But it's a sorcery. I'm paying 3 mana. It's sorcery speed to get back
There's
something
not a lot of...
to my hand.
I can't think of a lot of 3 mana instant speed exile target creature in black. There's a lot of 4 mana of that. There's not a lot of 3 mana of that.
That's true. And
so like it being like even without the return target creature or if it was just choose one, I would probably run this if I didn't have like the best removal or the best recursion available to me, right? Like this is gonna see play in black decks where they just don't have the really premium removal.
Mm-hmm.
And because of that, I think we're going to see a lot of it.
I mean, in the casual ranks, probably. But, like, so this is what... And this goes to speaking to how power level is and, how it's creeped, things like that. There's a card in the last set, actually, that used to be a rare and was moved to uncommon. It was 1 and 2... Same converted mana cost, 1 and 2 black. Hero's Downfall.
Oh, yeah.
Now, granted, it was destroy. But Hero's Downfall says destroy target creature or planeswalker in instant speed.
Yep.
for the same mana cost, and it's an uncommon. Now, granted, it does exile it, so exile has something to speak to. Don't get me wrong. This card just feels very uncommon to me. It feels like if there was a tier between uncommon and rare, this would be like the poster child for it. Like that's just how it feels to me. Like it's not quite a rare. Now, from a limited perspective, I can see why it's rare because it does have that kind of removal. It's 3 mana removal. It's exile. Like it's great. But overall, this feels like a an unrare. You know.
I don't know. I think I disagree with you on that.
That's okay. I mean, that's just we can disagree. I mean, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I didn't.
I mean,
I wasn't making a big deal out of
we
it.
disagree all the time. But yeah, I mean, that's just my personal opinion on it. Is like it feels like an unrare.
I don't know. I like it.
It's still I think it's a cool card overall, especially a cool card overall. And like for like if I build a budget deck, like I build budget decks for the store all the time. If I build a budget deck that has black in it, especially if it runs any kind of artifacts or enchantments, any number of them at least.
Yeah.
For sure, I'm gonna put this in there.
I totally agree that this is gonna be a dollar box rare.
Yeah,
right?
it's just I'm giving the perspective from the competitive standpoint.
Yeah.
As someone who plays more competitive, like more CDH,
yeah, and I don't. I'm totally uninterested in. I have one deck that could be sort of classified as CEDH, but it's also like the funnest kind for me. I play eggs.
Yeah, eggs is fine. Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, overall, cool card. It will probably see the dollar box, but the cool thing about that, guys, is this is a budget option for you, like you were talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, it could still see a lot of play in a lot of things, but
I think it's great budget removal.
Yeah, again, it could have also been printed at uncommon and still seen the same amount of play, I think.
I agree. Tribute to Hirobi, 1 and a black for Saga. The first 2 are the same. Each opponent creates a 1/1 black rat rogue creature token, and then it turns into...
This card's actually really cool.
A 3/3 called Echo of Death's Wail. It has flying and haste, and when it enters the battlefield, gain control of all rat tokens. When Echo of Death's Wail attacks, you may sacrifice another creature if you do draw a card.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
I think this card's super cool. The flavor on it, if you know anything about Kamigawa, is also really awesome. I'm not going to go into it, but Tribute to Hirobi. Like, this is a super awesome flavor win, in my opinion. But it says, this is what's really cool about it to me, and it's going to be a fringe thing. But let's say your buddy's playing like that Marinara deck and stuff like that. The thing where they're like rat tribal and they're making rat tokens, right? When it enters the battlefield, it takes all rat tokens. So if you snuck this in against your buddy who's playing that, that's his favorite deck, right? You're like, I'm gonna put this in this deck, and you play it. Like, how cool would that be? I'm just living the dream kind of thing.
So rude.
But the cool thing, like I said, so they're forced at that point to start attacking you with those rats, because if they don't, you get them, and then every time you attack with the flip side, you can sack one of those things and draw a card. It's awesome.
Honestly, I would cast the backside of that creature for 4 mana in any Aristocrats deck anyways.
Yeah, and it's a 2 mana that takes 2 turns.
And it's a 2 mana that takes 2 turns to get there, but you also get rats out of it.
Yeah. Aristocrats, this is a new toy for you for sure.
I might be running this in my Marchesa deck.
I could see it. Like, I like this card a lot.
I think it's great.
Again, not on the competitive side, but for the casual side.
But it's great. It's great budget card draw. It is a good creature in the air.
I don't know, man. I just said that, but I'm going to take a step back for a second, to be honest. And again, I'm trying not to take too much time on cards because we're trying to get through these. But in competitive, you don't see a lot of creatures. This could be a really good political card from a standpoint, early on stuff. But also, again, because other people don't run a lot of creatures, they're going to attack, they're going to hit, get some damage into people, but the rats are still going to be around. So let's see, you're going to get, that's 6 rats, right? Now, they all get rats, so they could block with the rats on each other, for sure. But for 2 mana, you play this on turn 2, or in competitive, I play my mana crypt, play a swamp, play this turn 1, and now I've got this 3-mana flyer that they can't deal with, plus all these rats to block with.
On turn 3.
Yeah, like in competitive,
That could be pretty good.
it could be. It actually.
I don't know the competitive scene well enough to say one way or another, but you know,
It depends on what you're like. It depends on the matchup, obviously. You know, if you're playing against someone who's playing like Thrasios Timna and they can go off on turn 3 with Thassa's Oracle, it's not that good. But then like we have people like Elijah Swanson who plays like his Xenagos deck, and it's creature based and things like that. It's like I could see this playing this against him early and having something that's like harder for him to deal with and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a cool card.
Biting Palm Ninja, 2 and a black for 3/3. Now I don't think I've seen this might not be true, but I don't think I've. Are you okay over
I'm trying to bite my palm.
Yeah, stop.
It's biting.
It's fucking weird. I don't think I've seen a ninja with the ninjutsu cost being exactly the same as the casting cost. I know there's probably some.
There's probably some, but yeah, it's
I always
think
it's. I always look at it, and it's usually either bigger or lesser.
Yeah.
So that's cool. It's a 3/3. When he enters the battlefield, or he enters the battlefield with a menace counter. Interesting choice. Okay, I see. It's tied to the second ability. Whenever he deals combat damage to a player, you may remove that menace counter from it. When you do, that player reveals their hand and you choose a non-land card from it and you exile it. So that's pretty cool. This might see play in like a mid-rangey Atraxa deck that does a lot of proliferation, so that you can repeat that effect, or any kind of deck that runs a lot of proliferation. And this is good for
just ninjas in general.
In general, but I don't think I'd see it. I don't think I'd see it anywhere else. Really,
I mean the rogue deck too, like we talked about.
Rogue, ninja, and proliferation.
All of these cards are that type of thing. It's like they're going to be okay in that solid deck. The cool thing about this card, though, and the only thing I really want to speak on, is you get to choose any card non-land from their hand and exile it. It's not a Thoughtseize. It's not an Inquisition. Like, they don't discard it.
It's more like an agonizing remorse.
It's amazing, dude. Like,
pretty great.
This is a huge upgrade to the Ninja decks again. Like, Yuriko players, you should love this set. Like, this set is for you because there is so much that you guys are going to be able to add to your stuff. Yeah. This guy's awesome from that standpoint.
Not really much else to say about her.
This next guy, I love the art. I love
the art, too. That toad is just
it's
my absolute spirit animal right there.
He totally seems
We've got Tatsunari Toad Rider, 2 and a black on a 3/3. I'm very convinced that the toad is the 3/3.
Right.
Legendary creature, human ninja. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, if you don't control a creature named
Kami?
Is it?
We'll say Kami.
Kami. Yeah, it's Kami. I just couldn't read it on that screen, so I didn't read it on this one. Create Kami, a legendary 3/3 black and green.
You're right. He was a 3/3.
With whenever you cast an enchantment spell, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. And then you can pay 1 and hybrid Simic, Tatsunari Toad Rider, and target frog you control can't be blocked this turn except by creatures with flying or reach. So
this is a Sultai Commander overall because of the color identity.
Yep, Sultai Commander overall. It is a 3/3 dude. When you cast an enchantment spell, you make another 3/3 dude, and then you can pay 2 mana to effectively give them both flying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't think of Sultai as an enchantment deck, but that's what this is leaning towards with these abilities, and I kind of like it.
I mean, green blue, has always been because you have it's usually paired with white. is usually paired with white, right? And there are some black enchantments that do some things. Most of your black enchantments, like you have the combo with Sanguine Bond and stuff like that, you know. Yep. But this one's really cool because it says, you know, if you already have the frog out, whenever you cast an enchantment, you know, each opponent loses a life, you gain a life. That's really cool. Not competitive at all.
Oh no, not for sure.
But I will tell you guys. I will say something right now. For those who do watch the podcast and those especially who go to Slypatch, I have a challenge for you guys. The first person, and no cheating, no helping anybody out. First person to win their pod with this guy as the commander, okay? I'll give you a free Kamigawa pack.
All right.
Free Kamigawa pack to the first person who can win a pod at Slypatch.
You heard it here, folks. Got a challenge incoming.
That's
from
the challenge.
Man,
that is
from the captain.
That's
himself.
the challenge I want to see because that would be so cool. And you know, I want to hear all about that game. Tell me all the cool things that happened because if I played more casual, again, I don't get to play that often anymore. So that's why I tend to play the more competitive because competitive games don't last as long. Spencer here in his pod on Friday nights, okay, they are notorious for taking like 3-4 hours.
Okay, to be fair, I'm usually either with Max and or my brother.
Right.
Both of which are very, very slow players.
That's true.
I play very quickly. I play very politically.
It's my fault.
When they are both in a pod together, it goes really slow. No hate to Max, no hate to my brother Alex. I love them both, but they are slow players. They have to think a lot of things. My brother is just new to the game.
Yeah.
And Max is just weird.
Max is awesome, but he's weird. We love you, Max. But seriously, it's partially my fault because I usually pair you guys together just because I think you guys will have more fun that way.
Oh, yeah. I'm fine with a game taking 3 hours. I love it.
But yeah, literally every week they are the last ones to finish, though.
It's true. But
if I did get to play more, you know, if I had more time to sit down and play, like I would totally build this guy.
Yeah.
Like I would have fun building a Sultai enchantment deck and building, you know, something like this. And the cool thing about it is it says target frog, right? So we had the blue-green frog that came out in the last set, you know, also. I don't remember his name or, you know, everything he does, but we have Gitrog that would obviously go in this, make Gitrog unblockable. So you just have a bunch of big derpy-looking frogs like this in the deck.
Isn't there like a Simic frog that's like 7 mana or something?
Oh, yeah.
Omnibian is also a big frog, but I don't know if he's the one I'm thinking of.
No.
I don't know.
There's
some cool frogs.
There's a bunch of big frogs,
totally
and you know, there's like frog lizard hybrids, and you know, different things like that from Simic. So yeah. By the way, Simic is blue and green, just so you guys know, because he did mention it was cost 1 in a Simic. So for those who don't know, you know, just in case. Yeah, I'm figuring if you're this far in the podcast, you probably know.
You probably know enough about Magic.
But my job is to make sure. But anyway, yeah, dude, this card's really cool. Probably spent more time on it than we need to, but at the same time, it's because it's awesome. Like this is one of my just favorite, you know, from the set cards. Like it's gonna be in the $1 box. It's
totally.
It's never gonna see.
I don't even think it's gonna see constructed play.
No.
It's gonna be good in limited.
It's gonna be great in limited.
It's gonna be a fun. It's going to be a fun commander. It's fantastic, dude. Very competitive.
From a limited standpoint, you got a 3-mana 3/3, which is fine on the stats. You play any enchantment, which there's a ton of in this deck, and you get another, or in this set, I mean, you get another 3/3. So for 3 mana and whatever enchantment you've played, you've gotten 2 creatures with 6 power and toughness across each of them, and the enchantments. And then if you play any other enchantments, you get to start draining them. This guy's awesome. And then you have the evasion ability too. Like this guy's gonna be great in limited. But yeah,
it's good shit.
All right, let's go to the Soul Ripper.
Mukotai Soul Ripper.
I really thought it said stripper, and I was like,
Soul Stripper.
This is why I'm glad you're reading it.
1 in the black for a 4/3 vehicle. Whenever Mukotai Soul Ripper attacks, you may sacrifice another artifact or creature. If you do, put a 1/1 counter on it, and it gains menace until on the turn. It has crew 2. I think this is going to see a lot of play. Not a lot of play, but minor amounts of play in Aristocrats decks, especially more casual ones. I might run this in my Marchesa deck because it gets a counter.
Yep.
which allows me to what I like to call necroblink. It allows me to necroblink it, and it also acts as a sacrifice outlet for the other creatures that I have. So,
Yeah.
but I think it's going to be niche.
Oh yeah, it's very niche. Not going to see much play in our format, but it's a really cool card. Super good limited card. Because of the fact
Yes.
that making it bigger and bigger, like they're going to have to deal with it. It gets menace every time it gets that counter, and so
Not to mention in limited, there's going to be times where they play a bigger creature than all your creatures, and you're just like, well, now all these 1/1s and 2/2s are useless. Now you have some place to put them.
yeah, or the useless artifact, the artifact that came out and did its job and then needs to be gone. So like.
Say you have a treasure and you just don't need the extra mana right now.
Boom. Give yourself a counter, give it menace. Cool card.
Hidetsugu!
He's back,
baby! Devouring Chaos. 3 and a black for a 4/4 legendary ogre demon. Black, sacrifice a creature, scry 2. 2 and a red, tap it, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. When you exile a non-land card this way, Hidetsugu Devouring Chaos deals damage equal to the exiled card's mana value to any target. You know what this gives me vibes of?
Huh.
This gives me vibes of Vial Smasher, and Vial Smasher is one of my most favorite cards ever.
And this could go straight into that deck.
Yeah, totally.
Very, very, so do you remember the original Hidetsugu?
Oh yeah, Heartless Hidetsugu is tough.
So for those who don't know, it was the same mana cost but I think was he a 3/3 or 4? Was he still a 4/4?
I have
maybe
no idea.
a 4/3. Maybe he was getting those butt gains too. I don't remember.
I don't know what his power and toughness are.
Yeah.
All I remember is half my life total disappearing.
Exactly. So he had an ability with tap. Each player loses half their life, rounded up.
Deals damage equal
Or
to
deals
half.
damage.
Because what some people would do is they'd run damage doublers and then just kill everyone on the field, including themselves.
Yeah. So as long as you had one more life than your opponent, or I guess 2 more lives is what you need.
No, because it's damage rounded up.
Oh god, that's right. Never mind. There was a way to get around it, but I can't remember. But anyway, the point is, Hidetsugu was awesome before. He's back. He was an original Kamigawa, but he's back again. He was originally mono red. Now he's black and red because he's now a demon.
He's a good old Rakdos, baby.
Like I said, he fits right into that Vial Smasher theme, like you talked about. He is also a sack outlet.
He is also a sack outlet.
Which scries you 2, which is awesome. So, that in itself is really good. There are some Mardu Aristocrat decks.
Yep.
We talked about Aristocrat before. So, for those who don't know, by the way, Aristocrats decks refer to decks where sacrificing creatures gain you some kind of bonus. A lot of the times it's like draining your opponent for life and you gaining some life or some kind of value like that. That's what Aristocrats decks refer to.
Yep.
Card's cool. Super good bomb, limited too.
I'm excited to see someone build him.
Again, so the person who will probably build him at the store is Greg Cherrick.
I don't know if I
So,
know.
so for those who don't
know if I've played
for those who
Greg
do, he's the long-haired hippie-looking dude. Long hair, big
that's
beard.
Greg. Okay.
Yeah,
I know who you're talking about.
So Greg is an awesome guy. He's also been a long-term patron of mine, and his favorite colors are black and red. He wears the black and red, demon mask, for the mask we have to wear. He has playmat. He's also a huge Seb McKinnon art fan. But yeah, I believe that Greg will probably build this card.
Yep. Moving on, we've got our Black Shrine, Goshen Tai of Hidden Cruelty. 3 and a black for a 2/2 Death Touch legendary shrine. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, destroy target creature with toughness X or less, where X is the number of shrines you control. I think this is awesome for shrine decks.
Oh yeah, great,
incredible for shrine decks.
Fantastic, yeah.
Early game, you're probably not going to be able to get rid of most things that are severely impactful to the game.
No.
But mid to late game, you're going to be able to get rid of anything you need to at the beginning of each of your end steps.
Oh yeah.
For just 1 mana, sick.
Yeah.
Absolutely brutal. And I don't really think there's much more to say about it. It being a 2/2 Death Touch is also pretty sick.
Just a 4 mana 2/2 Death Touch. From a limited standpoint, it's good. in the Shrine deck's going to be good. Again, it's not going to see anywhere in Commander other than the Shrine decks. Especially
Most of the shrines are that way.
Yeah, most of the shrines are that way.
The original Hondens, some of them are played outside of Shrine decks.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Cleansing Fire, gain 2 life every turn is good. Draw a card every turn is
the
good.
draw card ones especially. But yeah, otherwise, man, yeah, it's a cool card. I do want to speak on the next card. I think it's a really good uncommon.
Dockside Chef. 1 black for a 1/2. He is an enchantment creature, human citizen. Pay 1 and a black, sacrifice an artifact or a creature, draw a card.
Yeah. So the fact that you don't have to tap it, you can do it. You can sacrifice. As much as you have a 1 and a black, you can and creatures and artifacts, you can draw cards. This is a good aristocrat card. Like this is definitely. When you spoke. That's why I wanted to look at it.
Yep.
This is an aristocrat type card. This is your sack outlet. It draws you cards to play off of. 1 mana for it as well. It's a citizen, which I think is hilarious. Like he's not just human. It's not like human soldier or anything like that. He's just a citizen because he's the chef.
Just a dude.
Yeah.
Just a dude.
I also I love the name because you have Dockside Extortionist. So we kept referring to Dockside earlier. That's the only word we said. But Dockside Extortionist was the Goblin guy we're talking about. This is the second Dockside guy. So
is this a cycle?
That's what I was going to point out. That's what I was going to point out, right? Because he's an enchantment creature, right? And he sacrifices artifacts or creatures to draw cards. So you make all those treasures. You make all those treasures with Dockside Extortionist, and the chef
use them to use them both for the mana and to sacrifice.
So then the chef can cook you up a cool meal, which is all those cards you drew
with all the money that was extorted by the Dockside Extortionist.
Yeah, with all the cards you drew, you get the ingredients for the chef to make you a good meal.
Where's the rest of our Docksides?
I'm telling you, it's going to happen at some point for sure.
There's some deep lore going on here.
I don't think there's much else in the commons and uncommons that we want to speak to right away. I
just gotta say, not an amazing card, but I love the giant anime laser sword.
Enormous energy blade, yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The fact that the only problem is when it becomes equipped,
you tap
it. It's you can see the picture this demon or devil's trying to pick up this it takes a turn off. It's like a D&D reference of you had to equip, you use your action to equip or whatever, so now you taking a turn off. But yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's totally for flavor. I just love the art. The art's fun.
Yeah, and if you go down a couple to the Assassin's Inc.
2 and 2 black instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for if you control an artifact, and 1 less to cast if you control an enchantment. Destroy target creature or planeswalker. Yeah. So it could be 2 black Doomblade.
Well, it's better than Doomblade because it doesn't have the restriction. Yeah,
it doesn't have the restriction of Doomblade.
It could be a 2 black.
It could just be more expensive.
It could be it could be a 2 black Hero's Downfall that we talked about, right?
Yes.
But the cool thing about this is we talked about budget options before. For removal and stuff when it comes to Commander.
Great budget option.
Great budget option. This is your kind of cards that you look for in your sets to be great budget options for your targeted removal. Because most of the time you're going to have at least an artifact with Soul Ring coming in every deck, or everybody playing Soul Ring. You're going to have some kind of artifact or some kind of enchantment, maybe both. If you got both, it's 2 mana to destroy something.
Yep.
This is a great budget card for people. That's why I wanted to point it out.
And not to mention, we always call them budget cards, but budget cards are good for 2 reasons, and that's 1, it's not expensive, but 2, it's really good for people just getting into the game. A lot of the premium removal spells or premium card draw, premium ramp, whatever it is, those can be expensive sometimes, and having budget options, whether they're just in the sets that you're buying as a new player or stuff that you can go buy for 30 cents. Both of those are usually pretty good options for new players. So if any of you watching right now are new to the shop, new to the show, new to the game, whatever, this is going to be a good card for those black decks.
Yeah, budget is in no way any kind of negative term, just so you guys know.
Oh, 100%.
Some people that are in the super competitive, they're oh, budget, or whatever. Dude, here's the thing. I've been in this game, like I said, since '95, and I still like one of the best decks that. Some Andy built a $1 deck. Like it was from Mitch from the Commander Quarters made Seraph, the green black wolf. And the entire deck cost $1, and that was one of the most fun decks you could play. And we have another guy that comes to the shop. His name's Cody, who has an Alondra or Alonda or what the heck is that? It's that stupid black white vampire when it dies.
Alenda the Duck.
There you go, that one. It poops all over that deck because like it. You exile or you remove counters to exile things with CMC less. It poops all over tokens. So like and that deck costs $1, and Cody literally has like thousands of dollars in this deck, and so he hated it. But when we say budget just means like doesn't cost you a lot of money.
Yeah, and obviously when you leave budget, it's a lot of your cards are going to be less efficient than better options. But sometimes, the point of the game is to play and have fun. And if you like making proxies of cards that are more expensive because you want to have that efficiency, that's fine. Or if you just want to be able to play a hobby for not as expensive as you can.
Yeah, so speaking of that, we're talking about Dockshot Extortionist.
What does that mean?
Huh? Well, this is a proxy. So... Yep. Proxy cards are things that aren't actually printed by Wizards of the Coast. Just so you guys know, they are not legal in actual sanctioned events, anything like that. But the thing about Magic in general, and I think Watsy would still agree with me in this aspect, is we just want to get more players playing. Because more players playing, they're still going to buy actual Magic cards.
Yes.
Okay. But a card like this that's like super expensive right now, or like the card behind it, Time Twister, that's like $3,000, right? Some people don't have the kind of money to do that, and your return on investment a lot of times is based off of how much you put into the game. Okay, so like if you're playing all the time and you're trying to play super competitive, you're trying to play go to tournaments, be like a Magic Pro, stuff like that, dude, do it. We support you. We're behind you. We'll cheer you on. But if you're the casual person or like the kid that's just starting out in middle school, but doesn't want to get their head stomped in every time because their friends have more money than them, whatever. These are okay options, and from a standpoint, like again, not used for competitive play, not trying to replace anything that WotC does. This is just more for practice, more for practice and getting to know the deck and getting to know if you want to purchase that card. Because that's the thing is like, say you build a deck, you have this idea. I have this idea for a deck and I want to build it, but it's going to cost me $2,000 to build a deck. But if I buy proxies, it's only going to cost me, $200, right? Well, I can spend that $200 or whatever, play the deck for a little bit, and if I actually like it, now it tells me I want to invest that money. Okay,
yep.
So anyway, and we've mentioned him before. Our buddy Robbie Kennemeth does this particular Dockside. If you notice, has an eye patch. The other one has the eyeglass, the like Mr. Peanut,
yep.
Monocle. He actually made this for me special because of my eye patch.
Yep.
So this is my proxied up Dockside. Just I keep it. I don't even play in a deck. I just keep it because it's just an awesome gift that he gave me. So.
Yep. All right, moving on.
Yeah, moving on. I don't think there's anything else in black. Oh well, there's the Life of Toshiro Umezawa we could look at real quick. The saga.
I don't even want to read all of that. It's just not that good in Commander, really.
No, it's not super good in Commander, but just for people, just you can pause the video, you can read it yourself. But it is another black saga,
yep.
and stuff like that. And
it's Umezawa's Jitta.
I mean,
GT, however you want to.
Yeah, it does the GT thing, and for those going back to the old Kamigawa, there's a couple of different Umezawas, that have been through there,
Yep.
But Toshiro is a very that's the throwback to the lore. That's the only
yep.
reason. That's the only reason I want to stop on it. But
it's I love the art. I'm sad that I'm never gonna play this card because this art is awesome.
I understand that. That's fair. So real quick, we're gonna make a pause and we will be right back.
Sorry for the pause.
It's taking a lot. And it's okay. Okay, we're back.
We're back.
right, so I'm gonna start helping you read some of these, just because I can actually start reading them now. I don't know why it was blurry earlier, but
Maybe you just suck.
yeah, it's true. Or my vision gets better as I drink, as opposed to worse. But so this one we're gonna gloss over because we talked about this before. 8 and 2 red, Explosive Singularity is a sorcery. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may tap any number of untapped creatures you control. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature tapped this way. Explosive Singularity deals 10 damage to any target. So the ability is a lot like Convoke or Improvise, stuff like that. This card's a really cool card, to be used in something. You're not going to see in a lot of Commander, maybe in the ones like we talked about where they copy spells and stuff like that.
I might run this in my Wart deck that I'm building. Wart the Raid Mother.
I mean, I can see it in the Prismari thing that you were talking about too, just because of I'm just saying like maybe not yours. But
not mine. A Prismari deck, maybe.
Right, something like that. But yeah, I mean, 10 damage to any target. While that's still a quarter of anybody's starting life total. It's just one target. Again, if you don't have a way to copy it or recur this or anything like that, it's just not doing enough, especially for the mana cost.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just say you have 5 creatures out, okay? And you tap 5 creatures. So you've tapped 5 of your creatures. You don't have them as blockers. And you're paying 5 mana for this to deal 2 damage or 10 damage to something. It's still not worth it,
Yeah, it's really just...
Oh, actually, I'll tell you the deck I can see this in. Krinko. I can see it in Krinko. Because just the massive number of dudes that you make.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, a lot of times they have lords in that deck that make the goblin, But I'm just saying, it could possibly, if you needed something to go over the top.
Any mass token deck with red in it, you could probably justify this.
Broodclad! No, I'm just kidding.
Broodclad!
I mean, we're going to keep talking about Broody. Yeah.
I might run this in my Wart deck because the whole idea of my Wart deck, Wart the Raid Mother, gives all of your creatures Conspire or whatever. So I can tap 2 untapped creature tokens I control to copy an instant or sorcery I control.
Yeah.
And the deck's idea is play instants and sorceries that make tokens, and then tap those tokens to make even more tokens.
Yeah.
And then go on a turn where I just burn everybody out or something. So this will, I might, if I get a copy of this, I might put in that. But I don't think it's going to see very niche play in our format, unfortunately.
Well, oh, yeah, I'm letting you. I'm trying to pass it to you.
It's all right. It's okay. We've got Atsushi, the Blazing Sky, more Dragon Spirits, 2 and 2 red for a 4/4 Flample. Legendary creature Dragon Spirit. When Atsushi dies, choose 1. Exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play them or create 3 treasure tokens.
Yeah, so we were talking about this earlier when we talked about the Black Dragon. Those 2 are the top 2 to me.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. I love this card.
It's definitely a constructed all-star. I think it's going to see a lot of constructed play. 4 mana, 4/4 Flample. Definitely we'll see stuff in the MTG arena like you're talking about. Yeah, I mean both of its die triggers are really good.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, from a commander standpoint, definitely going to see play in the dragon decks. It's going to see play in a Tali decks like we were talking about before.
Yep.
For the mono red. Not every red deck, obviously, but
I'm going to put this in my Prosper deck.
I mean, Prosper. Yeah, I mean, it's for sure. This guy, 4 mana, 4/4 Flying Trample is a beast anyway, and then when it dies, you either get to, have a choice of 2 cards, or you have the treasure tokens. Oh, what's that face?
I'm going to put this in my Marchesa deck.
Oh, 100%, dude.
I didn't even think about that for Junji either. I'm going to put Junji in my Marchesa deck, too.
Get it back. Get that Jumanji and the Sushi. You got Sushi and Jumanji.
Make everyone discard 2 cards and lose 2 life every turn. Not my turn, every turn. Just... unspeakable symbol on the field, pay 3 life, give it a counter, sacrifice it every single turn.
You guys think I'm bad. You guys, for those who play against me, they think people play against me and they're like, Tyler, your decks are so oppressive. They're so bad.
Oh, my Marchesa deck is very oppressive.
This guy.
The origin of that deck was I built, this was before Magic Arena in Magic Duels. I built this Rakdos Steal Your Stuff deck. And then sacrifice them before I have to give them back.
Oh, yeah.
And that's where Marchesa came from.
Yeah.
I added blue, and then so I run a bunch of threaten effects in the deck to then sacrifice them and keep them forever.
Speaking of threatened effects, man, Claim the Firstborn is so good.
Claim the Firstborn is awesome.
Such a good card. But
yeah, this is going to be really good in my Marchesa deck.
Yeah, this guy's going to be good overall. Like, yeah, I see him being in a lot of decks that play red. I don't think I have a deck that plays red right now. No, I take that back. I have the Boros equipment deck. I'm not gonna play it in that just because like everything else is like super low to the ground. But yeah, like most decks that that play red, you're gonna see this deck. You're gonna see this guy. He's definitely not. I don't think he's. If he sees the dollar bin, I'm gonna tell you right now. If he sees the dollar bin, buy him.
Oh. If he sees the dollar bin, I'm picking up like 4 of them.
Yeah, pick up every copy you can because like over time this card is going to be at least a $5 card in my opinion because of the just the dies creates 3 treasure tokens. Like getting that kind of boost out of it, or the dies and you get to see 2 more cards that you can possibly play.
I could even see putting this in my eggs deck because I run a lot of sacrifice outlets to sacrifice my eggs and polymorph into things.
That's a Tali, right?
No. It's
What's the creature's name?
I can't remember. Nest Tender though.
Yeah, I thought maybe I'm wrong with the name, but I thought it was we're thinking of the same creature. I'm not talking about not Etali, the dragon or whatever. I'm talking about it starts with an A, right?
Yes.
Here, use. We're gonna Google for a second.
It was bothering me earlier. I couldn't think about it earlier either.
Type in Nest Tender. NTG.
Click on it again. Atlapalani.
So I mean, we're close.
We were close.
That's like calling someone Jose, but
yeah, I run a lot of sacrifice outlets in that deck to polymorph my eggs into things. If I polymorph into this, I can then sacrifice it right away, either get 3 mana to do more things that turn, or effectively draw 2 cards. That's really good in that deck.
I don't know why. This is way off subject, but I can't wait until we have an episode where we talk about your first sliver deck. We'll talk about that later. We're not even going to get into it right now.
It's a 0 snake deck.
Dude, that deck is hilarious. It was so fun to watch. But it also took, But anyway. All right. Thundering Raiju is a 4 CMC. It's 2 colors, 2 red. Haste, Spirit, 3/3. Whenever Thundering Raiju attacks, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control, so it can be itself. Then it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of modified creatures you control other than Thundering Raiju. So, and we haven't gotten into this yet because this is the first time we've talked about modified.
Yeah, modify is pretty much entirely red and green keyword.
Yeah, it's a new mechanic. So modified refers to equipment, auras you control, and counters are modifications. So any creature who has an equipment, the reconfigure guys that we talked about, any creature that has an equipment attached to it, an aura attached to it, or a counter on it is considered modified. What's really cool about that, talking about old formats and different things like that, is there are counters that are neg 1 counters. There's all kinds of counters.
Yep.
Modified just refers to any type of counter. So when we talked about like the guy who had the menace counter earlier and things like that, right? As long as it has a counter on it, it's considered modified. So this guy's pretty cool. It deals X damage to each opponent, where it's the number of modified creatures other than him. So you can put the counter on him to make him a 4/4. 4/4 flying haste from a constructed standpoint, really good, right? Or you start putting the counters on other things, and it starts dealing damage to each opponent. Anything that says each opponent, to me, from a commander standpoint, is willing to be looked at.
Yes.
It's willing to be looked at.
I 100% agree. I mean, even just look at Zulaport Cutthroat.
Yep.
For your aristocrat stacks, who drains each opponent for 1, and you gain 1.
Yeah, or Gray Merchant, that's a common.
Gray Merchant, Extort.
Yeah.
There's a lot of abilities like that say each opponent, and generally they are at least worth considering in the kinds of decks that they would normally be put in.
Yeah,
So any deck that runs auras in red, or equipments in red, or counters in red.
Or like I'm thinking like your green-red decks.
Yeah, green-red decks that, if you're running a more kind of casual, budgety...
that
escapes
thing.
me.
That thing.
I was gonna say
What's it do?
I was gonna say Xenagos, but
not
Xenagos
Xenagos.
doesn't put on counters. Alana and Halana.
Oh, on Halana, yeah.
That would be really. This would be really good in that deck.
Or like even the Boros deck that I was talking about earlier. How I wouldn't play the Blazing Sky, but
You
I would
totally play this.
I
This
probably
is-
you
You should probably pick up a copy for
yeah,
it.
I'm gonna put this in the deck because of like all the equipments that I run. For sure, like this is gonna go in that deck because that's actually one of my casual decks. It's like one of the few actual budget like casual decks that I have. Is my little Boros deck, and like this guy, because it says each opponent, I'm loving it because even if I only have like 2 other creatures out, or let's say I have 3 creatures out, and 2 of them have equipments on them, because that's usually about how it is. I play this guy, attack with haste. I put the counter on the guy that's not equipped. I just lightning bolted each of my opponents. Like
And you're still swinging a 3/3.
still swinging a 3/3 at him. Like somebody, yeah, like yeah. This guy's cool. I like this guy. He'll still again probably be in the dollar box overall, but
Yes, and it is going to be niche, but
yeah.
he will certainly see play. And we're back to
the invokes.
the invokes. Invoke Calamity. This cycle is Calamity. 1 and 4 red instant. All of the others are sorceries. Interesting. You may cast up to 2 instant or sorcery spells with total mana value 6 or less from your graveyard and or hand without paying their mana costs. If those spells would be put into your graveyard, exile them instead.
And then you have to exile this.
Yep.
So here's a question. Prismari. Again, going back to Prismari, because the spell slinger thing.
Yep.
Does it see play in it or not because of the restriction of the 6 mana value or less?
In mine, I don't think so because I focus around X spells.
Yeah, exactly.
In some, yes. And the only reason I say that is because all of your treasures, all of your everything all of your artifacts can tap for any color. So they are mana fixing for this.
Mm-hmm. Mizzix. That's what I see this. That
Mizzix would do well.
That's like the one deck I can like really see.
I would if I had better mana fixing in my Calamax deck,
mm-hmm.
this would be amazing in my Calamax deck because copying this, which the entire goal of that deck is to copy
things,
all of my instants, and it copies the first instant I play each turn. If I could afford to run this, which I can't, I just don't have enough color fixing in that deck. It would be really, really good in Calamax.
Yeah, I can see that. Like, that's the problem with this whole cycle so let's just say that all these invokes go into like the mono color of their color, right? Yeah. Okay, if you're playing, you know what? You know how I can see this in?
Yeah.
Torbrand,
yes.
because then you're running like your lightning bolts and your other things like that. Okay, for 5 mana instant. He doubles, or he doesn't double the damage. He adds 2 damage to each red source, that deals damage. So, like, if I'm running a bunch of, like I said, lightning bolts and those types of effects in Torbrand, sure. Because you're also usually running, like, doubling of effects and stuff like that to deal the damage.
Yep.
Sure. But otherwise, it just, there's not really a way to break this card, that I can see. Especially since, you can exile it. So, it's an okay card. From a limited standpoint, I probably don't draft this card ever. Like,
no.
Like if this isn't my pack one pick one and you're to my left, you're gonna see this card because like I'm just not gonna draft it. But yeah, it's an okay card. You're not gonna see much of it.
Yeah, it's just fine.
So going through the cycles again, right? March of Reckless Joy. Again, X and a red. You discard red cards to reduce the cost by 2.
Exile red cards.
Or exile, sorry. Exile red cards, you're right. Exile the top X cards of your library. You may play up to 2 of those cards until the end of your next turn. This card's terrible, in my opinion. And let me tell you why. Because if it said you may play 2 of those cards without paying their mana cost, sure. Like, this card would be busted. It would be great. You're in red, which doesn't have ramp. I mean, you may be playing a different, maybe you're playing multicolor and you got some ramp, whatever.
Or you just have a lot of artifact ramp.
Yeah, or treasures, or, whatever, right? But you're in red. You're paying all this mana just to look at those cards. And you can only play 2 of them. Now, like, where this card would be great, if it didn't say that, you can only play 2, is like a blue-red storm deck, right? If you're playing like blue-red storm and it's like exile X cards and you can play any of those cards till end of turn, like, dude, this card would be sweet, right?
I would run this in Calamax in a heartbeat. I would run this in Galazeth in a heartbeat.
But,
I agree with you. I don't like it.
Yeah, but you have to specifically exile red cards to reduce the cost. Okay, that's why I said like blue-red, it would be okay, and then you can like play your seething songs and stuff, to build up your mana, like stuff like if you had a bunch of those like type effects, right, like to play storm, it'd be great. But because you can only play 2 of them, no, this card's boo boo.
Yeah,
right?
It sucks.
Yeah.
There's also just better options. I mean,
oh yeah,
I'd just rather play a Thrill of Discovery, to be honest.
I'd rather just play a Faceless Looting. Let me look at 2 more and draw 2 more and discard 2, like whatever, like yeah. All right, so there's a lot of people. I'm gonna let you read off this card, but there's a lot of people who are complaining about this, especially because of the backside.
Okay.
But go ahead and read this.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We've got another saga here. 2 and a red. Page 1. Create a 2/2 Goblin Shaman creature token with whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure token. It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Page 2. You may discard up to 2 cards if you do draw that many cards.
That's
pretty great.
Yep.
And then on the opposite side, we have Reflection of Kiki Jiki. 2/2 Goblin Shaman enchantment creature. Pay 1 and tap. Create a token that's a copy of another target non-legendary creature you control, except it has haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step.
Let me explain why. Because this goes back to my formats, right? So the reason why people are complaining is because there's an old card from Kamigawa. His name was Kiki Jiki the Mirror Breaker.
Yep.
He is a 5-mana 2/2.
Absolutely.
With haste. You can tap him to do the backside of, what we talked about, which is create a token copy of something. So he was played in an old deck called Splinter Twin with things like Deceiver Exarch and Pestermite. When those creatures enter the battlefield, they would untap a permanent. So you would, play Kiki Jiki, copy your Deceiver Exarch. The copy would come in, untap Kiki Jiki, so it makes infinite creatures with haste, and you can go off.
Zealous Conscripts.
Zealous Conscripts.
That's what I do in
Restoration Angel.
Yep.
There's a red-white version with Restoration Angel. If you don't have Restoration Angel, put it in there. But anyway, there's multiple creatures. I was just talking about the modern deck was what I was referring to. But anyway, Kiki Jiki had that ability. The reason why people are complaining is because the backside now has pay 1 and tap. And they're like, well, if it had one or the other, it would be great, Because, for example, if you didn't have to tap it, you just had to pay the 1, your Deceiver or whatever could come in and untap your land to repay for it, right? And so they could still go infinite. So now they're mad because they can't, go infinite. It's like, dude, look, we already have that card.
You guys already have Kiki Jiki. I don't know why you're complaining.
We already have the card.
It's
already
slightly worse, and it's redundant, but it also has this cool stuff on the front.
It does, and it's a throwback to it. It's a throwback to it. Like, that's the thing, is like, that card in and of itself is already in an infinite combo and busted. You don't need to have the redundancy of that, You technically do, because, again, we have Splinter Twin, like I talked about, that we can play. Overall, this card on the front side, the fact that it makes the 2/2 Shaman that...
I think that's awesome.
Here's what I love about it, is whenever it attacks, you make a creature.
Not just when it deals combat
damage.
Nope,
doesn't have... So, like, even if they kill it doesn't matter. You've gotten it for free, and you get to make that treasure token, whatever. But the fact that you can attack anybody that doesn't have blockers, and make a treasure token every turn. Like, that's pretty cool, you know?
I'm liking it.
Yeah, and then the second part being like the faithless looting type card. It also, what's the guy's name? Duretti. Duretti has that ability.
Yes.
Duretti's a planeswalker that has, you can discard up to X cards, which is 2, and then you draw cards equal to the number of cards you discarded. So that card, that's a throwback to Duretti. This card is good. Like, it's going to see play too, because
100%.
It's going to, and here's why: is it still can copy your big things that you want to copy sometimes, like your Blightsteel Colossuses that we talked about. Some of your just non-legendary creatures. Let's say you're playing in like a green-red style of deck, and you have a Crater Hoof. You played your Crater Hoof, and it killed 2 of your opponents, but 1 guy lived because you didn't have enough to attack him, right?
Yep.
You play this out, or this was out, and it flips. Now you can copy your Crater Hoof again to give you that big boost. Like, there's all kind of applications.
Even outside of that, this card is good on its own without good things to copy, because you can copy the 2/2 Shaman.
Yeah.
Like, say you have 2 opponents and both have blockers that can kill it, and you don't want it to die. You wait for this to flip. You activate it, make a copy of the Shaman, and you hit them. Because it's an attack trigger, you get your token, you get your treasure. They block and kill it. It was going to die at the end step anyways. You do it again next turn, and you just keep accumulating that treasure. Yeah. And then it's also good for all of the reasons Tyler just mentioned and more.
This card's good. It's not it's not game breaking. It's not busted. It's a good card.
I like it,
and that's what we need in Magic. We need good cards.
We need good, not broken. Yeah. I think some broken is fine because it makes the game exciting, but
this is good. It's good. All right, here we go. Lizard Blades. Tell us about Lizard Blades.
1 and a red, 1/1 equipment lizard. It's got double strike. Equipped creature has double strike, and it's got reconfigure for 2. Not much more to say, really. It's fine.
It's going in my Boros deck that we talked about.
I think it's going to be really cool for decks that are focused around the modification thing.
Yeah.
Because it being modified is pretty good because, it's a 1/1 with double strike. If you put counters or horrors on it or something, it's going to get bigger and better.
Yep.
Or it can modify something.
Yep. Yeah, from a constructed standpoint, the modified thing. But like I said, like anything that plays equipment based, like if you play an Embercleave in any deck, you're going to play this too.
Yes, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like anything that plays an Embercleave is going to play this card as well because it gives your stuff double strike, and it's a creature on its own that has double strike. From a limited standpoint, I'll draft this card first every time because it's a 1/1 with double strike that is early in the super low aggressive decks. I love it. This card's cool, and the reconfigure 2 is
fantastic.
Yeah, it's a great card. Scrap Welder. All right, so this is another card that people are complaining about. I'm glad I'm getting to read these, right? Scrap Welder is 2 and a red for a 3/3 Goblin Artificer. Pay 1, or I'm sorry, not pay 1. Tap, sacrifice an artifact with mana value X. Return target artifact card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste until end of turn. So I actually spoke to this earlier when I was talking about Nick's deck. There's an old card called Goblin Welder.
Goblin Welder's a good boy.
So Goblin Welder is a 1/1 that has tap it, sacrifice any artifact, return any artifact from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay, this is what we call a fixed version of that card. Okay.
Yep.
There's a lot of people, like I said, they're complaining because they're like, this is way worse than Goblin Welder. Yes, it's worse in the standpoint from like super competitive standpoints, but dude, this is a fixed Goblin Welder, and any deck that you're going to run the Goblin Welder in, you're probably going to run this card anyway.
It's redundancy. It's like it is worse, but it's a redundancy. So
and also, this one also gives it haste until end of turn. So
it works with artifact creatures.
Exactly, it works with artifact creatures. Whereas with Goblin Welder, if you brought it back from the graveyard and it was a creature, it just sat there. Bring
back the solemn simulacrum, give it haste, and smack somebody.
Exactly, or sacrifice it to draw the card and then bring back something
else.
Well,
no, you sacrifice it the next turn after you've hit somebody with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the point is like this card is still really good card. It's not super busted. It is like I said, it's a fixed version of an older card. I like it. I'm gonna play it. I've actually, again, I talked to you earlier about how I said I'm not playing red in any deck. And I spoke to Duretti. I've been debating on building a Duretti deck again.
All right.
So I may actually just build Duretti and put Goblin Welder and Scrap Welder in there and just show people how good that card can be.
All right. Goro, Disciple of Ryusei. 1 in a red for a 2/2. I do want to say Ryusei was flavorfully at least one of my favorite old dragon spirits.
I like the callback to it.
Yep. Legendary creature, Goblin Samurai. 1 red, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. That's never bad.
That's powerful.
On a 2/2, on a 2 mana, dude. It's pretty good. And then you can also pay 3 and 2 red to make a 5/5 dragon spirit creature token with flying. Activate only if you control an attacking modified creature.
So that's a little more niche. Like that's a little more like that's a lot of hoops to jump through to make the 5/5. But it's a mana sink.
It is a mana.
It's a mana sink. So from a limited standpoint, like we'll get past limited real quick because we're here to talk. Commander. I'm sorry we keep going off on it, but from a limited standpoint, it's a mana sink. You're gonna probably have a modified creature at some point. Like that card's good. The 1 mana give all your creatures haste until end of turn. So basically, anything that you play, any creature that you play, literally costs 1 more mana to have haste. That's it. Like.
But it's not even that because it's all of the creatures have haste.
Yeah, so
you could play 3 creatures and pay 1 mana to give them all.
So they all cost a third of a mana. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I don't know. I like it. I don't know how much play it's gonna see, but I think it's a fine card.
I would love to see someone build it as a commander.
I think it would be cool.
From the standpoint of the auras, like especially with the modification thing, and there's more modified stuff, going down, through the set. Like you said, it's more of a green red, so there's a little bit more in red, but there's a lot. Green helps a lot because they give a lot of counters. But yeah, I mean, I would love to see someone at the shop build this guy as a commander and be like, hey, I'm gonna. I mean, again, it's dangerous. Like having a 2 mana 2/2 commander. Technically, if you play it on turn 3 and pay the extra red, he has haste.
Yes.
So you could do that, if you got nothing else to do on turn 3. But yeah, having commander out there that just basically says all of my creatures can have haste at any point. Again, we talked about like a Tali earlier, right?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine someone sitting there with ton of mana and they're just like, dude, if this guy
haste to Tali.
Yeah, if they play a haste to Tali, like that's the great thing about a Tali. He has no evasion, he has no haste, so people see it coming. They usually have a way to deal with it, at least a turn to deal with it. Can you imagine me being like, oh, I got 7.
Nah.
I'm at 7 mana now. Guess what? Here comes a Tali. This guy would be cool from that standpoint. Overall, I mean, he's not like first pickable or anything limited, but he's cool.
He is cool. Ogre Head Helm for 1 in a red. 2/2 equipment ogre. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. And whenever it or equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice it. If you do, discard your hand and draw 3 cards. Reconfigure for 3.
So this is cool. This is one of the first things that we've seen on the reconfigure dudes is it referring to itself. Because all the other ones equipped creature gets this, things like that. But this one actually refers to itself, obviously because of what the ability is. But in a red deck, dude, being able to discard. So it says discard your hand. Doesn't matter how many cards are in your hand. You can have 0. And it says, it doesn't have to deal combat damage. But it says discard your hand, draw 3 cards. That ability is great in any kind of red deck. I like it a lot. This is going into the Boros deck, like I talked about. It's going to go into all those types of equipment decks. I love the artwork.
I think the artwork is actually hilarious.
It's amazing.
It's a samurai helmet that's also a robot crab.
Yeah, he's like, it's an
and
equipment ogre.
I love it. It's hilarious. I see this being good in the decks that it's clearly meant for.
Mm-hmm.
But I also just feel bad looking at it.
I don't. I love this.
I don't know.
Dude, I wish this thing was legendary so I could play as my commander because it's fucking beautiful.
I do love the art though. The art is hilarious.
He's so derpy. Like that's the word I can think of is derpy.
I would run it for the sole purpose. You know what? I want to build a crab tribal deck, and I want to put this in it.
Yeah, there you go. You got to find like a blue-red crab. Yeah. All right, let's go on. So Kumano faces Kakazan. Maybe Kakazan. Oh, maybe I don't want to say Kakazan. Yeah. No. Anyway. So it's a saga. It's 1 mana. This is getting into the uncommons, but it's 1 mana, a saga. The first part is it deals 1 damage to each opponent and each planeswalker they control. That's pretty cool. When you cast your next creature spell this turn, this is the second part of the saga. When you cast your next creature spell this turn, that creature enters the battlefield with an additional 1/1 counter on it. So there's the modification that we talked about. Right? And then it transforms into a 2/2 called Etching of Kumano. It's a 2/2 with haste. So this is why this matters, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Because it gets exiled and comes back, it has summoning sickness. This one has haste.
Yep.
If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you control would die, exile it instead. This guy, okay, look, I'm going to tell you, I played Burn for a long time, okay? You don't play a lot of creatures. You don't play a ton of creatures. But you do play some. If you were going to play, I could see this as a sideboard card in Modern for Burn decks against your, Soul Sister decks.
Okay.
Because they have so many creatures that are so hard to get rid of sometimes, and so being able to exile their creatures is really good. I really wish this card was a common because this card would be busted in Pauper, but it's not. But otherwise, it's not going to see Commander play. But again,
it's not at all going to see Commander play.
It's a saga, and that's why we wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't. Looking at this for all of the formats I play, I'm just thoroughly unexcited.
I would play Unlimited for sure, though. I mean, especially if you're in one of those, types of decks. We're going to talk about this real quick, again, just because...
Got to go over the shrines, because everybody loves shrines.
Yeah, so Go Shintai of Ancient Wars. Go ahead and tell us about it, Spencer.
2 and a red for Go Shintai of Ancient Wars. It is a 2/2 with first strike. At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, it deals X damage to target player. Planeswalker, where X is the number of shrines you control.
See, this one will definitely see play.
This one will assuredly see play, and not just because it's another shrine to add to the shrine count. Very similar to the black one, but rather than just destroying a target creature, it deals X damage to players and planeswalkers instead of hitting creatures, which you gotta kill your opponent somehow.
Yeah, I mean, the more shrines you have, and you're paying 1, like you said. This is something it's not gonna be in super competitive Burn decks,
Yeah.
But in standard, if you have a standard Burn deck, I don't know if there is one because I don't play Arena that much. But if there's anything that has standard Burn, this is something that could feed into that. So, yeah. Seismic Wave, it's okay. Anyway, there's not really much in the red commons and uncommons that we want to talk about. So we're going to pause, and we'll be back in just a moment. And we're back.
Oh, yeah, we are. All right. First, Kodama of the West Tree. 2 and a green, 3/3 reach. Modified creatures you control have trample. Whenever a modified creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a basic land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. I am very, 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 very... I cannot say enough varies to tell you how excited I am about this card, Tyler,
This
because
card's super good.
as soon as I saw this spoiled, I went in my Magic group chat I have on Facebook, and I'm just like, dibs.
Dibs. Dibs. I love it.
This is the deck I'm building immediately after Kamigawa drops, because this
is
card...
going to be your commander?
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be your commander, so mono green.
Yep. I'm very excited. I'm going to run good equipment for stuff. I'm going to run Whisper Silk Cloak. I'm going to run the boots. I'm going to run my swords. I'm going to run +1/+1 counter shenanigans. I'm going to run
So,
Zhang Yangu and Mao from War of the Spark.
Yep.
I'm gonna I'm really excited about this card because the idea of just hitting people and getting lands for it, like that is my kind of magic. Like
dude,
it's I'm just super excited.
being able to ramp off of something you want to do anyway, which is attacking people, right? Like you got to kill people somehow, right? Being able to get lands on the battlefield from something you already want to do.
Yeah.
Is gross. Like that's
it makes my heart so happy.
here's the only problem I have with it. Literally the only problem. So
yeah.
You remember Commander Legends came out not too long ago.
Yep.
Let's pull up the tab real quick. You're not going to see it on here. So you remember this is time of the West tree, right?
Yep.
You remember Kodama of the East?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So this is the West tree. The East tree.
East tree is also going in my deck.
Should be. It definitely should be in there, right? The only problem, which I understand, it's a commander or it's a non-commander set, so you can't put it right. But what does East Tree have that West Tree doesn't? That's really important.
Partner.
Dude, how cool would it have been if West Tree had partner and you could put both of them as your commanders?
I would have been.
You know, like that's the one thing I'm like, guys, you guys, because we're gonna have Commander Legends 2 coming out.
Yeah.
And it's like, and I'm so glad that they did put Kodama of the West Tree in this set because, you know, it's a flavor thing.
Yep.
The Kodamas were a thing in the original. But, man, it hurts my heart from that standpoint because it would have been so cool to have partner commanders. I'm still playing a mono green deck with partners.
You know, I could always ask people at Slypatch and ask my play group to rule 0 it.
I mean, you can rule 0 it. You know, that would be cool.
But you know, if I did, I would almost want to go with one of the other commanders in red for this set, because having a red green.
Oh, see, that's on a different. A different level. That's on a totally different level.
I mean, you're right.
It's like people. It's like people who ask to have Maelstrom Archangel as their 5-color angel commander. You know, it's like you can do that. You know who Maelstrom Archangel?
Oh yeah,
yeah. So
card should totally be legendary, and it's not.
Should totally be legendary. Yeah, it's a 5-color angel that when it hits you, you get to play a card from your hand for free, right?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, like it should have been a legendary angel, but anyway.
Just like the Nephilims.
Yeah, just like the Nephilims too. But dude, like I would totally allow the rule 0 of East and West to be partner commanders. I think that would be really cool. But adding a color, no. That's beyond it. Like if you want,
if it's just Prismatic Piper?
No, if you want to have East Tree,
East Tree and West Tree. All right.
If you want to have East Tree and West Tree, that's fine. If you want to have East Tree in a red commander, that's fine. Do your thing, right? And then you can have West Tree in the deck. But yeah, I mean, I wish I had partner. But other than that, 3-mana 3/3 reach on those stats just alone.
Yep.
3-mana 3/3 reach, good card. Good card. Because a lot of even your flyers at that cost, now we do have the Carrion that we talked about earlier that finally has the 3 power. But most of your flyers, like your Windrakes, your stuff like that, have always been, from a limited standpoint, essentially 3-mana 2/2 flyers. So 3-mana 3/3 reach, good blocker, whatever. Modified creatures have trample. I mean, dude, any creature that you have that has counters has trample now. So like when you're talking about building this deck, I'm thinking of things like Forgotten Ancient. Boy, can you imagine a Forgotten Ancient in this deck, bro?
I can.
So for those who don't know, Forgotten Ancient is it's an 0/3, but every time anybody plays a spell, it gets a +1/+1 counter. I think it's big real quick. Then you start hitting them, getting your lands.
Yep.
Man, I have to ask then, are you going to play Dungrove Elder in this deck?
What's Dungrove Elder?
So Dungrove Elder is a 1 and 2 green hexproof tree folk, and his power and toughness is equal to the number of forests you control.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, since you're playing, getting a bunch of lands, right? Like, I would love seeing that. And then if you can find any way to put a counter on him, now he has trample.
Forgotten Ancient can do it.
Oh, yeah, Forgotten Ancient can! Oh!
Forgotten Ancient is good because he can modify all of your other creatures.
I have forgotten.
You can,
that
you can move those counters.
Yeah, so exactly. So, like, Dude, we're building the deck right here. We're building the deck right here in front of you.
But yeah, and
awesome.
Another card that I think of when I look at this, or another card that I would think of putting in this deck, is a card that normally doesn't go in decks like this, Skull Clamp.
Oh, yeah.
Skull Clamp is normally like an Aristocrats card when you're normally sacrificing a lot of creatures, because it can either be the sack outlet if your creatures are really small, or it can just, you can put it on a creature you're going to sacrifice anyways, and it draws you 2 cards. But in this case, I then modify the creature, it gets trample, and if they want to block and kill it, alright, I'll draw 2 cards. Otherwise, it's just 1 mana to modify something and give it trample.
And you probably still do the damage because of the trample.
Exactly.
Even if they kill it, so you probably still do the damage.
And it's higher power, lower toughness.
Yeah.
Which is great for trample.
Dude, Skull Clamp, definitely. Yeah.
Skull Clamp is going to be really good in this deck.
100%.
I'm going to put Rancor in it. I'm so excited.
This is gonna be great. This is going to be great. All right, so the next card, Kura the Boundless Sky, is a 3 and 2 green, so 5 converted mana cost, legendary creature, Dragon Spirit. This completes the cycle of the monocolored Dragon Spirits we were talking about. It is a 4/4 with Flying and Death Touch, which I think is awesome for a green guy. Give it, since the other guy had Trample, which green is usually a trample thing, but I like it on the red guy. When the Boundless Sky dies, choose one. Search your library for up to 3 land cards, reveal them, put them in your hand, and then shuffle. The other one is create an XX Green Spirit creature token where X is the number of lands you control. So this is going in your deck, right?
This is certainly going in my deck. This is also certainly going in my Dragon deck because it does not say basic lands.
It says 3 lands.
It says 3 lands, which means I can go get my command tower. I can go get my world tree. I can go get whatever else I need.
Well, there's a land we're going to talk about later.
Oh, yeah.
There's a land we're going to talk about later.
There is a land we're going to talk about later.
We haven't gotten to it yet. We haven't gotten to that cycle, but there's a land that's actually an no, is it a rare? No, it's a rare, right?
I think it's a rare.
Yeah, but it's down in the lands. But there's a land we're going to get to later that also. But I'm thinking of things beyond that. I'm thinking things like you get your Maze of Ith to keep people from attacking you. You get your Rogue's Passage to make your guys unblockable. Just there's so many utility lands that you can get, especially in a 5-color deck like you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, so many utility lands that you can get. This guy, now, it puts him in your hand, so not as great as putting him on the battlefield, but still. And then, worst case scenario, you got him late game, you've already got 12 lands out, he dies, you make a 12/12. Like, cool, Guy's good.
Yep.
Limited bomb, limited fire, especially because you get 3 lands out of your deck, that cuts out lands that you're going to draw.
It's a pretty significant percentage of your deck, depending on
Yeah.
how far along in the game you are and how many lands you already have.
You can either do that, or if I'm at 8 lands already, I get to make an 8/8 in limited.
Yep.
Awesome. I'm scrolling on the wrong page. All right, tell us about Jukin Defends the Temple. Or let me scroll up. There you go.
2 and a green. One more saga for you guys today. Well, there's probably going to be more, but this is another one.
Monocolor.
Yeah, monocolor sagas. 1, create a 1/1 green human monk creature token with add a green. You make a Llanowar Elves / Elvis Mystic / Finhorn Elves.
Mm-hmm.
2.
But it's a human, which is important because,
It is a human, which can be important for tribes. It wouldn't go in an elf deck for that reason.
What's the one that just came out in Midnight Hunt? It's like Kidris or something like that, but it's the green and the white, your humans, gain tap for any color.
Yes.
So, it's already tapping for green, but it can tap for the other color,
Yep.
because of human. Anyway, go ahead.
Page 2, put a 1/1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures.
There's your modify.
And then on the other side, we have Remnant of the Rising Star, who is a 2/2 flyer. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may pay X. When you do, put X 1/1 counters on it, and as long as you control 5 or more modified creatures, Remnant of the Rising Star gets +5/+5 and has trample.
So this goes back to the old dragons like we were talking about, right? Yep. So Jugan the Rising Star was a 5/5 flyer and then when it died, it would distribute 5 counters to your creatures. This is flavor wise, this is dope.
Flavor wise, wonderful. Until I read the backside, I wasn't that thrilled with this card.
But from the Enchantress stuff that we talked about,
once I read the backside, it's awesome.
But even if you don't read the backside, right? And we're talking about like the Sithis and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean it would be fine.
Yeah, it would still be a playable card in that. Yeah,
certainly playable. But no, that backside is really, really cool. Yeah. This is 100% going to go in my Kodama deck. The first step is a little bit underwhelming.
So I'm thinking about it again from the Sithis standpoint, right? So we talked about Sithis.
Yeah.
You go turn 2 Sithis. You go turn 3 this.
Yeah.
Okay? So now you get to draw a card, gain a life, and get a creature that ramped you for 3 mana. For 3 mana out of that deck. That's actually... It seems underwhelming, but it's really not. Because then the next turn you go from...
Yeah, I mean, well, here's...
3 to 5
mana. The reason I say it's underwhelming isn't because I think it's bad. It's because, like, of course, in certain decks and with certain draws, it's going to be good. Like, yes, if you turn 2 Sithis, turn 3 this, that's good. But I wouldn't put this in most green decks.
No.
I would put this in Enchantress decks. I would put it in decks that deal with Modify.
I don't know. It depends. Like, if you're trying to be super rampy, if you're trying to be, like, super, super rampy, because then you go turn 1 Llanowar, turn 2 this, and now you get another Llanowar, it's not bad. It's not horrible.
I mean, it's not bad, but...
I mean, how is that any different from, like, playing...
I'd rather just play Azusa.
Or a Rampant Growth. I mean, well, of course you'd rather play, like, the Busted Rare. What I'm talking about is, like...
This is also a mythic rare.
It is a mythic. I mean, what I'm saying, though, from this standpoint is, like... You play this on turn 2, right? And then on the second part of the saga, you get to put a 1/1 counter on both your Llanowar Elf and your Monk, so they're not as easily killable. You know what I'm saying? And now you've gone from... You're up to 5 mana now on turn 3.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? With your 2 dudes and your...
Yeah, it's good. It feels underwhelming to me.
I'm talking about this from the backside of it, too. Now you already have 2 modified creatures at that point, too. Because you've modified your Llanowar and
I'm just talking... The front side is underwhelming.
No, I get it.
And specifically that first...
Yeah.
Specifically that first...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're playing this for 3 mana just to get a mana dork, it's underwhelming, but yeah. Otherwise, overall, like I said, you're gonna see play in all kinds of Enchantress decks, stuff like that, but...
Yep.
Alright, the next one, I don't know, I get to read this crap. I mean, this thing. So this is the last of the Invoke, color series. 1 4 green sorcery. Create 2 4/5 green spirit creature tokens. For each of them, put your choice of vigilance counter, reach counter, or trample counter on it. Now, honestly, this is actually probably the best of all of them.
This is easily the best of all of them. And I will be running it in my Kodama deck.
I was going to say, it's going to go in your Kodama deck because it does the modified thing.
Give them either vigilance or reach, and then they get trampled.
They get trampled naturally because of him. Yeah.
I'll take it.
I mean, I would personally, unless you're just playing against Flyer, you just give them both vigilance.
Yes.
So
you only give reach if there's a lot of flyers, but Kodama already has reach, so it's usually going to be vigilance. They get trample, and that's good.
So 5 mana, you get 8 power, 10 toughness, vigilance, and trample off your Kodama that we talked about up here, right? This is easily the best of all of them, especially because of the ramp and stuff that we talk about in decks. Invoke. I spoke too soon, saying I get to talk about this crap card. The cycle is not great. It's kind of poo-poo. But this particular card, best of all of them.
And even then, it's niche.
It's sort of niche, but there's plenty of...
There's plenty of... All mono green decks would want a card like this.
Yeah, like even your
Every
elf
single
deck.
one.
Like even your elf deck. Like even if you're playing elves, right?
Yeah.
Like this is fine.
I could see it.
You're getting 8 power and 10 toughness off of one card for 5 mana.
With the keywords you want.
Yeah.
Because
you want the reach to help you, deal with stuff. Yeah.
Or if you want the trample to get over stuff,
Mm-hmm.
So in almost any mono green deck, this is something you'd want. Whereas the other ones, like, these cards generally have to be played in mono of their color. And not all of them necessarily are cards that a mono color of that color would want.
Yeah, not from a commander standpoint. Now, going back to the limited thing, again, just a slight talk on it. This is definitely like first pickable versus like none of the others are. Like none of the others am I going to first pick. This one I would first pick.
I would say Invoke Despair might be first pickable and limited.
No, here's why. Is like I don't mind pigeonholing my quote-unquote pigeonholing myself into green because it has mana fixing, and most limited decks are going to have two colors.
True.
So if I have
That's
green,
fair.
if I have green and have the mana fixing, I don't mind pigeonholing myself, into green with a splash of another color. I'm definitely not pigeonholing myself into black with hoping to splash another color, because I don't have any mana fixing.
That's true.
This one I would give a chance on, but otherwise, this is.
March of Burgeoning Life. X and a green instant. It does the thing we've said for other times, where you exile cards from your hand and it costs less. Choose target creature with mana value less than X. Search your library for a creature card with the same name as that creature. Put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle.
Yep.
This card will not see play. I think we can move on.
This was the boo-boo card I was talking about earlier. Remember earlier I was like, we're going to get to a card. So the only time you would ever possibly see this card is, let's say, me, you, your brother, and Max, we all play in a pod all the time, right? And someone play, that at least two of the people play a certain creature that you always play, you know what I'm saying, or you always want to see. Then you maybe play this card, you know what I'm saying. The only other time you would see it is like in decks like we talked about with like Persistent Petitioners, Relentless Rats, Rat Colonies, that type of thing, like multicolored card, multicolored decks that are for some reason running that, and you're also running green. Because the only deck I can think of that's multicolored that runs those types of cards is the Shadowborn Apostles deck, because it's the black-white, like, Athreos. You don't run green. Other than that, you're not going to see it in Commander. You're not going to see it in even Limited, because, like, you might get two of the same creature, but how good are they? This card is a purely constructed card.
Yeah.
Purely constructed, and, it could be great. Like, maybe in the arena, it's good. But this card, this card's boo-boo. Let's move on, like you said.
Yep.
I just spent more time.
It's very sad.
I literally spent 30 seconds more than I should have talking about it.
You did.
Next card is Springleaf Avenger. 3 colorless, 2 green, Insect Ninja. I like the concept of that.
Insect Ninja.
So it's a 5-mana 6/5. So the stats there just alone are pretty good. Okay.
It's got ninjutsu.
Has ninjutsu for 4. So 3 and a green. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay. So the ability's
I'm in love with this card.
The ability's cool. I definitely think you play it in your Kodama deck because
100%.
of the trample and stuff, okay?
Also Insect Ninja.
But here's the problem I have. It's green ninjutsu. There's like,
I love it.
There's no other world where green ninjas.
It 100% does not fit with the ninjutsu vibe.
No.
But it's really cool.
It's cool. It's really cool. It's really cool. And there's a lot of big green creatures that aren't going to get blocked. And the fact that you can ninjutsu in a 4-mana 6/5 with ninjutsu is boss. Like from a limited standpoint, like I said, I draft this. I'll first pick 100%. This. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand is okay. It's okay. It's not great.
The thing I really like about this is that a lot of times when you're going with a wide green deck and you've got a lot of trample on your board, people are going to block the non-tramplers first.
Yeah, or like
there's a lot of times I can see in especially my Kodama deck that I'm planning on building, I can see a lot of times where this is going to come in probably much earlier than it should.
Yeah, I could also see it in like Reach the Redeemed, where you're playing a bunch of tokens.
Yes.
You go super wide. You attack with the 1/1. They don't block one of them because they don't have enough blockers.
Take 6.
Yeah. Take 6, get back something. Like, I can see that, and that's pretty cool. Otherwise, though, like, this is a limited all-star. Like, all-star from limited standpoint. It's fringe. And
I just can't wait to say ninjutsu when I'm
green.
running a mono
Like,
green
I
deck.
want to see it. I want to see it happen, for sure.
I'll call you over if it happens.
Yeah. Hey, Judge!
We've got Shigeki Jukal Visionary. Jukai. That's an I, not an L. 1 and a green for a 1/3. He jukals a little bit. Legendary enchantment creature Snake Druid. 1 and a green. Tap it. Return it to its owner's hand. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest into your graveyard. You can also channel it. Channel is a new keyword.
It's not a new keyword.
It isn't?
It's an old one.
I've never heard of it, so it's new to me.
Channel was in Kamigawa, yeah.
Oh, it is? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
XX green. Discard it from your hand. Return X non-legendary cards from your graveyard to your hand.
So, because of that ability, you have to have it in your hand
Yes.
to do that. Obviously, you're not going to run it as a commander. I mean, you could.
I mean, you can play it, return it to your hand with its ability, and then channel.
Yeah, so I mean,
and then when you discard it, put it back to the command zone.
Yeah,
That's actually.
It's not bad. Yeah, you could do this. I'm sure there's something cool out there. People can do something busted. You can make infinite mana and do the thing with him. Revealing the top 4 cards of your library, put a land card on the battlefield tapped is really good.
Yes.
He's a 2-mana 1/3. So maybe you do run him as a commander because he does return and then you have the channeled ability later. Yeah, I could see this as a mono green commander.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would certainly be in the more casual scene, but
yeah, I also see him like in Sithis, because it's enchantment.
You know what? I'm gonna make the same challenge you did earlier.
Let's go.
The first person at Slypatch, whether I'm there or not, as long as Tyler's there to witness it, first person who wins with a Shigeki Jukai Visionary deck, I will buy you a Kamigawa pack.
No. Slypatch will... No. This is sponsored. You don't have to do that.
Well, I'm not... I don't have your money.
You're part of
All right, Tyler will buy you
a
Kamigawa pack.
So I did my challenge. He gets to do his. If you win with a Shigeki Jukai Visionary deck, we will give you a Kamigawa pack.
I want to see it happen.
Just to clarify that, it's Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. I'm not going back and buying old school packs for people. I ain't going to spend like $70 on but I'll get you a brand new, fresh out the box Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. But yeah, that's what we mean. But anyway, Shigeki looks like a cool card.
So a Neon Dynasty Fat Pack.
No. Booster pack.
Set booster pack?
If they're in stock, yes. Otherwise, it's a...
You're welcome.
Yeah, exactly. That's for his challenge. I guess it's also for mine. Whatever.
You're welcome.
See, you guys, he's costing me money already. All right.
That's what I do.
We're going to move to the next card. Weaver of Harmony. Weaver of Harmony is a 1 and a green, 2/2 enchantment creature Snake Druid. Other enchantment creatures you control get +1/+1. Pay one green and tap. Copy target activated or triggered ability you control from enchantment source. You may choose new targets for the copy. Okay, so first and foremost, let's skip that last line of text. Let's talk about he's a 2-mana, 2/2 enchantment creature that gives your enchantment creatures +1/+1. Completely going in the Sithis deck.
100%.
100% goes in the Sithis deck. And when you're talking about the Sithis deck from a standard standpoint, this is a 4 of at that point, right?
Yes.
Pay 1 and a green, copy target activate. So he's out, or Sithis is out, he's out, right? And you play another enchantment. You pay 1 green more to tap him. You get to draw 2 cards and gain 2 life. Pretty good. There's other things that are probably out there.
This is really good in shrines.
You're not wrong. Oh my gosh! You pay 1 to do the damage, and then you pay a green and
I'm
tap
just
this.
thinking. I'm just thinking. Shrine of Stonefangs, the black,
Oh,
the
the
2-mana black one from the core set a couple years ago, because that deals X damage to each opponent, and you gain X life. Where X is the number of shrines you control. Copy that. That's dumb.
So this is definitely
But
gonna see you play
there's
in the
also
shrines.
tons of other really good targets
Yeah,
for this.
this guy is an enchantress type card or a shrine type card. Like this guy's super good.
Loving it.
Yeah,
I love
from a
this card.
standpoint of limited, yeah. I mean, I'm not first picking him or anything, but
I
if
don't think it's a first pick, but if you're
but
well into a draft and you're in green and you've got a lot of enchantment creatures,
yeah. If I'm pack 3, I've already got some enchantments and stuff like that. I first pick it in pack 3, but yeah.
Teachings of the Kieran. 1 in a green, Saga. Mill 3 cards, create a 1/1 colorless spirit token. 2, put a 1/1 counter on target creature you control. And on the flip side,
It is a 1/1,
it is a 1/1.
but we don't know the other abilities yet because we're waiting on the screen to load.
So, how's your day going?
Dude, my day is fantastic. I'm spending time with one of my best friends. We're sitting here, doing a set review.
There we are.
I'm happy.
Me too. Kieran Touched Orochi on the backside is a 1/1 that when it attacks, you can exile target creature card from a graveyard. When you do, create a 1/1 colorless spirit creature token, or you exile target non-creature card from a graveyard, and when you do, you put a 1/1 counter.
Wow! So it has
you control.
has the attack ability of the like Scrooge thing that we're talking about.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
I love this for my Kodama deck. Similarly to the other Green Saga, I'm a little bit underwhelmed. I think the Mill 3 cards is cool, and maybe for that reason it might see play in certain, like, maybe Golgari decks.
Well, if you're running like the Eternal Witnesses and stuff like that, Eternal Witness Regrowth, Praetor's Council, if you're running all those types of cards in a mono green deck, like you're going to get those things back, so that's fine. The thing I love about it is just in general, like the graveyard hate, just attacking. Like, even if it dies, it doesn't matter. If you know that I need to get rid of that specific card from someone's library, or a graveyard, because they have that utility, it's at least a one-shot exile that card. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, it dies, someone blocks it, whatever. Or maybe because it's a 1/1, you were playing in a pod, you go, hey Tyler, can I hit you for 1 to get rid of X card out of someone's graveyard? I'd be like, yeah, let's get rid of it so he doesn't play it again. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
it's a very, it's a card that you can do politically like that.
I do really like the backside of the card.
Yeah, like, just overall the card, and being a 2-mana enchantment again, and I'm going back to Enchantress decks, especially when you build Sithis, this is going in Sithis, right?
Yep.
Like, dude, this card, really cool. From a limited standpoint, not super great, but sure, maybe you draft it, The Dragon Kami Reborn. 2 and a green for another saga. The first 2 chapters are the same, so you're rereading it. You gain 2 life. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Exile one of them face down with a hatchling counter on it. That's interesting. Then to put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Okay? Then this thing flips. When it flips, it becomes Dragon Kami's Egg. When Dragon Kami's Egg, which is also an 0/1, by the way, just so you know, or a dragon you control dies, you may cast a creature spell from among the cards you own in exile with hatchling counters on them without paying their mana cost. So
this is going in my dragon deck.
There you go.
I love it.
It goes
That's
in the dragon
cool.
deck for sure. The only thing I hate about it is it says it has to be the ones with Kami or the Kami counters on them. Because it would be really cool if someone Swords to Plowshares one of your dragons, and then
that would be busted.
It wouldn't be busted. I don't think it would be busted. It would be much better. It would be much better, but it's not busted. Like, it would be much better. But yeah, like, anyway, overall cool card. Limited, you're not going to see much of it. Still a cool card. All right. Kami. What the hell is that word? Transience?
Transience, yeah.
I'm just making sure. I was looking for this. I was like looking for the C for science, you know. And I was like, why does my dyslexia want to? Kami of Transience. 1 in a green. 2/2 trample. Big boy right there. There you go. Whenever you cast an enchantment spell, put a 1/1 counter on it. At the beginning of each end step, and if an enchantment was put into your graveyard from the battlefield this turn, you may return this card, Kami of Transience, from your graveyard to your hand. So this card is definitely a creature that we want to play in those Enchantress decks, right?
Yes.
It's one of those things where it gets bigger and bigger as you play the enchantments, and then if someone board wipes, even if you board wipe, whatever, you play, at the beginning of the step, if someone kills one of your enchantments, guess what? You get to get this back. Like, it has its own recursion. Really cool card.
The cool thing about this, there are some enchantments that sacrifice themselves, too.
Yeah.
Like Sterling Grove is an amazing enchantment, but you can also sacrifice it to tutor for another enchantment, and this would come back if you did such a thing.
You also had the cycle from Theros that, they would flash in and draw you a card, and then
you can sacrifice them to
do
scry
different effects,
or do something.
Yeah. They would flash in and do something, and then you would sacrifice them to do stuff. So you have that cycle as well. Oath. They were oaths. They were called oaths.
Yeah, Oath of
the different gods. So Oath of Thassa was the 1 in a blue. Flash it in.
Yep.
You would scry, and then you would sacrifice it to draw two cards. Yeah. So I don't remember what the green one was. The green one was sacrificed to get lands into your hand, but
no, I was Oath of Thassa was scry 2, draw a card on entry, scry 2, sack it. Oath of Nylea was get a land from your library on entry, and then scry 2 when you sack it.
Yeah. I had it backwards, but yeah. So the oaths, play really well with it, from that standpoint. All right, so we're going to go to our last monocolored shrine here, Spencer. Read it off for us.
Goshentai of Boundless Vigor, 1 in a green. I love how cheap a lot of these shrines are. That's great. 1 in a green for a 1/1 trample. Even bigger boy. Look at
big
that.
Boy, 1/1 trample.
At the beginning of your end step, you may pay 1. When you do, put a 1/1 counter on target shrine for each shrine you control, making the shrines big boys. This makes me want a shrine deck that's goal is to turn all of the other shrines into creatures as well.
Yeah.
Just because it would be funny.
You can play Starfield Nyx.
You can.
You can play Starfield Nyx.
That would be one way to do it.
But obviously, a lot of people are going to want to put the counters on this one because it has trample.
Yes.
But you had the black one, which was a 2/2 death touch. You had the red one, which was a 2/2 first strike. You got the white one that's a 1/3 vigilance. And you got the blue one that's an 0/4 flyer.
Yeah.
So all of them have abilities that are useful from that standpoint.
Yeah.
If you've got, 3 of them out, you pay 1 at the end step, you put 3 counters on any of those guys.
And if you have that enchantment creatures get +1/+1, and you can Strionic Resonate a thing, you can make 2 of your cool creature shrines.
Yeah.
Mega
we're living Magic Christmas land at that point, but still,
Well, it's not that magical. You can tutor out a creature not too hard.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it takes a lot of work to do all that, but it's still cool. Next card we're going to talk about just because it's a saga, and then we're going to move
Saga's
on.
Neat.
Bosiju reaches skyward. So, we haven't gotten there yet, but this is the land we were talking about that we're going to go to. The original.
You okay there?
No, I have the hiccups really bad.
I'll take over.
No, go ahead.
Bosiju reaches skyward, 3 in a green saga. Search your library for up to 2 basic forests, reveal them, put them into your hand, and shuffle. 2, put up to 1 target land card from your graveyard on top of your library. And then 3, it flips into a 0/0 that probably gets plus an amount. Branch of Bosiju is a 0/0 with reach. that gets +1/+1 for each land you control. Great in lands decks.
Lord Windgrace.
I don't know if I'll run him in mine, but certainly more casual
I'm saying
Windgraces. Certainly good in Gitrog decks because it does have that land recursion. It's kind of neat.
The only problem is
It's a rather fringe, but
most of the time you don't want to put a land on top of your deck. You know what I'm saying? Like there's not a whole lot of situations.
Yeah.
Unless you're running like mass land destruction and you're playing against it, whatever. There's not a lot of times you want to put that on top of your deck. That's why it is an uncommon. But otherwise, it's a cool card. The backside being that it has 1/1 in reach for all the lands you control. Pretty cool. Yeah. Overall, it's okay. Anyway, the reason I just want to talk about it, we'll get into it when we talk about the other one, is so the original card from Kamigawa was called Besiju Who Shelters All. And it had an ability where you would tap it, pay 2 life, and the next instant or sorcery that you cast could not be countered.
And it also made a mana to cast that.
Yeah.
That spell.
Yeah, it was a super good card. I hate to say it, but its new version, it's 2.0, maybe even better.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't know about 100%, but it's definitely.
I am convinced.
99%.
I am convinced without a doubt, and I will die on that hill.
I mean, you can die on the hill. I just depends on it depends on the perspective. What you're trying to do. But yeah, I mean, but the fact that the
for my general play style,
the fact that the new one can get rid of the old. Yeah. Anyway, all right, we'll be back in just a second. Where's your thumbs up? And we're back.
Switched up the layout a little bit here for the multicolored section. I'm glad we did the color by color for the other section, but the way this is all formatted on Mythic Spoiler has us going row by row here. Otherwise, we'd have to pause and resize the image every 3 or 4 cards, and that is not acceptable.
Yeah, so this is going to work for us. So you guys are going to see multiple cards at the time. You can read ahead, things like that. But if you want to hear what we have to talk about, you're going to see what we have to talk about. Again, we need to scroll up just a little bit because we have a row above, actually.
Oh yeah, we do.
Yeah, we can't miss Tamio.
We cannot
miss Tamio. So, Spencer, tell me about one of my favorite planeswalkers now being a completed sage who is a Phyrexian planeswalker.
Yep. We've got our first Phyrexian planeswalker with Tamio completed sage. 2, a green, a Simic hybrid, and a Simic hybrid Phyrexian.
Phyrexian mana. So for those
blue.
For those who don't know, Phyrexian mana can be played with 2 life or the color that it has. So you can pay either green, blue, or 2 life.
Yeah, so effectively this is 2, a green, a blue, and either a green, a blue, or 2 life.
Yeah, so it could be a 5 mana if you want to pay 5 mana, or it could be 4 mana plus 2 life.
Yep. Yeah. She starts with 5 loyalty. She does have a static ability called completed. If you pay 2 life, she enters with 4 loyalty counters instead of 5.
Yep.
+1, tap up to 1 target artifact or creature. It doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. -X, exile target non-land permanent card with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of that card. And then -7, create Tamio's Notebook, a legendary colorless artifact token with spells you cast cost 2 less to cast, and tap, draw a card.
Busted.
The +1 is awesome because planeswalkers need to be able to protect themselves.
Yep.
They are obviously vulnerable to creatures, and a lot of decks who want to run planeswalkers don't necessarily run a lot of creatures.
Yep.
Sometimes they do, depending on the deck. But she can, which obviously the tap 1 target artifact or creature, it doesn't protect her a lot in a multiplayer format like Commander. but it is good.
But in 1-on-1, like limited, constructed, like, yeah.
Like I was talking about my deck that likes to make token copies of things, the -X is going to be great for that. Being able to recur something in the form of a token copy that then can be doubled with things like Doubling Season, or populated with some of the Selesnya stuff from Ravnica block. That's great. And then Tamio's Notebook is also pretty cool. The one problem I have with it, which it's not a problem because it is really, really good. Typically, alts like this would be an emblem, but it's also too good to be an emblem, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But it also can be removed fairly easily.
It can
so
be.
It's not a broken ultimate, which I do like to see, but it's also, because of that, very, like, just a tiny, tiny amount of underwhelming to me. It is very, very good, but it sucks that my alt would be tossed out with a Vandal Blast.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from with that, but at the same time, what I love about that is there is no way in Magic to deal with emblems.
Correct.
So the fact that they finally kind of recognize that, and they're like, okay, we've made this thing with emblems, on Planeswalkers for their ults for so long, and no one can deal with it. So, like, once you get to that, so you talked about a card like Doubling Season. You play most Planeswalkers with Doubling Season, you can ult them, almost most of them, right away. You create an emblem, now I have no way to deal with it, right? This fixes that problem. It's like, okay.
It's true.
It's a legendary token. It does really good things, which is, your spells cost 2 less to cast, and you can tap it to draw a card. You can tap it right away to draw a card, which is awesome. I like it. I get where you're coming from. Like, I totally understand where you're coming from, especially from a casual player standpoint of, like, and again, this is the difference between, and this is, like, not a knock on anybody, but this is the difference between a competitive player and a casual player. Competitive players see things from the standpoint of, like, if it's completely broken, we're going to use it, right? Because this is not completely broken, I'm not going to have to worry about, which the mana cost is also kind of limiting to it, but I'm not going to have to worry about seeing this maybe in a Kinnan deck. Maybe. Probably not, though.
I don't see it.
Right? Like, Kinnan just has so many other things. Other than that, probably not going to see this card. I don't have to, worry about it from a casual standpoint.
I'd sooner see the uncommon Kiora from War of the Spark in a Kinnan deck than this.
I mean, I've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, on budget players, But yeah, so, like, because we can't interact with emblems, I'm really glad. Like, for me personally, it gives us an interaction. Like, I want to have things that I can interact with, and so I get it. Like, I get, like, you pay all your stuff into it, you do this thing, and then, yeah, I mean, even something as simple as a disenchant, can get rid of it. But even if they did, you can draw a card in response. Like, you can tap it to draw a card. Like,
true.
I think the thing that makes this card really good is, its other two abilities, which is, like you said, tapping an artifact or creature, and it doesn't untap. That's really good. Exiling a non-land permanent, from your graveyard, making a token copy of it. If your Eternal Witness, for example, is in your graveyard, you get it back, you make a token copy. Yeah, you can't recur the Eternal Witness anymore, but now you've recurred something else, So there's a lot of, cool interactions with that.
I do, as a whole, like the card. I think the 7 is still powerful. But it does feel bad that you can get rid of it. And I understand the, like, emblems kind of suck because you can't deal with them, but, because that's how it's been for so long, now that this isn't an emblem and that they're still doing emblems,
yeah,
it feels bad.
Well, because Tezzeret had the emblem and stuff,
And so does Kaito, who's on the screen right now.
We'll get to him in a minute, but I
am excited to see her, though.
I would personally love to see them, it's just like there's not many cards that interact with poison counters, You have Leeches, which is a really old card, but that's pretty much it, right?
Yeah.
Like I would love to see, I would love to see something that does eventually, you know, deal with an emblem. But yeah. Next card is Spirit Sister's Call. It is 3 colorless, white and a black for an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, choose target permanent card in your graveyard. You may sacrifice a permanent that shares a card type with the chosen card. If you do, return the chosen card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it gains if this permanent would leave the battlefield, exile it instead of putting it anywhere else. So it helps with not having the loop. Okay?
Yep.
However, it's a 5 mana, like, do nothing in a sense when it comes in, right? I mean, it doesn't trigger till the end step, you know, but it doesn't affect, like, the turn you're playing necessarily in most cases. However, overall, especially in black-white, which has a lot of recursion, you know, for things, and it's, you know, it's a permanent as long as it shares, so you can, you know, aristocrat style decks like we're talking about, right? You know, they've gotten rid of, like, they board wiped and got rid of your Zulaport Cutthroat, like you were talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sacrifice, like, a creature token or something like that, you get this Zulaport Cutthroat back out, you know? Now, granted, if they kill it again, you know, you don't get it back, but otherwise, overall, I think this was a good card.
I think it's good. I don't know. I'm hard pressed to say how much it'll see play, because I'm interested in the idea. I think it's cool, but I also, you know, I have a few decks that this kind of thing might go in. I run a Mardu Angel tribal deck with Vile Smasher and Bruce Tarl. This would go in that kind of thing. And I just don't think it's good enough. I just have better...
Yeah, I mean, well, there's like... do you remember the card Debtor's Knell?
Yes.
So Debtor's Knell was 7 mana, I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
I had that in that deck at one point, but I cut it because it was bad.
Yeah, it's very similar. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's very similar to Debtor's Knell. And yeah, like you said, like Debtor's Knell in the old days of Commander, and this is one of the things that I want to talk about real quick. You know, when it comes to Commander, is we've gotten to a point where, and even whether you're competitive like I am or casual, we've all recognized that the lower mana costed stuff is better for our decks, right? Like, you know, you gotta, you know, we don't run as many of the 8, 9, 10 mana costed stuff, even in our casual decks anymore, because we understand that it's not that good. Debtor's Knell, when I first started playing Commander, because again, this goes back to how old were you in 2011? 2012?
11.
Yeah.
And 12. I was born in 2000.
Oh, shit. I forgot about that. Yeah. You're born in 2000. So, you know, Spencer.
You okay, Grandpa?
It's okay, Sonny. We'll talk about it anyway. But anyway, so Spencer wasn't even, like, into Magic at the time. When I first started playing Commander, Debtor's Knell was, like...
Really?
It was the shit. It was a great card. Debtor's Knell was a fantastic card. When we, like, it was one of those, like, get rid of it or lose type cards, you know, back in the day. Now, someone plays a Debtor's Knell on you, you're like, I don't care. You know, there's so many things to get rid of it. There's so many, you know, and you just spent 7 mana, you know, to do all that. Like, yeah, Debtor's Knell was a huge, you know, impactful card when I started playing, but now it's not. So that's why I look at this as, like, you know, it costs a little bit less. It's very similar to a Debtor's Knell. In the decks that want this card, though, like, when you're talking about, like, so, like, one of the decks I could see this as the Alonda deck that we were talking about earlier,
yeah,
right? Because, you know, she has to have the die trigger, right?
Yeah.
Well, it dies. You sacrifice one of the tokens, right? Bring it back. If it were to die, it was going to be exiled instead. Now you get to do the commander thing, put it back in the command zone, right? I could see it in Alonda, right?
Yeah, I think it certainly has a place in some decks. And, you know, if I get a copy, I'm not going to buy a copy. If I get a copy, I am going to try it. because I did try Debtor's Knell for a long time before
Yeah.
I realized that this just isn't a good card as much as I want it to be.
It's not that it's not a bad card.
It's
Just,
a pretty bad card.
it's just not good anymore.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough anymore. That's the problem. Like I said, you know, we've been playing on different levels. Like I said, Debtor's Knell used to be fantastic, and now
Yeah, and I believe it. You know, it's a card that I would love to be good. But you know, I would like to see that card do good because I love the idea. Because I love Debtors now.
Yeah.
It's just not.
I mean,
that was just never good enough in my play groups.
And again, this is supposed to be a set review, but this is going. You know, we're a podcast, so we're, you know, I think it speaks to like where we've gotten to a point in Commander. We talked about Rule Zero, like you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
We've gotten to a point in Commander where we have to make multiple formats of Commander to make certain cards viable. And so what I mean by that is this. It's like if I was like, hey, Spencer, let's all do everyone spends, you know, no more than $100 on a deck. You know? Then at that point, Debtor's Knell might find its place.
True.
You see what I'm saying? Like Debtor's Knell might have a place in what you're wanting to do, and so with like Spirit of Sister's Call. But because we're not at that point necessarily, again, this is, you know, it's a mythic, it's a cool card. It's and from a limited standpoint, let's talk about it from that. It'll see plenty limited just because of the fact that it can get back your better creatures, whatever. Overall, though, this is gonna be in my dollar box. Like this,
yes.
We talked about. Like this is gonna be a dollar card.
Yeah, it is.
It is what it is. But yeah,
unless it sees some weird, surprising play in like standard or something,
yeah,
which it's not going to.
No, but like we talked about, like we've gotten to that point, that weird point in Commander where the only way that we're going to get certain cards to see play is if we say, hey, look, you know,
yeah,
you have to have restrictions, like, you know, hey, you have to have at least 17 enchantments in your deck, you know, then you might play it, you know. Otherwise, yeah, we're just not at that point, though. But anyway, what's the next card here?
Hidetsugu consumes all. 1 black-red for a good old saga here. Page 1, destroy each non-land permanent with mana value 1 or less.
Bye-bye, Mana Crypt.
Bye-bye, Soul Ring.
Bye-bye, Mana Vault.
Bye-bye something else. Skull Clamp. And the Skull Clamp costs 2. Fuck.
Bye-bye your Llanowar Elves.
Tops.
Llanowar Elves tops. So the thing is that they can still sack, you know, or tap the top to, you know, in response to playing this.
That's true.
But bye-bye all your Mana Dorks. Bye-bye your 1 mana and less.
Which for 3 is fine.
I think it's great for a black-red card, but let's read the rest. But let's go ahead.
I think if it was just that first one, like it's fine as a budget card, but then it also does other stuff, like exile all graveyards at page 2, and then at page 3, it becomes good old something. Hey, maybe you guys can actually see what it is this time. Vessel of the All-Consuming, 3/3 trample. Whenever Vessel of the All-Consuming deals damage, put a 1/1 counter on it. Not combat damage, deals damage. And whenever Vessel of the All-Consuming deals damage to a player, if it has dealt 10 or more damage to that player this turn, they lose the game.
So you start putting, like, you know, equipments and things like that on it. You're talking about, you know, it doesn't have to do combat damage, so there's things that you can make it into like a Temi or something, you know, to get the counters. Here's the thing, is like, it's already a mythic. It's insane. Like you're talking about. If it just had the first ability and cost like a black-red, be an insane card. If it just had the second ability, costing just a black or red, be a pretty insane card still, right? And it has the backside. There's a reason why this card's a mythic. It's not super insane in the sense of overall, like it's going to bust anything, but this card's really good. You talked about the Vile Smasher type decks. We talked about Hetsugu, the Demon Ogre that came out earlier. This card is good. This card is exactly where I want to be in Magic, right? Where also, we talked about.
Can we talk about the art for a second?
The art is insane.
I love that. It's so pretty.
Just the whole black and white. There's no colors and stuff. Just like it's great.
It's good stuff.
The card, like I said, the card is good, which is what we need in Magic. We have plenty of mediocre cards. We have plenty of bad cards, from Draft Chef. We have plenty of fantastic cards. We need more good cards.
Yep.
And this is just a solid, good card.
Yep, I agree.
Is it going to be played in every black-red deck?
No, but enough of them.
Enough, because maybe you don't want to exile your graveyard, because you're playing with some kind of recursion. But
I wouldn't run this in my Angel deck because I do run a lot of recursion in there.
Exactly, but overall, good card.
Kaito Shizuki.
Kaito Shizuki. I get to read this one. I love it.
You do.
It is a 1 and black blue or blue black. It's a 1 in Dimir. 3 loyalty planeswalker. At the beginning of your end step, if Kaito Shizuki entered the battlefield this turn, he phases out. So this is one of the first cards, by the way, that was spoiled from this set. And when we saw it, we thought it was super busted. And the reason why is because planeswalkers are hard to kill anyway. You get to play this, and then at the end step, he phases out, so you can't even do anything about him? Okay, let's talk about his abilities. +1. Draw a card, then discard a card unless you attacked this turn. So again, we talked about the ninja decks. This probably goes in the ninja deck, right?
That's what it's built for.
Yeah. -2, create a 1/1 blue ninja creature token with this creature can't be blocked. What does that help with? Ninjutsu.
And also that +1.
Yeah, exactly. -7, you get an emblem with whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, search your library for a blue or black creature card, put it on the battlefield, then shuffle. Okay, so here's the thing.
So, remember when you were saying how you were glad that Tamio's ult was like, a token and not an emblem because you can't deal with emblems and some emblems are like really broken?
What was I talking about? What was I talking about, Spencer?
This, I think it's cool, and the Magic player in me that wants to see cool cards is happy. But I'm also fucking upset. I'm just fucking upset. This card is ridiculous. Yuriko is already good.
Oh, Yuriko's damn
Yuriko
good.
is already, almost busted.
Borderline competitive.
Borderline competitive card that deals, combat damage and shit. It's really, really good already.
So, Yuriko actually sits in that weird spot where it's, not quite good enough for CDH yet, but so much better than all your casuals.
I 100% agree.
Yeah,
it's where Lord Windgrace is.
Yeah.
Lord Windgrace sits in the same spot because he's too expensive to be CEDH, but he's also fucking absurd.
Yeah, I mean, I have seen CEDH versions of him, but the problem is because he costs so much.
My deck, I would say, is a CEDH version of him, but it's just too expensive.
Right, but because he costs so much and stuff like that, and the things you want to do in the deck, it's like it can't keep up with. If we got rid of the Thassa's Oracle Demonic Consultation stuff, I think decks like that would be your CDH deck.
I think Yuriko would be too. And so with this, the -2 and the +1 work super well together. Ridiculously well together. The -7 is actually fucking insane. Make a 2/2, make a 1/1 unblockable, draw cards for a few turns, maybe even proliferate if you're that kind of deck, and then every turn, at least once for the rest of the game, you get to get shit like Hullbreaker Horror and Razaketh out of your deck for free.
Dude, I mean,
absurd.
you're being nicer than I am.
I am, because I'm terrified of what else could happen.
Well, because you're playing a Yuriko deck, right? And what does Yuriko do? So she has the ability when she hits, you reveal the top card of your deck, and it deals damage equal to its CMC, right? I'm thinking of, we talked about this card already, original Gentataxius, the new Gentataxius. You have both of those in the deck for this, right? It's okay, well, when it deals combat damage to a player, it's nowhere near the top of my deck, I'll just put it on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I can't 10 shot you with it, but guess
And
what I
then,
can do?
and then
Make you
not,
discard your hand. Like,
not to mention the fact that he fucking phases out. I hate it. Like, I want to see cool stuff, whether it's even broken stuff.
so he only
but like
he
I
only
look
phases,
at this and I hate its design.
but
I hate it.
he only phases out on the turn he entered the battlefield, and the way phasing works, it doesn't bring him in or out. Like, he's still on the battlefield the whole time. So
Yeah.
it only works the
Well,
turn he
he's
casts.
he's considered not on the battlefield.
But he doesn't re-enter the battlefield.
Yes, correct.
So he only phases out the first time.
Yeah.
So that's fine, right? But yeah, so here's the thing: is like you talked about proliferate cards like Tezzeret's Gambit. I'm gonna run because it's draw 2 cards, proliferate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this card is super good, especially for that particular deck. I personally have considered this. So I run my blue black rogue all flash deck, right?
Yep.
So for those who don't know, again, I play more competitive style things. So I have a blue black deck that is 98% of the cards in the deck that aren't lands are flash. I have a couple of I have my Soul Ring, my Signets, stuff like that. But everything else is flash speed because I want to play it when I want to play it. Like, I don't want you to dictate when I get to play it. I play it when I want to play it, right? I've considered putting this guy in when I saw it because I'm like, it's so good.
It's ridiculous.
It's so good that it's like, especially if I ever get to that emblem, it's like, I don't know that I will because, again, I'm more on the competitive side with this deck, so I don't know that I will. But if I ever built like a Eureka deck, 100% put it in.
The thing is one of the approaches that I've taken to reviewing Planeswalkers, for how good and how playable they are, is you shouldn't play a Planeswalker for their ult. You should be playing it for the +1 and the plus and the minus.
Yeah, the other 2 abilities, yeah.
And even if the ult wasn't there, and the ult is ridiculously good, it being you get a 1/1 unblockable for 3 mana, and then also get to draw a card guaranteed. Like that's good as a floor, but then it also might stick around.
Do you know what else? We were talking about other blue and black creatures, right? Just from recent sets, he gets the guy, the slug guy or whatever that makes
Toxrill.
Yeah, he gets and goes get Toxrill. Like, oh yeah. This card's super good.
It's too good.
From a limited perspective, you're gonna draft it. Like,
if you don't draft, if even if you're in only one of those colors, you will shift.
Dude, if I'm you may not shift for it.
I might.
If I'm pack 3 and let's say I'm white green all the way, right? If I'm pack 3 though and I see this card, I'm hate drafting it. I don't care if I play it or not. I'm hate drafting it.
It's
true.
true.
I just don't want anybody else to have it. Like, yeah. Spencer,
We've got the Kami War here.
Tell me about the Kami War.
1 and Wooburg. It's a slightly bigger boy. Elspeth Conquers Death. Saga, page 1. Exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls.
Any non-land permanent.
Any non-land permanent. 2. Return up to 1 other target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Then each opponent discards a card.
Each opponent is busted.
And then we've also got, on the other side, a 6/6 Okagachi Made Manifest. 6/6 Okagachi Made Manifest is all colors, flying and trample. Whenever Okagachi Made Manifest attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard. Return that card into your hand. Okagachi Made Manifest gets +X/+O until end of turn, where X is the mana value of that card.
So for those who don't know, Okagachi, you play your dragon deck, right? Do you run Okagachi?
I know I used to. I don't know if I do anymore.
So yeah, if folks don't know, Okagachi is he wasn't on original Kamigawa, but he was printed in the Ur Dragon deck
Yep, the Air Dragon Precon
as
back
like a
in
second commander. So
2017.
yeah, he's a super good commander himself. I love the homage to him in this,
Yep, me too.
bro. I mean, it is 6 mana. It is Wooburg, but do you see this in your Ur Dragon deck?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah. Exile non-land permanent for 6 mana. Great card because I mean, there's cards that cost more that just destroy. This exiles.
Yeah.
So
Well, one of the things with Ur Dragon specifically is I can put this into play for free with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then it becomes a really, really powerful dragon on the backside.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, and then return up to one other target, non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Each opponent discards a card, like especially with how it costs 6 mana, or even if you put it in for free, that's later game, right? So later game, a lot of your opponents aren't going to have much in their hands. Like maybe there's someone who has nothing in their hand. You know what you do? Return a non-land permanent to their hand, make them discard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part's really good. And then becoming the 6/6 that gets a power boost off of. They have to return something from your graveyard. Like, this is natural recursion. Like, yeah, you might not get the one card you want, but
You're going to get something.
They have to choose between something that's like super high mana cost, or maybe it's a regrowth. Maybe it's just, maybe the lowest mana cost in your graveyard is a regrowth, right? Okay, sweet. You just gave me a regrowth. It only got +2/0, but now I get to choose anything from my graveyard. Like, this card is super dope.
Yeah.
Love this card.
I think you're not going to, for all the people out there, I don't think you're going to see it a lot at the table because it is in all colors.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even think every Wooburg deck is going to run this. I'm not going to run this in my Super Friends deck, which is all 5 colors.
But you got the new white Spirit Dragon that was Wooburg,
There certainly are some cards in Wooburg that I would run in that, but I don't even think every Wooburg deck is going to want something.
No,
like
but
this.
like the new player that comes out and they get the Spirit Dragon and they get this guy, you know what I'm saying? Like you could see it,
I totally can.
I'm not going to do another challenge, but this is great. All right, I get to read the freaking book here. All right, guys. So the next card is.
Are you sure you're up to the task?
Is it Katos? Is it Katosi?
I would say Katose the Silent Spider.
Katose the Silent Spider. The Spanish Spider. No.
Spider.
The Spanish Spider. Katosi the Spanish Spider. No.
The Spanish Spider?
The Spanish Spider, yeah. The Katosi the Silent Spider is a 5 CMC. It's 3 colorless, a blue and a black. 4/4 human ninja legendary creature. When that person enters the battlefield, exile target card other than a basic land card from an opponent's graveyard. Search that player's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that card, exile them, then that player shuffles. For as long as you control Katose, you may play one of the exile cards. You may spend mana of any color to cast it. So this is a completely constructed card. This goes back to things that, again, it's constructed from, they're going to have multiple copies, like 4 ofs. You're not going to see this in Commander.
Well, hold on, though. It's still good in Commander.
Okay.
Because you're not going to get duplicates, right? But you can still cast the first card you exiled from their graveyard.
Sure.
And you also get to look at their hand.
Sure. But it doesn't have ninjutsu. It's a ninja.
I think it would go in ninja decks.
I don't think it goes in ninja decks at all.
More casual ones, sure.
I mean, super casual for sure. But you're not from again. This comes from the competitive side versus the casual side, like you're talking about. If I'm playing a ninja deck, especially Eureka or something like that, it doesn't have ninjutsu. I can't sneak it in. It's going to cost me 5 mana to play. There's not a single card, unless they're playing a Shadowborn Apostles type deck or, whatever, right? And even then, what am I going to do? Go get their Shadowborns? Okay. unless I'm playing a Demon Ninja, which there is a Demon Ninja, but it's going to take me too long for that to happen. This is, and this actually brings me back to a story. I can't remember the name. What was the Rakdos card that searched a player's hand library? Like, you name a card, you search their hand. It was from original, or no, not original. It was the second Ravnica. It was like Return to Ravnica.
Even that was before my time.
All right, here we got to do this real quick. Here, you type. Return to Ravnica. Rakdos. Rares. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Wait, what is all this? No, this is not going to help us. I want to find the name of this card real quick. That's Rakdos Returns. Okay, here we go. See all images. Here we go. We might find it. Hold on. It costs 2 in Rakdos. Oh my goodness. This hurts my soul right now.
Slaughter Games.
There we go. Slaughter Games. Okay, so there's a cool story about this. So back during this standard, the number one deck was Jund. So for those who don't know, Jund is green, red, black. Okay? And the number one card was the 6/6 demon. It costs 4, but you could tap it down if you sacrificed a creature.
Okay.
This one, right here. Desecration Demon.
Oh.
Okay?
There it is.
All right. So I'm playing a mirror match. Okay? We're in game 3. Okay? So Farseek was in the format stuff. He beat me game 1. I beat him game 2. He's on the play. Okay? He goes turn 1 land, turn 2 Farseek, gets his, ramp. Turn 3, I even went turn 2 Farseek, right? I had 3 Desecration Demons in my hand. He goes turn 3, plays his 4th land. Slaughter Games names Desecration Demon. And gets all 3 Desecration Demons from my hand, plus the one that was still in my deck. He asked me, he was like, dude, can I take a picture of this? Like no one's going to believe me when I tell him. So we take a picture of it. He proceeds to just, slaughter me because, it was just a great Slaughter Games. But, yeah, that was, anyway. So the effect that we're talking about on this card is a Slaughter Games type effect, right? It's really great and constructed from a commander standpoint, though, because you're not going to find the same cards you're looking for. Like the cost you're paying for 5 mana and stuff like that, not worth it.
I don't know. I like the idea of being able to use my opponent's stuff, which is why I run a Marchesa deck.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's why I run.
I actually might run this in a Marchesa deck because I can Necro Blink it.
Okay, I mean, something like that, sure. I mean, that's fine. Being able to exile something and then, play it, that way, that's fine.
Or like in an Esper Blink deck.
Like a Amanatu.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, tell me about Ishin here. And actually, real quick, guys, I apologize. I hit the wrong button. So let's go with Ishin. Actually, we're going to take a quick pause. So let's do our pause. And we'll be right back. And we're back.
We are.
Let's talk about Ishin.
Ishin Two Heavens is 1 red, white, black for a 3/4 human samurai. If a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time.
So Panharmonicon of sorts, for triggered abilities. One of the cards
attacking triggers.
Yeah, so one of the cards that me and Andy have talked about recently with this, and I've been watching the value of it, is Curse of Opulence. Do you remember that card?
I run it in several decks because I love it.
So it's a 1-mana curse. It's a curse aura, I guess you say. So you pay 1 red, you put it on one of your opponents, and then whenever someone attacks them, the person attacking them and yourself get to create a treasure.
And whenever you attack them, just you get a treasure.
Correct. So, like with this guy out, triggers twice. It's a very political card in that standpoint, right? Because then you're like, hey, you guys attack that guy, you get 2 treasures, right?
Yeah.
You're just hey, focus on hey. If I'm playing, for example, I put my Curse of Opulence on Spencer. I'm like, everybody attack Spencer. We're gonna make all kinds of mana. Guy's pretty good. Definitely could see him as a commander. There's also other types of things. It's like whenever you attack whenever an opponent attacks, or an opponent gets attacked, they lose a life, you gain a life, that type of thing. So, we had a curse commander in what the heck was that set?
I don't remember. But I know what card.
It was recent. It was recent, but there was a.
This is within the last.
There was a Grixis. Yeah, there was a Grixis. Curse commander. No, it was a Grixis one.
Then there was a Mardu one too.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Grixis one. That's like whenever it brings a curse back from your graveyard or whatever. Or, Anyway,
I don't remember that one.
Anyway, it was only in set boosters. That's why. But anyway, yeah, this guy, pretty cool. Triggers those types of things. I'd love to see him. For sure. If I hadn't already done a challenge, I would be like, hey, I want to, I don't want to make a challenge for this one because someone is going to win with it at some point, but I want to see, I still want to see it.
Yep.
Grease Fang Okiba Boss. He is a 4/3 legendary rat pilot that costs 1, a white and a black. So just the stats alone for a 3-mana 4/3, pretty good. At the beginning of combat on your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of your next end step. So here's my question with that, because I haven't really looked into it. It's a vehicle. It has haste. Do you still have to crew it?
You do, but vehicles normally have summoning sickness.
Right.
So you return it to the battlefield, you crew it, and then it can attack right away.
That's not bad. I mean, I'm sure.
And the cool thing about it is you can use him to crew it.
Oh, you know what? I remember someone was talking to me about. I didn't realize it was this card. They were talking about the Parhelion.
Yes. Which I just put a copy of Parhelion 2 in my Angel deck.
Yeah, so Parhelion was is like the biggest vehicle they've ever made.
Forget turn 1. Don't play a land, discard Shieldred, and then turn 2 reanimate Shieldred. What I want to do is I want to turn 1 not play a land, discard Parhelion,
and then play this guy,
and then turn 4 play this guy and Parhelion with haste.
I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, I mean, this guy's pretty cool. I mean, a 3-mana 4/3 just in general.
I do want to say I love the idea of this card. I still don't think vehicles are enough of a big thing for things like this to be good yet.
No.
But I like the direction they're going with vehicles, and I like the ideas they have around them. Mm-hmm. I think this is really cool. I do want to see someone build it, and I want to see it do well. But I have to say my favorite part about it, that fucking art.
Art's dope.
Awesome.
I mean, you talked about
everything cyberpunky that I love about the aesthetic. It's this light bike thing with a rat dude holding an electrified club type thing. I love it.
Yeah, it's
Okiba
dope.
Boss.
Yeah, he's the boss. So what about Hinata Dawncrowned?
Hinata Dawncrowned is 1 blue, red, white for a 4/4 Flample Kieran Spirit. Legendary. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target. And spells your opponents cast cost 1 more to cast for each target. The thing, when I saw this card, I initially thought of was the Strive mechanic.
Yep, Strive.
Because for those who don't know, what Strive does is it is typically a do something to target spell, and then you can pay a certain cost to add additional targets any number of times. So I don't know many Strive cards. One that comes to mind is Consigned to Dust, which is in green. Mm-hmm. But it's 3 mana, destroy target artifact or enchantment, pay 3 mana, destroy another one, and you can pay that additional 3 mana any number of times. With Strive spells like that, it would cost 2 mana for each target. So you have you have as many naturalizes as you want in that case. Which, of course, if you're running Hinata as the commander, you can't put Consign to Dust in the deck.
Right.
But I know there are Strive cards in other colors.
So there's one, I want to look this up. This is an old card from Invasion. I want to look up. It's either called, here, you type for me. It's either called, I think it's called Distortion Wave or Disrupting Wave. Type in MTG.
You have to select it again.
Oh, yeah. Distorting Wave. Distorting Wave from MTG costs X. I can't scroll up enough for you guys to see it, but it costs X blue, blue, blue. Return X non-land permanents to their owner's hands. This is
It's 3 mana, return all non-land permanents to their owner's hands.
It's a 3 mana Cyclonic Wave.
Cyclonic
Rift.
It is a 3 mana Cyclonic Rift with
that guy.
Hinata on the field.
Yeah, so Distorting Wave. This is a card, like, again, I've been playing for a while, so when I saw this card, I was like, oh shit, I know a card, so
another card, Fireball, just good old fashioned Fireball.
Yeah.
You can pay.
Comet Storm is even better
Comet Storm is
because it has
be
the
really
kicker.
Good. Yep, Comet Storm would be really good. There's a few different spells that cost more for each target.
Yeah.
Strive is a mechanic for it, and then there's multi-kickers that do it.
I just want to see someone play this and play a 3 mana Distorting Wave and just
I
break
do
everyone's
too.
heart. Just break everyone's heart. They're just like, you just returned everything.
But hear me out. 1 mana non-overloaded Cyclonic Rift. Because it's normally 1 and a blue. If you don't overload it, it's just a blue.
Yeah, but you can only target one thing with it if you don't overload it.
I know. I'm just fucking with you.
So you just played an Unsummon.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes. That was the point.
You just created Unsummon. Unsummon happens.
Well, Unsummon can't target non-land permanents. The only creatures.
It's only creatures. You're right. But yeah. Okay.
Big brain.
Yeah. All right. So Satsuki the Living Lore is a green and a white 1/3 legendary creature human druid. You can tap it to put a lore counter on each saga you control. Activate only as a sorcery. So if you have the sagas out, you want to make that shit happen more, more quickly. Okay. When it dies, choose up to 1. Return target saga or an enchantment creature you control to its owner's hand, or return target saga card from your graveyard to your hand. It's fine.
I like the idea. I think it should have been in more colors if they wanted it to be for Commander.
Yeah.
Because this is very much a Commander style of card. It feels like it was designed for our format because I can't see it really being played much anywhere else.
Yeah,
really.
So where this fits is, again, like your Sithis deck, where if they start playing more sagas.
Yeah.
But... And the fact that you can return certain sagas to your hand to replay them, to get the abilities. So like the white one that we saw that we can get the planes, the green one where we can make the mana dork. Yeah. I'm not saying that those are great, big splashy plays, but they are plays,
Yeah, it being a legendary creature makes me feel like it was designed for Commander, because otherwise, why else would it be legendary other than for lore reasons? Which, that's a fine enough reason on its own.
He is the living lore.
But it's like
overall the card's not great.
For Commander, it's fine. I do wish it was more colors. Like if this was either 5 color or maybe even 3 color, and it was like Abzan or something. like give it also black and then have all the black sagas that are good.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be really cool.
Yeah.
It's underwhelming though.
It is, for sure. What is this? This Storm's Edge card right here.
Ryu Storm's Edge. 2 red and a white for a 3/3 first strike. Legendary Human Samurai. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you untap it. If it's the first combat phase of the turn, there is an additional combat phase after this phase. Now, earlier we were talking a little bit about
Samurai Warrior thing?
about the Samurai Warrior thing, but also, which I don't think we've gotten to the card yet, or maybe, unless it was like an uncommon or something, but the one that gives +1/+0 for each.
It is an uncommon, actually.
It is an uncommon?
Yeah.
Okay, so we
But
didn't,
it is red,
we didn't
white.
go over
It
that
is red,
card,
white.
but that card would be really good in a Ryu deck, and, you know, I love the idea of the Samurai Warrior tribe.
Especially with Ryu because it has first strike, so you attack with it, you get the +1/+0s,
Yeah.
you have the first strike, and then you get to untap it, attack again.
And then you can attack with everything the second time, or
You could,
can
or you just attack
still
with Ryu
just attack
again
with
and
him.
get the +1/+0s, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's its own niche little deck.
Yep.
It's pretty cool.
It's definitely niche, definitely a specific tribe, and unless you see someone probably build a Ryu deck, you're probably not going to see it at the table. But if someone does, I'd like to see it.
Yeah. So on this next one, so here's the thing. Again, as much as I try to avoid spoilers, I fall asleep to YouTube at night. And sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and I literally woke up with the Command Zone playing in the background, and Josh and I want to say it was Murphy, which is also Josh. So Josh LeQuai and then Murph were discussing, you know, cards from the set. And the only reason why I bring it up, right? Because Josh LeQuai hates Boros. Like
Yeah, he does.
He hates Boros, and he was like, so when Murph was reading off the commander, he was like, Rasona, a sorry commander. He was like, even the name says it's sorry. Like, a sorry commander. So Josh is the one that said it. I'm just reliving his pun, but it was great because he was like, you know,
oh, that's funny.
It's Boros. It's a sorry commander. It's a 1 red and a white 3/3 with haste human samurai. Whenever it whenever it does combat damage to a player, if it doesn't have an indestructible counter, put an indestructible counter on it. Whenever the combat damage is dealt to you, you remove the indestructible counter. So it's kind of cool from like they were talking about, you know, again, I only saw like a couple minutes there because I was trying to fall back asleep. You know, if you're running like board wipe tribal, you know, play this guy with haste. Like you board wipe, play this guy with haste, hit him, get an indestructible counter. You can play another board wipe, you know, blah blah, you know, whatever. Otherwise, the card's not good. From a limited standpoint, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It wasn't designed for a format.
No, but just Josh LeQuai, if you ever happen to see our podcast, shout out to you, man. You made me just die laughing with the whole sorry commander. Yeah. So
very clever.
What's the next one?
Satoru Umezawa. We got another Umezawa in the house.
It's like the great-great-grandchild or something.
Yeah. 1, a blue, and a black for a 2/4 human ninja. Whenever you activate a ninjutsu ability, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. This ability triggers only once each turn. Each creature card in your hand has ninjutsu 4.
Okay. So, I mean, it gives everything ninjutsu, whether it had it or not. Not bad. When you activate ninjutsu, the top 3 cards, you know. So the last part of it doesn't really matter. Because most ninjutsus that you're playing in your Rikos and stuff like that are less costed. The fact that, you know, it only activates once a turn, you know, again, this is where we're talking about, like, they put this whole thing in where it's like once a turn on things. It's like, man, you know, it keeps it from being busted, but it's still not bad. The fact that he himself does not have ninjutsu I don't know that you put it in your Rico. But
Yeah.
if you're making a more budget style ninjutsu deck that's not like super competitive Eureka, yeah, go for it. Play this guy.
Mm.
You know,
You know, the thing I think about though is there's a lot of cards out there that are, um, when they deal combat damage to a player, do something cool.
yeah,
I feel like he could be a cool commander for a deck that focuses around that. Um, One card I initially think of is Etrata the Silencer.
Etrata, yeah, Etrata's pretty good.
And I've always loved the idea of Etrata. I've never seen someone win with her, but the idea of throwing an unblockable dude and then ninjutsuing Etrata and then doing something to like bounce her back to your hand.
Yeah, I
would
mean that's the
be
problem. Is like you usually have to have her.
hilarious.
You usually have to have her as commander to try to be able to do the alternate win thing. But yeah.
Well, actually, I have an Etrata in my Marchesa deck because I can sacrifice her in response to the ability.
Of course you do. Of course you do. All right, let's talk about the last multicolored rare. We're not going to talk about any of the multicolored uncommons solely because we still have a little bit of cards to talk about in the lands and the artifacts. This card, I mean, before I even read it off to you guys, this card's just trash, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. X and a red white sorcery. Create X 2/2 white samurai creature tokens with vigilance. They gain menace and haste until end of turn. Each opponent creates X -1 2/2. So what this makes, like you're gonna get 1 through. So like, okay, if you pay 3 mana, that's it. Nobody gets one except for you, and you get to get in with a 2/2 with menace and haste. Otherwise, like there's cards like White Sun Zenith that we've seen in the past, things like that make these kind of tokens. Otherwise, this card is trash.
The only time I would ever see this run is Group Hug, and that is not a good reason for a card to exist.
No.
But good for Group Hug.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I'm just not even going to talk about this card. It's bad. There's some cool other uncommons that, are multicolored. Check them out. All right, so we're getting into the artifacts real quick. There's only a few. Sorry. Yeah, I'll let you adjust it. Sorry.
Eater of Virtue. That looks interesting. I love the art.
Oh, it's great.
1 colorless for an equipment. Whenever equipped creature dies, you exile it. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. And as long as a card exiled with Eater of Virtue has flying, equipped creature has flying. The same is true for First Strike, Double Strike, Death Touch, Haste, Hexproof, Indestructible, Lifelink, Menace, Protection, Reach, Trample, and Vigilance. Equip for 1.
Yeah, so Bone Splitter is a 1 mana artifact that equips for 1, gives +2/0. This is the upgraded version of Bone Splitter, is basically what it is.
Yeah.
I'm definitely putting it in the Boros deck that we talked about.
I'm probably going to put this in Kodama.
I can see it. Yeah, I mean, the creatures have to die, while they're equipped to give the things, but the fact that your equipment can just become better and better, and like I said, it's a 1 mana, equip for 1, give +2/0. I mean, it's just an upgraded Bone Splitter, and Bone Splitter, definitely gonna go in the Shram decks that we talked about.
Yeah.
So, good card. Reckoner Bankbuster. 2 mana, 4/4. Oh yeah, it's great, Bankbuster, and I love the art here too with the.
It's so cool.
Yeah. 2 mana, 4/4 artifact vehicle. When it enters the battlefield, with 3 charge counters on it. Cruise for 3. Remove a charge counter from it. Draw a card. Then, if there are no charge counters on it, create a treasure token and a 1/1 colorless pilot creature token with this creature cruise vehicles as though its power were 2 or greater.
So it's a 3/1 for the purposes of crewing, but it's only a 1/1.
It says were 2 greater. So actually it'd be 3. It would actually crew for 3.
Yeah, it's considered a 3-power creature when it comes to crewing.
Crewing, yeah, okay. So because this doesn't say or, so that's great. So a couple turns later, you get to draw cards off this thing. So first of all, it's a 2-mana guy, right? You put it out. You may have things out to crew it, but pay 2, tap, remove a counter to draw a card. Cool card. Yeah, for the vehicle decks and things like that, it'll see some play. Otherwise, not a whole lot of play.
It does remind me vaguely of Mazemind's Tome. It's not quite as good.
No.
And Mazemind's Tome is certainly better in Commander, and even then, it wasn't even a big Commander staple.
Yeah.
But if you're an aggro-y kind of deck who needs card draw because you just don't have a lot,
sure.
It's a 4/4 body after drawing you 3 cards.
Yeah.
And that might be good enough for you.
Sure. Yeah. Let's go to
Mech Titan Core is
I think it's is it
Mech Titan.
Mechician?
Mech Titan. MECHTITAN.
There's only one T.
No. MECHTITAN. Mech Titan.
Is it not Mectician then?
No, because there's not a second I after the second T. It's Mech Titan.
I thought Titan was TITAN.
It is TITAN. Look at it. TITAN.
IAN.
It's TITIAN. Where's the second I?
Dude, hold on. we need to zoom
You
in
don't have a second I.
You're right. Okay, I'm sorry.
Mech Titan Core.
Holy good Jesus! It looks like it from this. Okay, Mech Titan Core. Look, man,
It's like you. It doesn't have a second I.
You know what? You're not wrong. I'm gonna try to center this up better. Okay, there we go.
Mech Titan Core is a 2-mana vehicle. It is a 2/4 with crew 2. 5 mana. Exile Mech Titan Core and 4 other artifact creatures and or vehicles you control. Create Mech Titan, a legendary 10/10 construct artifact creature token with flying, vigilance, trample, lifelink, and haste that is all colors. When that token leaves the battlefield, return all cards exiled with Mech Titan Core except Mech Titan Core to the battlefield tapped under their owner's control. So it's Voltron. Not in the form of Commander Voltron. It is Voltron as in the show Voltron.
What's the Yu-Gi-Oh card?
I don't know.
It's the Yu-Gi-Oh card where it's like you can
Exodia?
Exodia, yeah. It's like an Exodia of sorts.
Yeah, it kind of is. I think it's wild. It's gonna be very fringe, but it is cool, and I want to see someone do it.
Brutaclad.
Brutaclad!
Because you make all these other tokens, right?
Yeah.
So you exile, it doesn't matter,
Yeah, I think it's cool.
It also pays homage to Dark Depths, of the sorts.
Yeah, a little bit.
Dark Depths makes the 20/20 flying indestructible and stuff like that. So this is a 10/10, flying, vigilance, trample, lifelink, haste. That's really cool.
Yeah, I think the card is really cool. I don't think it's going to see a lot of play in any format. But it is cool, and I want to see it happen.
I could see it in Commander, and here's why. Because Mirror Battlesphere exists, right? So...
Yes, but is someone going to run this in a deck with Mirror Battlesphere just because they have Mirror Battlesphere?
But hear me out. Hear me out. Just hear me out. This is living the dream, right?
It's living the dream, but I'm saying it's fringe, and I'm dying on that hill.
So you play your Mirror Battlesphere.
Yeah.
You get your 4 tokens with it. Next turn, I attack with my Mirror Battlesphere. I tap all my mirrors to make my Mirror Battlesphere an 8/7, so they don't block it. They take 8. I already have 7 mana, obviously, because I've played my Mirror Battlesphere. I play this guy, and I pay 5 more, and exile it and the 4 tokens that I tapped, and now I get my 10/10. Just saying, it's a thing. It's not a great thing, but it's a thing. All right, we're moving on. I'm just kidding. All right, Mirror Box. So, again, I was around for original Kamigawa. There was a card called Mirror Gallery. There was 5 mana for an artifact that said the legend rule does not apply anymore, right? Or okay. That helped with each player, and also at that time the way the legend rule worked. And again, I don't know how long you've been playing. But used to, if you had a legend on your side of the field...
They couldn't either.
Well, no. If I played a legend on my side, it killed both of them. Like that,
Oh.
it was a removal. So let's say you had a Geist of St. Traft on your side, that has hexproof. I just played a Geist of St. Traft on my side. We both had to sacrifice them because two legendaries couldn't exist in the same world, right? They changed that rule.
Weird. Yeah, no, I that rule change happened. Well, the rule change for it being for everyone changed
Before you started playing?
before I started playing.
Yeah.
The closest rule to that I was actually around for is when I started playing, you couldn't have two different Jaces on the field still, or two different Tamios or whatever.
Yeah.
That was the closest thing that I had to that kind of rule change, but I do know that used to be a thing.
Yeah, but before that, again, going back to the old school, Sonny, okay? And the reason why Mirror Gallery was a thing was I could, if I played my Mirror Gallery and you happened to have the legendary creature that I had as well, I didn't have to sacrifice mine.
Yep.
You didn't have to sacrifice yours. So, but yeah, that was a removal thing back in the day.
Interesting.
Like back in the day, like I said, Geist of St. Traft is like a great, example of that. It's like if you played a Geist of St. Traft and then I played a Geist of St. Traft, that was a way I could get rid of your Geist of St. Traft, without having to have a board wipe. So anyway, Mirror Box is a 3 mana. The legend rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. Okay? Each legendary creature you control gets +1/+1. Each non-token creature you control gets +1/+1 for each other creature you control the same name as that creature. So, this is going to go into your, even though it has the legendary stuff, it's going to go into your Relentless Rats.
It's going to go into token decks.
Token decks, for sure.
Oh, wait, no, it says non-token.
No, not token. Yeah. No, not token. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to say what I was going to say. So, Relentless Rats, Persistent Petitioners, Shadowborn Apostles, things like that, right? It's going to go in there. Legendary creature you control +1/+1. So, one of the great things is, we've had, and this is a throwback to the old Kamigawa, is Sakashima.
Yep.
We don't see Sakashima in this, but Sakashima would copy.
It's because we got a reprint in Commander Legends.
Exactly. But yeah. So anyway, that's what we're looking at for that.
That token copy deck that I mentioned to you, I run a Spark Double in that deck.
Yep.
I run a Helm of the Host in that deck.
Yep.
So that I can get so that I can get non-legendary copies of my legendary creatures.
Yeah. So.
And then I can make token copies of them.
So, do you think your mirror blocks? Probably,
yes, because then I can just clone.
Yeah. Exactly.
I can just clone. I will be putting Mirror Box in that deck.
I'm going to go over this card again because we just want to skip through this pretty hard. Surge Hacker Mech, 4 mana, 5/5 vehicle with Menace, Crew 4. When it enters the battlefield, it deals damage equal to twice the number of vehicles you control to target creature or planeswalker and opponent controls. It's going to be played in the vehicle deck. Again, like I talked about, there's going to be a commander deck that has vehicles. Yep. Otherwise, we're not
vehicles are generally fringe.
Yeah,
so.
we're just not seeing this card. I'm getting rid of this even though it doesn't apply. All right, these are, again, you guys can read through the other artifacts that are like uncommons and commons.
Definitely cool. Would recommend to everyone to check out Mythic Spoiler to look at any of the cards that we went over that you want to look at again, or all of the cards we didn't go over.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of cards, and if you have questions about cards or, we want our opinions on certain cards, comment on the video, and we'll give you our opinions on them.
Yep.
This is the set, or the... not set, but cycle that I wanted to go over.
Love these boys.
So, and I know you thought it was a new mechanic, but it's actually just a returning mechanic, which is channel. Go ahead with Iganjo here.
Iganjo, Seat of the Empire, is a legendary land. They are all legendary lands, as you can see. It has channel, 2 and a white, discard it. It deals 4 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Now, the thing that I really like about this is typically we've seen stuff like Piercing Light where it deals damage to attacking or blocking creatures, and they really aren't that good in Commander. But the thing that we see about all of these lands is even if the ability isn't that good normally, because it's attached to a land, if I'm flooded and I draw it, it's a spell that I can cast that might do something.
Yeah. That's one of the things about.
But it's
this.
also not a spell.
Yeah, but even in from a constructed perspective and things like that,
It's also going to be good constructed
because it's a legendary land. You can't have more than one out at a time. One of the things I like about it is these lands do not come in tapped or anything like that, so you can play them right away and tap them for the mana if you want to, and it has a spell attached to it. Yeah, Iganjo, it's not like super great. It's going to see some play in Commander, I think.
I will tell you this, Tyler. Every single one of these cards, I'm pretty sure, I will be using if I get one.
Yeah.
I might not necessarily go out and buy an Iganjo, but if I pull 3 of them, they're all going to be used.
Yeah, yeah. Because at the very least, they're just legendary planes, or whatever color and they have utility. So yeah, this card's super good. Should be used if you're playing any kind of deck that plays white. There's no reason other than unless you're worried about like back to basics or something like that. But
yeah, which that's fringe.
Well, it's more competitive. It's on the competitive side. Like a Shram deck is probably not going to put this in solely because they just want to have their planes and they don't want to get their lands locked down. Like the utility lands they use are going to be like your rogues passages and stuff like that, sure. Right? To give it but other than that, I see this being played. Otawara, Soaring City. I love the art on this, by the way.
It's so pretty.
Looks so
I love all of these lands. These lands are so gorgeous.
Like the lotuses on the black. Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But yeah. Legendary land, taps for a blue. Channel is 3 and a blue. Discard it. Return target artifact, creature, or enchantment or planeswalker to its owner's hand. And it costs 1 less for each legendary you control. So, a bounce spell.
Yep.
For basically all non-land permanents, it says artifact, enchantment, creature, or planeswalker. So, it basically says non-land permanents. Can you think of a non-land permanent that's not one of those things? I don't know why they just
feel like I'm missing something.
I know, right? It's like, why does this not just say non-land permanent? But whatever. But yeah, to be able to channel and just bounce something off of a land, pretty cool. You read that.
One of the other things I want to mention about Otawara while I was stuck in thought there for a second. You can also use it to save one of your own creatures from a board wipe. Yeah. Which is the main reason I like it a lot.
Oh, yeah. It's versatile in the sense that it has that bounce ability for yourself or them. But yeah.
Takanuma Abandoned Mire. Mire, like the grocery store, of course.
Well, so that's what you think of because you're in Wisconsin. The thing I think of when I hear of Abandoned Mire is Cthulhu.
Fair enough.
But anyway.
3 and a black is the channel ability. Discard it. Mill 3 cards, then return a creature or planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. It costs 1 less for each legendary creature you control. I love this. This is great. It's a land. It's basically a swamp.
Yep.
It's a non-basic swamp, effectively, or it is a recursion if you have nothing better to do.
Yeah, you're gonna see this in your Chimera decks and things like that. We talked about a lot of black decks want that self mill to be able to hit cards in their graveyards.
Yep.
So, yeah. Good card.
Not to mention that art is my favorite among all of these by a long shot.
It's beautiful.
I'm a big, for any of you who've gone to check out, actually, now that I think about it, I don't think we've linked my YouTube channel in any of these, which I should probably start doing.
You're going to start doing that?
But if any of you go to check out
self-promotion?
Self-promotion. If any of you go to check out my YouTube channel, my logo that I have on there is black and purple because I love this kind of aesthetic. This is my shit. If I could paint the inside of my house these colors,
yeah,
I would in a heartbeat.
I would totally have, a full art, big ass picture, poster, whatever of this. You've seen all the artwork that we have at the store. Like I would get a print of this for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
Sokenzan.
Sokenzan, Crucible of Defiance is a legendary land. Taps for a red. Channel ability is 3 and a red. Discard Sokenzan and create 2 1/1 color spirit creature tokens. They gain haste until end of turn. Cost 1 less for each legendary creature you have. Not going to see play in our format, I don't think.
Yeah, I think in Commander this is the worst of them.
Yeah.
But
which is right before the best of them, but yeah.
Yeah. The interesting thing about it still is if I pull one, I'm gonna put it in one of my red decks.
So again, we talked about different decks and stuff, but the only problem I have is it creates colorless spirit tokens. So there's a card very similar called Dwarven Mine.
Yes.
That creates a 1/1 red dwarf that I used to run in Torbrand all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Because, if you have like 3 mountains, you play the Dwarven Mine, I get a 3/3 I get a 1/1 that's essentially 3 power because of Torbrand's ability. Like that was useful. Because this creates colorless tokens, it doesn't help in Torbrand. So there's not a lot of things I can see from the red perspective of that. But, if you want to run it. I mean, it does still give you 2 bodies,
Yeah.
I mean, whatever, but I'm not going to run it.
I have a feeling if I got one and I ran it in one of my decks, I feel like the primary purpose would be I would probably rarely activate the channel ability, but when I did, it would probably help. That's the kind of the way.
If you can find a way for it to be helpful, sure. But it's just
I might run this in something like my Marchesa deck and just sacrifice them for value. Sacrifice them to Priest of the Forgotten Gods, for example.
Yeah. If you have a way for those tokens to be useful, for sure. But let's hear about this one. I purposely let you read the first one so you can read the last one here because this card is bonkers.
It's real spicy. We've got Boseiju, Who Endures. Legendary land, taps for a green, channel, 1 and a green. Discard Boseiju, Who Endures. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or non-basic land an opponent controls. That player may search their library for a land card with a basic land type, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control.
Yeah.
Now, say this was a spell, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
This is a better Assassin's Trophy. Not a better. It is very similar to Assassin's Trophy.
Well, so it's better than Assassin's Trophy. It's better than Assassin's Trophy because of the fact that it is a land.
And then and then make it also a land and
I mean you can't hit a creature with it, right? Because our planeswalker so Assassin's Trophy can hit non-land permanent or it can hit any permanent, right? What makes this so good is that it's a land. So if you need the mana, you can play it. Let's say you don't need the mana. You play it, you use the ability. There's so much recursion. We even saw it here today in some of the things about like putting a land back on top. We have, Lord Windgrace that we talked about with your deck.
Life from the Loam.
Life from the Loam is really good. Wrenn and 6. Wrenn and 6 is it's a green and a red. It's a 2-mana planeswalker, and you can return a land from your graveyard to your hand. This card is touted by a lot of people as like the best card in the set because of what it does. It shuts down, like, for example, so in Modern, one of the big decks is Tron. So Tron is a deck that uses Urza's Mine, Urza's Power Plant, and Urza's Tower. If you have one of each of those out, they produce 7 mana in total for 3 lands. This hits that land, one of those lands, makes them go get a basic. This card's good. This card's super good. It's going to see play in every format. There's a lot of people who are already anticipating its banning in certain formats. They're like, dude, this card's going to get banned because it's so good. It's a land, and it has all that ability. Super good. And again, if you have a legend, so it says if you have a legendary creature out, right, it costs 1 less. If you have your commander out, this costs 1 green to do.
It's pretty good.
Things that I think about from a competitive. So I'm talking about, I play more competitive, right? Nature's Claim is a 1 mana destroy target artifact or enchantment. Its controller gains 4 life, right? Like most time, you don't think you want your opponents to gain a life, gain any life, right? But in competitive, it's a 1 mana destroy something that can matter, right? We play that card because of how good it is, even though it has that downside. You want this card, in that same deck. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yes.
it can literally be just 1 mana destroy those types of things plus a non-basic land. There's all kinds of non-basic lands in competitive you want to get rid of. Your Caverns of Souls, just all kinds of things. So this card is insanely good. Again, I'm glad it's like one of the last cards it looks like that we're going to look at because it's literally one of the best cards in the set.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with that assessment, and I think that we are done.
Scroll down real quick. Let's make sure. Yeah, so we get it. Oh, I do want to talk about these real quick.
Oh, these lands
Let's talk
are
about
so pretty.
These lands are beautiful. So these are the alternate art lands for this set.
Even the regular basics are popping.
Oh,
look at those.
Yeah, the regular basics are beautiful, but
look at that swamp.
Scroll back out for me real quick. So for those who don't know, most sets, especially past few sets, they have some kind of like full art, alternate art, whatever basic lands. My favorites for the longest time were the unhinged like John Avon lands.
Oh, the John Avon lands are so beautiful. So, I use those on MTGA all the time.
So I use those for like the longest time. Here's the thing, like, especially Spencer, you like purple and black, or you like purple, right?
Yeah.
So this swamp really appeals to you, right? Yeah. And I think it's beautiful, right?
It's so
but as you know, like, what are my favorite colors?
Black and red, and that black and red one, oh, it's so pretty.
Every single swamp that I own will be replaced with this right here because this is
so pretty.
This is my colors. This is my thing. So, like, yeah, I love that we both have a swamp that's coming out that's going to be really appealing to both of us.
I gotta say, too, I really love the new art on some of the new Gain of Life dual lands.
Yeah, like Tranquil Grove.
Yeah. This Jungle Hollow, black and purple again, of course. This Dismal Backwater is so beautiful.
Looks like you're going to be playing some Sultai, son.
I mean, I love Sultai. I can't lie.
So real quick, I will say...
Bloodfell Caves.
Just from a common standpoint, because we're in the lands here, and I want to talk about it. So Secluded Courtyard, when it comes in, you choose a creature type. It adds colorless, but you can add 1 mana of any color to, spend it to the creature type.
Oh.
So
it's another unclaimed territory.
Yeah. So another unclaimed territory here. Right?
I didn't know we were getting another.
Which is really cool.
Territory. That's awesome.
And then the other one is Uncharted Haven that I really like. It comes in tapped. It's a common version. It comes in tapped, but you choose a color. So we had, it was in Jumpstart where it was like, I forgot what the cards were called, but it was like it had a basic type on it, and then it would become a dual land type thing. So it's very similar to that, but the fact that from a limited standpoint, this is a common, right?
There's a lot of mana fixing for limited.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got they got every single Gain Life dual land. They've got choose a color land. Mm-hmm. They've got the
uncommon choose a creature type.
The
so
uncommon
if you're in the ninjas and stuff like that.
They've got pilot and vehicle ones.
Yep.
Which the mech hanger can turn a vehicle into a creature for 3 mana, which is pretty cool too.
This one right here is really cool too. Roadside Reliquary, by the way, we haven't talked about it yet. It taps for a colorless, but you pay 2 and sacrifice it. Draw a card if you control an artifact. Draw a card if you control an enchantment.
That's really powerful.
Pay 2 sacrifice.
That's gonna see play in our format.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you pay 2 sacrifices to draw 2 cards if you control an enchantment and artifact.
Even just to draw 1. I mean,
even just to draw 1 for sure.
People run Cryptic Cave, which is pay 1, but you have to have 5 lands already.
Yeah, like this is this card is definitely gonna as an uncommon gonna see play too. So, well, guys, we're
Thank you for
5
watching,
hours into this.
watching this 5 hour. I doubt that anyone watched it in its entirety, but if
I will. I love hearing your voice.
It's true. It's pretty good, isn't it?
It is.
But for anyone who even just skipped through to their favorite parts, or came around for any amount of it, even if you aren't seeing
just
this.
showing off some arts.
Yeah, I love the showcase borders.
The showcase
and everything.
stuff is all pretty cool.
But we do sincerely thank you so much for coming and joining us on this journey, and hopefully we will go on less tangents next time.
Well, yeah, less tangents. But the thing is, again, this is our first set review together. We'll definitely get better as we go. At the same time, though, as we said, we talked about Jim Davis. Jim Davis does a full set review, and
it lasts about 6 hours.
He does break it down. He has separate videos for each color so that you can watch them individually and stuff like that. But here's the thing about it is, watch part of the video, figure out where you're at. Even if you fall asleep, go back to the point you remember you're at. Whatever. Yep. That's what I do personally. Like I watch all kinds of really long videos on YouTube, to fall asleep to, and then if I want to hear the rest of it, I go back to where I thought I was. So if not, it's okay.
Yeah.
View it for a few minutes. Look at us, but. This is our thing where we wanted to give you guys our opinions on stuff. Actually, whoa, real quick. Now that we're here, we're just going to talk about it for a second. Just for a second. We were talking about how we skipped a bunch of commons and uncommons. So
yeah.
This is I'm only going to talk about 3 of them. No, 4 of them. I'm going to talk about this whole row. Sorry. So we talked about Secluded Courtyard already. Sorry. I'm going to be really quick. So Enthusiastic Mechanaut, blue and a red. Flying artifact spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for a 2/2 flyer. This is insane. So we have a 3-mana guy that makes all your artifacts cost 1 less already, right?
Yep.
The Foundry Inspector or whatever.
Foundry Inspector.
This one is in blue red. So Brutaclad. We talked about Brutaclad, right?
Broody.
So this goes into Brutaclad. This goes into those types of decks. Healy. This is awesome. We talked about the Enchantress style decks, right? Jukai Naturalist right here. We talking about the Sithis deck, right? Green and a white. 2/2 with lifelink. Enchantment spells cost 1 less to cast. This is going in your Sithis, right? Silver Fur Master. 2 mana, 2/2. Has ninjutsu for, blue and black. Ninjutsu abilities you activate cost 1 less to activate. Wait, we're not done. This is an uncommon, Spencer. We're still not done. Other ninja and rogue creatures you control get +1/+1. This fits into both of those Dimir decks that we were talking about. Super awesome. This is an uncommon you're going to want. Again, we talked about Secluded Courtyard. The only reason I'm talking about this other one is a personal reason. And
I saw the art for this one.
I'm gonna and hopefully I'll get him to watch this episode all the way to the end just to see this part. Okay, but you remember Noah? Mm-hmm. Noah Murtha.
Yeah.
Has Mamba, which is the Doge. Okay. Spirited Companion, 1 and a white, 1/1 enchantment creature dog. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. I am literally going to get every copy of this alternate art, especially in foil, for Noah because of Mamba. Because this looks exactly like Mamba.
Aww.
So, anyway, Noah, when I message you and tell you you have to watch until the end, this is why. I love you, buddy. Anyway, guys and girls and people that are non-gender, we love you all. Thank you so much for looking at our podcast, watching our podcast, and we'll see you soon.
We love you. Stay safe. See you next time.
See you next time. Oh, I gotta hit the button.